Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the very first day of the 6th annual SheisMe Conference. I'm Lisa Jimenez, and I'm the founder of SheisMe. I want to thank you all for joining us today from all over the world. We appreciate you coming to witness this sisterhood and this amazing group of women who have come together to share their stories and to create community. We are here to lift each other up, to support each other, and to tell our truths in a safe and shame-free and non-judgmental place that was built for the reason for women to come here and be safe and to share their stories. So we are really, really excited to bring Keisha Blair in. She's going to be our first speaker today. She's amazing. So we'll introduce her in just a second. We've got a full lineup today. We've got a panel tonight. We're talking about financial freedom and how to have sovereignty and to support yourself, and how we can change the systems that don't support us in our financial health, and how we can move forward and be independent. And so it's really important that you join us for that panel. We've got some amazing panelists tonight. We've also got panels for the next 4 nights in a row through Saturday night. We're going to be talking about the war on women tomorrow night. We're going to be talking about leadership on Friday night, and we're going to be talking about Project 2025 and women's healthcare and rights and so on Saturday night. It's going to be a fantastic week. We have over 50 speakers this week, so please join us every day. And we've got a full day, so we're starting at 7 in the morning every day. Sorry, my dog is here in the background. We're starting at 7 Pacific every day, and we're ending around 5:30. So we're going to have a full day, but the speakers are amazing. And I will be back at 10 with my keynote and to tell you what's going on in 2026, because there are some really big things that we're launching, and we want to raise voices around the world. So you can participate in so many ways. So come, stay tuned, turn this on, stream it in the background, listen all day, listen to these amazing women and their wonderful stories. And without further ado, I'm going to bring in Keisha Blair. Hi, Keisha.
Hi, good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning. Keisha is an electrician, an executive, and an entrepreneur. And honestly, her story was amazing. So I wanted to bring her in because I think she's so unique. And I know there are plenty of women out there who would say she is me because they're not being represented. And I wanted to make sure that she was here and we heard her voice. So Keisha, take it away.
All right, well, thank you, thank you, thank you. So my name is Keisha L. Blair, and I like to use that L in my middle name. It's just a reminder that sometimes you have to take a lot of L's in life to get to where you want to be. So today I am just going to take you on my journey of learning and transformation of how I became the CEO of my life. And CEO is a system and framework that I created to build myself back up from the inside out after an unexpected shift. And CEO stands for Create, Eliminate, Organize. Now, people know me as Keisha the Electrician. And yes, I am a real electrician. That's usually the question that I get after I tell people that I'm an electrician. So I have spent 30 years in the skilled trades as an electrician. I started my career in the electrical apprenticeship back in 1995 with IBW, which is International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. And I went through an apprenticeship program that was 5 years. I had to work 8,000 hours and get on-the-job training on different construction sites. And after that, I became a journeyman wireman electrician. And I decided to take my exam to become licensed in 2000. So I am a licensed journeyman wireman electrician. And, I spent about 15 years on different construction sites all across the country, mostly here in Memphis, Tennessee, which is where I live. And I worked on different buildings and schools and industrial plants all across the city. And actually, my first project was the Kellogg building. And if you live in Memphis, you know that that is the building on Airways with the green stripe around it. When I first started, every job site that I went on, I felt like that I had to prove myself. So, if you could imagine me being 21 years old, young, I was married at the time, had my oldest son who's now 30, but he was only like 9 months old. And I was standing on that job site, and I didn't realize that, there were so many things that I had to prove every single day. I had to prove myself. I was so nervous. I didn't even have the right tools that I needed, in every job site that I went on, I felt like uh, I had to realize that, the only person that was going to show up for me was myself. So they would always put me on the hardest jobs possible. I would either do something like digging a ditch in the rain, working outside in freezing cold weather, outside of a building, working up high, or even running 4-inch pipe outside in the summertime. And sometimes in Memphis, it gets really hot. And most of the time, I was the only woman on the job site. And I remember one time I had an apprentice, and someone walked in the room and they started talking to him, asking him all these questions. And he's just looking like a deer in headlights. And he says, you need to ask my journeyman those questions. And the person said to him, well, where is he at? And he said, well, she is over there. So, no matter what, I was always the apprentice and never the journeyman, and definitely not the foreman, even when I became a foreman. So I felt like I had to make myself marketable. So I went back to school. I went back to school after I got my apprenticeship. After I got my journeyman's license, and I earned 2 degrees in information technology. And I also received a certification in instrumentation for process improvement. Because, I felt like that if I ever wanted to go beyond the construction site and go to the corner office and climb the corporate ladder, that I had to do those things to make myself more marketable. So, in 2010, I decided to go into maintenance, and I took a job with a company here in Memphis called Riviana Foods as an electrical and instrumentation technician. So if you don't know what Riviana Foods is, if you buy rice, more than likely you bought something that they produce, because they make a lot of rice. And but that's where I began to climb the corporate ladder, so to speak. And I broke barriers as a woman in male-dominated fields that I didn't even realize that I was doing at the time. Um, excuse me. And over my 30 years in the trades, I have had a lot of firsts. And one of the first things that I wanted to do was I wanted to give back. And I went back to the IBEW apprenticeship program in Memphis, Tennessee, and I became their first female instructor. Actually, at the time, the program director, he actually told me that I was the first woman that ever even showed interest in wanting to teach. So, I was really proud of that. And excuse me, drink some water here. And as I began to climb the corporate ladder, I thought that in order for me to make real change, I had to get into management. So I started working for a company here in Memphis, once again, called FedEx Express. And, I was promoted 7 times in 10 years. And at the height of my career, I became their first female senior manager of properties and facilities. And what made it even more special is that they announced it on Women's Day, which was March 8th of 2023. I felt like at that time that I had everything that I wanted. I set out to excel, I set out to achieve, and I had won top awards. I had, oh my goodness, I think I had 170 locations in 7 different states. I had a team of 300 men, and I even had my corner office. So I was really, really excited about having all this. And I felt like I was efficient and I was executing at the highest level possible for me. And I even had my life all planned out. I said that I wanted to be a transformational speaker. I said that I wanted to do that after I retired. So I figured my retirement date was like 16 years off at that time, right? I said, I'm going to retire on May 31st of 2039. So I said, I'm going to give myself some time, and I'm going to start working on being a transformational speaker. So I would, think about, well, it's going to take roughly like 11 years to become an expert. I thought about as an apprentice, 5 years, going into my journeyman, 6 years. So I said, okay, I'm going to give myself like 11 years to start working on being a transformational speaker. And think about becoming an entrepreneur. And usually as you become an entrepreneur, there are 3 different phases. You have your novice phase, your part-time phase, and then you have your full-time phase. So I was in my novice phase to where I said, I watched different people on YouTube. I used to watch Les Brown, Tony Robbins, and I would watch ET all the time, right? So I said, well, in order for me to really start doing this, I'm going to join a speakers program. So I joined this program called Next Level Speakers Academy, and signed up to be one of their members. And I actually went and got on stage for the first time in October of 2023. And I stood on stage in front of the #1 motivational speaker in the world, Dr. Eric Thomas. And at that moment, I realized that I was not ready. And I could not do what he did, not at that time. And it's the reason why, it took 5 years to get through the apprenticeship program. It took those 8,000 hours. It was probably going to take just as long for me to become this transformational speaker that I was looking at being once I retired. So, what I did was I realized that, okay, it's time for me to start focusing on my craft a little bit more. So I continued to listen. I continued to grow. And one thing that I really loved about being in this program was that I was celebrated when I was there. So I got this dopamine hit every time, when I was around these people. Now, what I didn't realize was 5 months later that something else would really happen to me that I really didn't even expect. On March 21st, I woke up that morning and, like any other, went into work, swiped my badge on my corner office with the glass on it, and opened up my email. And there was an email there that said that, I had to meet with my director that afternoon. And I thought, okay, this is kind of weird because, me, I was there at like 5 a.m. in the morning. So I thought, interesting. So I went on about my day. And as the day went on, there was this report of, a downsizing at the company, other people who were losing their jobs. And I thought, well, this really couldn't be about me because I was executing at a high level. I had a team of 300. I was the first female senior manager of properties and facilities maintenance. And, there's no way that I could possibly get caught up in this. Well, after my day went on and I went to that meeting on March 21st of 2024, my position was eliminated. And in that moment, I was faced with two choices, either panic or pivot. I had that role to where I thought it defined me of being the first female senior manager of maintenance for 1 year and 8 days. But I realized in that moment that I took an L, and I had to shift unexpectedly. So, between pivot or panic, the first thing that I did was honestly, I panicked. That was my first response. I sat there, my anxiety was high. I didn't really understand what I needed to do. I felt like that this was a job that I was going to have for the next 15 years until I retired on May 31st of 2039. But I didn't realize it then that that was the best thing that could have happened to me because on paper I was winning, but in real life I was losing me. I was 277 pounds. I was overweight. I was obese. And I had been hospitalized 3 times within the past month because my blood pressure had spiked over 181, over 114. I was stressed. I was working 16 hours a day. And still my motto was to my team, if I can do it, so can you. But the truth was I was burnt out and I didn't even realize it. If you ever heard that phrase, work until your idols become your rivals? Well, I actually worked until my mentors became my rivals, and some of them actually became my enemies. And I just thought it was all them, didn't even think about it being me. And so, honestly, that day when my position was eliminated on March 21st, the reality didn't even sink in. I had to go and pack up my office, put the things that belonged to me in boxes, and walk them out to my car. My director walked me out and he shook my hand. And what I didn't realize at that moment was that that was the last time that I was going to swipe my badge on the glass door to my corner office. That was the last time I was going to be known as the first female senior manager of maintenance. So that next morning when I woke up, that's when the reality really set in. And I realized that my position was eliminated. And I realized that I had been catapulted into full-time entrepreneurship. Well, honestly, at that time, it was kind of part-time because I still had 10 weeks. If you've been in these positions to where you've lost a job and you've been in upper management, they usually give you a package to where you may still be on the payroll for a few more weeks. So I had about 10 weeks to, go into this part-time phase, but I wanted to work really fast, to make sure that I got to where I wanted to be. So, I knew that I wasn't ready. Honestly, I didn't really know what to do. All I knew is that I had to move forward, even though I really didn't have all the answers. And the question that I asked myself over and over again was, who am I now beyond the titles, beyond the awards, beyond the corner office? Who am I now if I'm not the first female senior manager of maintenance? So yeah, I felt lost because my identity, it was tied to my title. And I had to realize that I needed to surrender. I needed to surrender my ego and surrender my pride. And I realized that the cost of proving myself every day to people, it really wasn't worth the trips to the hospital. It really wasn't worth all the weight that I gained. It wasn't really worth all the stress that I put myself through every day. And then I realized that sometimes God uses eliminations just to get our attention. And he definitely used that one to get my attention. And then I realized that the position was eliminated. I wasn't eliminated. I was elevated. And, that is really when I started to pivot. And sometimes when life shifts unexpectedly, you just have to grow as you go. And for me, growing was me wanting to understand more about myself because I was angry inside. I didn't understand why all those things were happening, but I knew I just had to move forward. So, I continued to watch YouTube. I continued to watch all these motivational speakers. As I thought, okay, I'm going to go and be this transformational speaker. This is what I want to do. And then on my screen, I saw this advertisement for something called flight assessment by the person that I watch, Dr. Eric Thomas. And he talked about gaining clarity, and I can get all this. So I said, you know what? I think that's what I'm missing now that I've surrendered. I need that awareness. So what I did was, I had to lean all in because what I realized is that I wasn't happy with me. And, having a successful career was not fulfilling to me at the time. I thought it was, but it wasn't. So, at the end of those 10 weeks, I had a choice to make again, but I could have gone back to corporate, but I chose to pivot and I chose to bet on myself. No roadmap, no blueprint, just me doing the inner work on myself, using the assessment along the way just to gain that clarity, that I heard Dr. Thomas talk about. So what I did was, once again, I just had to let go of all the control that I had because I was trying to control everything around me. I controlled the 300 guys. I controlled the processes. I controlled all these different things. And I had to just let go of all that control and just focus on who God created me to be and just be authentically myself. And what I started to do is I started to join other programs to where I felt like I was celebrated and not just tolerated. And, in these different programs, I wanted to be around people who wanted to see me win and not just tear me down. And that is when I think that I had my true rebirth. And that was when I had my becoming. What I did from that point on is I realized that I needed to do something different to cause that shift. I needed to do something different. So in June of 2024, I actually went to a conference for Next Level Speakers Academy, and they actually had a lot of pastors there, and they did an altar call. And my son was with me at this conference, and my son was 17 years old at the time. And they asked if anyone would like to get baptized. And my son told me he wanted to get baptized. So that was a real special moment because at 14, I didn't have that choice. My parents made that choice for me. So I felt like, I was really proud of him for making that choice for himself. So on the morning of June 8th, when he was scheduled to be baptized, while he was sleeping, I looked at him and I was listening during my morning routine and listening to certain things, and a song came on. It was called I Surrender. And I thought about how he made that choice. And I wanted to make that choice with him. So on June 8th of 2024, my son and I, we got baptized together. And that was one of the things that I did to start my becoming. And another thing that I started doing in that moment was I started to write my book. I started my own podcast, and I developed my mantra, don't stop, keep climbing. Because sometimes there's always going to be adversity. On the other side of adversity is always opportunity. And, I stopped listening to all of the additional things around me. I stopped listening to all the noises. And the title of my book and my podcast is Alpha Intuition. So I felt like I had to turn in and tune in to my own alpha intuition, and just to remind myself of who I was before the titles, before the corner office, before the team of 300, but then also before the stress, before the anxiety, before all of those things. And I learned to trust my own intuition. And instead of leaning into that fear and leaning into that anxiety, I leaned all the way into becoming an entrepreneur, and I chose to make myself my first client. And that is when I developed my CEO mindset framework, which stands for create, eliminate, organize. It helped to take me from where I was to where I wanted to be. Now, the CEO mindset framework is a blueprint that I developed just to rebuild my life from the inside out after I had that huge shift. And, I designed it to take me from being angry to being able. And I had to align myself with my actions by using my energy, frequency, and vibration just to transform myself. So once again, on my way to being this transformational speaker, this is one of the things that I did. And because when you decide to become the CEO of your life, it starts from building yourself from the inside out. So each one of these pillars that I've created, it shows you a different way just to approach your life and how you make decisions, leaning in all the way to your purpose. So let me see, we're going to go through these. All right, so create. The first pillar is about creating an environment that supports your peace. Like I said, you have to surround yourself with people who believe in you, with people who support your vision, and with people who support your growth. And also, you have to build routines and habits that align with your highest priority and goals. And don't worry about what other people say. So, like I said, my morning routine, the one thing that I don't do is I don't let a lot of negative things into my environment that early in the morning. I try to cultivate things in my life to where they help to build me up. And I created an evening routine. Your evening routine is just as important as your morning routine. What time you go to sleep determines sometimes what time you wake up. Um, and it's all about you basically establishing boundaries that protect your peace. And what I realized is I had to establish a boundary with myself first to determine what I was going to put in my body, when I was going to go to sleep. Something simple as, before I started this call, turning off my alerts so that my phone doesn't control me and I control the flow for the things that I want in my environment. Because when you take control of what you have around you, then you take control of who you become. All right, the next pillar is eliminate. Now, this one, it takes a lot of courage for this phase, because it has to do with sometimes eliminating someone or something that you love. But in order for growth to happen, you have to eliminate those things that no longer align with your energy. So for me, what I had to do was I had to eliminate some things that were holding me back. I had to eliminate some things that caused me to gain weight. I had to eliminate some things that, put me in a stressful state. I had to eliminate things like Coca-Cola, eliminate things like chocolate, eliminate things like fried foods. Because these things, actually, I thought they were helping me out in those stressful moments and keeping me, alive to where I wanted to be. No, those things were actually keeping me at 277 pounds. Well, after I eliminated all those things, now I weigh 195. So I had to remove a lot of the toxins and a lot of the toxic things out of my life to help me to get to where I want to be. I had to remove a lot of other things that were draining me. So I call those EDAs, energy draining activities. Remove distractions. And sometimes distractions can be disguised as the things that we call nouns: people, places, and things. And But it all started with me basically just setting boundaries with myself, because sometimes elevation requires elimination. And the last pillar here is organize. And this is basically about organizing your time and your energy. So it's about time management and energy management, and prioritizing activities that raise your energy up. So for me, I love to dance in the mornings. During my morning routine, I make sure I put on a really great song, and it gets my, my blood flowing. It helps me to get more active. It helps me to have more energy first thing in the morning so that I can go ahead and face my day and whatever else comes along with it. Some people like to exercise. I like to ride my Peloton, or I'll go outside and I'll just take a walk and be at one with nature, but you make sure that you do the things that raise your energy level up. And sometimes it is spending time with people who want to see you win. So when you spend that time with people who want to see you win, they help to celebrate you. They help to encourage you, even when you don't feel like encouraging yourself. Now, the last thing I want to say for organize is that you need to structure your day around the times that you have the most energy. So for me, it's early in the morning, which is why I was so happy to be the first one up at 9 a.m. because that's right around the time that I start my day. And you have to organize your thoughts and your schedule and your environment, because that clarity that you get from being organized, it helps to raise the frequency and vibration of you. And when you operate from a place of order and clarity, you stop reacting to life and you actually start to live it. So let me just recap. So you have create a supportive environment, eliminate stress and distractions, and prioritize your energy, frequency, and vibration. All right. So as you begin the climb, you get to a place to where, sometimes you have to understand that you have to adjust to new altitudes. As I climbed higher on the corporate ladder, I didn't realize this, but growth is not linear, and every new level brings a new challenge. So one of my favorite documentaries to watch is Climbing Mount Everest. And I watched as the climbers, they would stop at certain levels. They had to adjust and make sure that their breathing was adequate for the oxygen at the level that they were at before they continued their climb. They didn't rush. They didn't rush to the top of that mountain. So symbolically, I think about that, that when you climb higher, the air gets thinner, the circles get smaller. The people, they're different at different levels. And sometimes when you climb real fast, that's when you experience that burnout. So for me, even when I said, okay, I'm going to make up in time what I lack in skill, what I was really doing, I was burning myself out. And for me, what that burnout looked like was 277 pounds, me gaining weight. It looked at the 181/114, the high blood pressure, me waking up at 3 a.m. just to answer emails, even though I had gone to bed at midnight, so I got poor sleep. That's what climbing too fast will do. And it will make you look around and you won't even recognize the person that you are. And what works at one level doesn't always work at the next level. So as you climb, remember that new altitudes, they require new attitudes. New attitudes require new strategies, and new strategies require new support systems. And on your climb, just remember that you have to rest, you have to recover, and you have to recalibrate at every phase before you get to the next phase. So in this phase of my journey that I'm in right now, I'm learning how to build from the ground up. And one of the most powerful lessons that I learned when climbing the corporate ladder, of being in those rooms, of being on those construction sites, is that most of the time, I'm never going to have a seat at the table, that I had to build my own. So as an entrepreneur, I'm learning how to build the things that I need to have. And I don't wait for someone to give it to me. I just start. So I'm learning how to build a business. I'm learning how to build relationships. And I'm learning how to connect with people in a different way that I connected with them in a corporate environment. I'm learning how to build myself as a full-time entrepreneur. So in order for me to keep that momentum going, I thought about, what am I going to do to make all these connections? What am I going to do to help myself out? So what I did was I went back to the thing that helped me in the beginning when I started my pivot back almost like 2 years ago now. And what I did was I went back to the flight assessment. I went back to the assessment that helped me to understand more about myself so I could understand how to connect with others. And I became a certified flight assessment disc trainer. And I started training under the same person that helped me, that was my mentor, Dr. Eric Thomas. And I learned to understand things about myself that I never knew. I learned so much about myself, but I learned to connect with like-minded people on a different level. And what I did was I learned how to collaborate instead of compete, because in the corporate environment, there's a lot of competing that goes on, a lot of competitive environments. Well, when you become an entrepreneur, you need to learn to center yourself around people who want to collaborate and not compete. So I think one of the biggest things that I realized in this moment was that God will connect you to people that align with your purpose. So for me, building my own table meant aligning with my true assignment and aligning with the work that I was meant to do. And for me, what does that look like? That looks like my nonprofit that I have, the Pink Tool Project. With the Pink Tool Project, it's about empowering women in the skilled trades. And I'm going to tell you where that name came from. On the job site early on, when I was an apprentice, I would have guys that would always want to take my tools. So I said, you know what? I'm going to go get a whole bunch of pink tools, because if I get pink tools and they take them, then I'm going to know that they're mine. So years later, when I thought about naming my nonprofit, I named it the Pink Tool Project. And it's where, I help women to understand more about the skilled trades. And my goal is to actually start a mentorship program to where I mentor girls when they start in apprenticeship programs to make it all the way through, and understand that just because you are the only one on the job site, just because you are the only one in the room and no one else looks like you, doesn't mean that you can't do it. Because the only thing that I can't do is tell myself what I can't do. So, all right. So, I had to realize that I had to embrace the unknown on this journey of becoming the CEO of my life. And becoming the CEO of my life, it took a lot of courage, and it takes courage daily, because there are no guarantees, there are no certainties, and there are definitely no safety nets. When you choose to pivot and you step into the unknown, that's where transformation really happens. That's where I discovered that I had strengths that I didn't even know existed inside of me. And that's really where I became the person that I know that I was meant to be, the person that God created me to be. So along this 2-year journey of learning and transformation, I'm going to continue to climb. This climb has taken me to places that I never, ever imagined I would be. I would just sit in certain rooms, or I would sit on my computer and I would think and say, I want to do that. I could do that. And never even thought that I actually could. 2 weeks ago, I stood on a TEDx stage and I gave my first TEDx talk, to where I shared my idea about reimagining education in a digital age. Had no idea that I was ever going to do that. I'm writing my book, Alpha Intuition, Don't Stop, Keep Climbing. It's a suitable name for it because of where I am right now in my life, where I can continue to share those powerful lessons with people all around the world. So this alignment that I have, the alignment didn't really happen overnight. The alignment happens with the daily practice. So just like, I talked about my son being 18 years old. He's in college now, but I remember his first day of kindergarten. He went to school and he came home, and he woke me up from my sleep after he got home. And he said to me, Mommy, I completed kindergarten. I'm ready for first grade. So I laughed and I told him, well, it's going to take a little bit longer than one day. but I remember him starting his first day of college this past fall. And just to think about the process, all those years, it seemed like it was just yesterday. So it doesn't happen overnight. When you grow, growth happens. It is a process. So what I had to do, I had to learn to listen to my alpha intuition. I had to create a supportive environment, had to eliminate the things that no longer serve me, and had to organize my priorities around the things that truly mattered, like spending time with my children, like pouring into myself, like making sure that my health is maintained so that I could be here for them and so I could see them and their children. And so I can build my own table with people who collaborate and not compete. Now, as I look back on my journey from an electrician to an executive to an entrepreneur, the one thing that I have realized is that the climb never really ends, because every summit reveals a new peak, every peak reveals another achievement, and every new achievement opens a new door of endless possibilities. And so as you continue to climb on your journey and you're faced with different oppositions, just remember that on the other side of adversity is always opportunity. And you don't have to have it all figured out. All you have to do is make sure you make that choice not to panic, to pivot. And you need to take that first step, because the journey to the top of any mountain begins with one single step. So don't stop, keep climbing. And along the way, remember, you keep that energy. So I want to thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to share my story with you. But the journey doesn't have to stop here. So let's please stay connected. If you would, please follow me on Instagram, where my name is Keisha_the_electrician. Or you can go to my website at KeishaLBlair.com, or you can listen in to the Alpha Intuition podcast as I continue to help people to share their stories and help to transform people. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Keisha, thank you. Thank you so much. What an amazing story.
Thank you. I appreciate the time.
So many of the things that you said I could relate to: the climbing the corporate ladder and working your ass off, like giving just everything you have to this career, and then all of a sudden being told, yeah, you're not needed anymore for whatever reason.
Exactly.
It's such a wake-up call. I just saw a book yesterday. Somebody was advertising about, it said good girls get fired or something like that.
I've read that book before. I know which one you're speaking. It's probably around here. I got hundreds of books around.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I laughed and I was like,
girls don't get the corner office.
No, this was about getting fired, but
Okay.
but yeah, I kind of laughed about that, because I can't, I was a consultant for 20 years, and knowing that, not knowing if my contract was going to get renewed, or what was happening, and leading huge teams in big companies, lots of lots of big numbers, and again, answering emails at 2 a.m, and all of the things, doing it right, and still there's no guarantee, right?
Absolutely.
So one of the things we were chatting in the live stream, um, people were cheering you on, like, let's go TEDx stage, yeah, the elimination phase, makes me feel better. I don't have it all figured out. I feel like the CEO of my own life. Oh, somebody said, "Oh Lord, not Coca-Cola and fried food."
Together with chocolate, right?
Yeah. But I did the same thing. I just stressed myself out till I was sick, and so. Oh, I appreciated your story, and I love all of your phases that you've been through, and reinventing yourself and never stopping, and just becoming this amazing woman that you are. So thank you for being here with us today. We so appreciate you, and we're so happy that you joined us.
Well, thank you so much. And I look forward to continuing on this journey. And I look forward to watching all the other wonderful speakers that are going to be coming up. And I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to go first. I don't have to worry about that anxiety that I get from all those nerves. So I appreciate you, Lisa. Thank you so much.
No, it was great to have you kick off this the conference today. So thank you, Keisha. We will be back at the top of the hour with Jennifer Hess Williamson. So stay tuned. Thank you. Hi, everyone. We are back, and we are so pleased to welcome Jennifer Hess Williamson. Jennifer is the COO of BMC and the co-founder of GIST, or Get Your Shit Together organization. She has an amazing story, and we are so honored to have her here. So please welcome Jennifer.
It's the summer of 2009, and I am killing it at this trad wife thing. I'm a few weeks pregnant with my 6th child in 8 years. This baby will be born at home too. I make my own baby food. I use cloth diapers. I homeschool. When I get really upset, my F word of choice is fruitcake. I'm embarrassed to admit that that's true, and you probably should judge me. The story that I have told myself since I was a little girl, it's come true. I have crafted the life that I have always wanted. I'm happy. I am where I want to be. Life is perfect. This morning, it's a warm summer day, and the older kids, they're outside getting their daily dose of vitamin D, probably improving their immune systems by playing in the dirt, I'm sure. I'm inside baking bread, of course. Well, there's a knock on the door. I open it. There's a woman standing there I've never met. And she starts telling me things. Terrible things, jolting things about the man that I love, the man I trust, the man I share this home with. And as she's standing there on my front porch, she's yelling, she's accusing, she's shaking, and she's even apologizing to me. And I'm trying to comprehend. I'm processing, I'm shaking, and I just react with these 3 words. I believe you. You see, for the last 10 years, I had been doing everything I could not to believe. The warning signs were there. They were yelling at me, but I couldn't hear them. I wouldn't hear them. The red flags, they were waving at me, but I couldn't see them. And the few people that I allowed into my life, they tried to tell me, but I had excuses, and my excuses were valid. My excuses, they made sense. These were the things that I had been telling myself for the years prior. Of course, there are problems. Everyone has problems. He really is changing this time. And his childhood, it was so bad. And let's be honest, it's really my fault anyway. I mean, I always know exactly what to say to stir the pot. And I push the buttons and wake the dragon. And I'm trying so hard to be better and to be beautiful and to be perfect. If there's a problem, it's mine to fix. And I'm going to fix it this time. So I can't possibly really believe that there could be something deeper. I won't believe it. If I do believe it, what does that mean? What does that say about me and my judgment? What does this mean for my future in this perfect life that I've created? It's easier to just hope and for me to change and smile and pretend. That's easier than to believe. But as this moment, when I stand on my front porch, I'm trying to find solid ground again. And I say, I believe you. And something inside of me shifts. It's not just that the ground is shifting underneath of me, something small inside of me, it wakes up. Words are powerful and words are revealing. And these words, they're truth. Maybe the first truth that I've spoken out loud in more than a decade. I choose to believe her, and it released me to believe myself. Not just the self that had covered and lied and protected and tried so hard to be beautiful to balance out the ugly, but the other me, the one that knew deep down inside that there was something dynamically wrong. The me that knew that good people aren't cruel and normal doesn't take pleasure in hurting, and that it was never, ever really my fault. And so, with those words, I believe me too. My question to you is, what do you need to believe? What red flags are waving at you? What warnings are you ignoring? What truth is shaking you? What thing is your inner self desperately trying to say to you? Or what beautiful truth do you need to hear? What green flags do you need to trust? Where do you need to open up and believe in the good? Who do you need to say, I believe you to? Someone who's proven themselves to be trustworthy and someone who only wants the best for you? Yourself? God? It's now 2010, and I have hung in there for another year. The newspapers finally stopped writing articles, and the TV crews, they have not shown up in my front yard in a few months now. I don't even rush to the mailbox to intercept the hate mail any longer. Life isn't exactly peaceful, but it's quiet. I mean, at least as quiet as it can be with a baby and 2 toddlers and 3 littles. I haven't completely ignored my inner voice this last year. I mean, everyone knows what's happened by now. There's no hiding any longer. He was exposed and he apologized and he hung his head in contrition and he accepted the punishment. And I chose to stand by his side. So do I really need to keep harping on this? Forgiveness, long suffering. I know how to do those. That's what I'm doing. And so I do still hear her, but I'm choosing this time to keep my mouth shut and allow him the space to change. And this time it's really going to be different. I mean, he has been so open about his anger. He even took an online anger management class. I know the next 3 months are going to be really hard while he's in jail. He always reminds me that I'll never be able to survive on my own. And so I fully expect that these 3 months, they're going to be stressful and overwhelming and exhausting and probably scary. But to be honest, I'm kind of looking forward to just a little space to think after all that chaos. He goes to jail. A few days pass, and instead of feeling despair, I feel kind of relief. Like I can take a deep breath for the first time in years. A few weeks go by and I am surviving. I'm surprisingly okay. I actually feel a little empowered. And when 3 months pass and it's time to go back to normal, I find myself a little sad and more than a little confused. This isn't the story I've been told. I'm not supposed to be okay on my own. I mean, I am a wife and I'm a wife first, My purpose is to stand behind and support. I don't belong in the front. I should have floundered and sputtered and felt like I was drowning. I should have barely held it together. I should have been desperate for him to come home and take back up the mantle. I mean, I know I'm strong and I'm strong-willed, but come on. I was effectively a single mother to 6 children for 3 whole months. It should have been torture. And instead, it was a respite. And I wonder, what story have you told yourself about who you are, about what your purpose is, about where your boundaries are? What would it feel like to take a step outside that line that you or someone has drawn for you? Would you be overwhelmed? Or would you be empowered? Would you diminish in a larger space? Or would you grow to fill it? Would you find something surprising and lovely on the other side of the story? Sometimes the person or the role that we think defines us, it's actually the very thing that's holding us back. We can cling so tightly to this identity or a label or a dream or our story that we become unable to imagine ourselves any other way. We can't imagine any other truth for ourselves. Now it's the winter of 2011. Still here. And I'm making a list. No, I like lists. Lists are awesome, right? They keep you on task. They help you stay organized. They clarify priorities. They take chaos and they make it into action. And let's be honest, like checking a list is amazing. But this list is different. This isn't a shopping list of things to buy. On this piece of paper, on one side, I write reasons to stay. And on the other side, I write the reasons to go. It would not be good if anyone else ever found this list. So I fold it up really small and I tuck it into a notebook that I keep underneath another book, and it goes in the back of my nightstand. And when the little voice starts reminding me of the truth, I pull that out and I make that list again. I've done this so many times over so many years. Obviously, the reasons to stay have always won. I can't trust much in my life any longer, but I do trust the math. It's a numbers game. If there are more reasons to stay, you stay. So on this day, I finish my list and I start counting. The reasons to stay, they have gotten fewer and fewer over the years. It's not just what happened almost 2.5 years ago. It's all the lies and the manipulation and the gaslighting that happened in the years before. It's the years of infidelity. It's the glimpses of cruelty, like real cruelty. And probably more importantly, it's that need to rehash and reminisce and even seem to delight in recounting the cruelty. It's the lingering suspicion that the stories that bubbled to the surface when it all went public, the stories that came through the mail anonymously, the stories that were whispered in private and then blared out loud online, those stories, they might really be true. It's the fear that I see in my children's eyes, the way I see how they shift their true selves so that they never, ever upset and they never, ever disappoint. And it's the way I feel myself diminishing. The push and pull cycles of affection and rejection, they have created so many layers of confusion and dependency that I'm not even sure where I end and where he begins. My feet, they hurt from walking on eggshells for so long. My soul is worn thin. And so I count the reasons to go, and I count the reasons to stay. The reasons to stay win again. And I'm going to trust the numbers. But before I fold up that list and tuck it away for another day, I decided to go back and read them. And I noticed something on my reasons to stay. I have to stay because I can't do this on my own. I have no idea where I'm going to get a job if I leave. I'm afraid of what might happen. Oh, it might be too hard. What if the worst happens? What if he goes batshit crazy? And then I have this visceral reaction while I'm reading. I'm reading these reasons to stay, and every single reason to stay, it's actually a reason not to go. They're all fear-based. I can't, he might, this might happen, I'm afraid, what if? Those aren't reasons to stay. There are no reasons to stay. There is no love. There is only fear. It was shocking. It was freeing. It was sensational, and I never wrote that list again. And my friends, I want to ask you, where are you mistaking fear for love? Where are you avoiding a hard decision? Where are you letting the what ifs or the I can'ts or the it might make your decision? Where are you letting doubt speak louder than truth? What reasons do you have that are genuine? And what is just fear disguised? You know, you can still have your lists and you can still have your numbers. You can still trust the math. But just stop counting the reasons and start counting the cost. It's a few months later, and I am standing on the edge of a cliff. I've known for a while now that it's time to jump, but it's hard. It's so hard. It has been 13 years, and I have a 10-year-old and an 8-year-old and a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old and a 3-year-old and an almost 2-year-old. Everything I know about how to live, it's mixed up with him, and untangling things, it just feels completely overwhelming. I don't know what's at the bottom of this cliff. I don't know how deep the chasm is or for how long I'm going to fall. I have no idea what's on the other side. I just know that the darkness behind me, it's unbearable. And I can't even turn around, much less go back into that. So I stand on the edge of this cliff, knowing that with the first step off, the first step out, I will fall. I will fall into loneliness and uncertainty and probably poverty. I will fall into disruption and chaos and definitely judgment. I will fall into less than what I had hoped for, to the end of a dream. But I can't stay any longer. Remember, there are no reasons to stay. So one morning in early 2012, I step off the cliff into the unknown. And I didn't fall. I rose. I flew. I soared. It was exhilarating and liberating and astonishing. I was free. Everything good was on the other side of that fear. Everything beautiful was in front of me. The dream didn't die when I stepped off the cliff. It had just started. You see, what I discovered was that I was carrying a burden that was never mine to carry. I was holding the emotional and the mental and the spiritual health of another adult, and it was heavy. I felt responsible for every single decision that was not mine to make. I felt guilty for every wrong choice and bad decision and poor result. I was just dragging this weight around year after year after year, and it was so heavy. So when I dropped it, when I dropped the thing that was clinging to me with such power and weight and heaviness, and when I intentionally took that burden off and I said, no, you are not mine to carry any longer, I could not help but rise. I was released and light and buoyant in a way that I could never be carrying another adult. I flew that day. I have not stopped flying for one moment since. What are you carrying that is not yours to carry? Where have you confused support with rescue? Where have you sacrificed your peace because you have absorbed another adult's mess? Where have you confused their problems with your mission? What do you need to drop so you can fly? Since 2012, I have flown, and it has been gloriously beautiful. But it has not been easy. All those what ifs, they happened. It got ugly. Very, very ugly for many years. My tires were slashed over and over and over again. I was stalked and harassed and threatened for years. I received hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of vile, disgusting, and cruel texts every day for years. I got a protective order, and then another one, and then another one, and then another one, and then another one. He went to jail again, and then again. Eventually, we fled the state and we moved into a state protection program. I would spend at least one day every single month doing a deep dive to make sure that there was absolutely nothing that would reveal where we lived online. My children took a special bus to school. We had our mail delivered to an anonymous mailbox in the state capitol, and it was sent to us. We bought our house in a trust. Everything was in a protected address. And I had no online presence at all except for a LinkedIn account that I never updated and an Instagram that was anonymous just so I could keep an eye on the now teenagers. Eventually, he found us. And the cycle continued. But even in those darkest times, when I really didn't know what was going to happen and the fear felt bigger than me, and I still had no real idea of what it would all look like, I discovered what real peace was. You see, I had always thought that peace meant the absence of conflict, that peace meant calm, that it meant quiet blue skies. But peace, it's not an emotion. It's not a feeling. It's not a circumstance. Peace is a choice that only I can make for myself. Peace is the decision to stop and breathe in the middle of the chaos. And it's not just what life has given to you, it's what you claim. And so my final question to you is there a part of your life where you've been waiting for calm instead of letting yourself be peaceful? What would it mean to choose peace, even in the middle of conflict and all the noise? Today, we are safe and thriving and joyful, and I'm still flying. And the perfect family that I thought that I had to give up all those years ago, it's bigger, it's better, and it's more beautiful and perfect than I ever thought was even possible back then. My pain is redeemed, and the years that the locusts have eaten, they've been restored. I learned to listen to what was actually being said around me and what was being said inside of me, and believe what was truth and not just what I was feeling. I learned that the stories that we tell ourselves and the stories that are told over us, they're not always true. And some stories can end, and sometimes the best stories are the ones that are rewritten. I learned that fear is never a real reason, that all my decisions should be made from love. I learned that everything good is on the other side of the fear, and that another adult's mental and spiritual health, it's never mine to carry. I learned that peace is not the absence of chaos. It's the ability to stand still in the middle of it. But mostly, I learned that there are times in our life when we know what must to happen. We absolutely know that something must happen, that there must be a change, a decision, a breaking, an ending, a starting of something. We feel it, we know it must happen, but we are paralyzed by the what ifs, the I'm afraid, the this might happen, the what ifs. Never, ever let your might be stronger than your must. Don't let the fear of what might happen keep you from doing what must happen. It might happen. It might. It did. It happened to me. It happened. It's still the best choice that I ever made in my life. There is nothing greater than stepping into what might happen. So again, I say, don't let the fear of what might happen keep you from doing what you know must happen. I'm Jennifer Hess Williamson. I'm not a survivor. I'm a thriver. Thank you so much for letting me share my story.
Jennifer, thank you so much for sharing your story. So powerful. I only had 2 kids when I had to figure out how to get on my feet and get out of there. I can't imagine 6 kids and doing what you did, but kudos to you. And we never know how strong we are until we need to be that strong. So
that is true.
Thank you so much for sharing. Let me tell you, we've got some amazing comments here. We've got red flags all over the place, a sea of them. I need to give my inner voice a mic. When you live in fear for so long, it's a dangerous place to be. Just take that first step. And also about protective orders and how, perpetrators know there are no consequences for breaking those protective orders. So myself and several partners we have with SheisMe are working on legislation. And I don't know if you know this, but this is a precedent, but in Australia and New South Wales, they just passed a law for mandatory jail time for a break in a protective order. Wow. So there are steps being taken. It's catching on. I know we have a long way to go, but I feel for you because I know I've been there, and so many of the women who are here, and this is why we do this, so that we can share. You're not alone. You're not alone. Some of us have been through this, and I can't imagine somebody showing up at my door telling me something like that. Although in my story, I did get a letter from an employee telling me some things that I didn't know about, and that was shocking. Um, and after uh, you get past the initial shock, right?
Yeah.
And you're in shock, and you're in freeze mode for a little while before you can sort of think about what's next and what to do and where to go. So I commend you, because it had to have taken all the strength that you had at the time to get past it. But the good news is there's always a future that is better than
Yeah.
where you are right now. And where you are right now is temporary. And the women in this conference and the women who've been through it before, if you're listening, please reach out to SheisMe. We can connect you with women who are willing to guide you and help you and talk to you. Like there's help out there. So I just wanted to say that. Is there anything else that you would like our listeners to know about you?
So I am just starting to share my story. This is something that my husband, I am married. I've been married for almost 10 years now. And he and I kind of made this decision that this is something that I would like to share, that I believe it brings value, right? I had a couple of women who just walked and advocated and carried at times me through those tough, really early first few years. And I would not be where I am without them. And so I want to make sure that I turn my pain into purpose and that I turn my wins into wisdom. And so I'm just beginning to do this. So I will have a website launched in January, and have some additional speaking opportunities. But really, that's what the intent is, to be able to share, is just to bring hope, to bring light, to bring some practical good next steps, because that's important to know and to understand. I know that SheisMe also has those, good practical steps. But one thing I always say is emotional vomit is just like other vomit. It's better out than in. And so when you've got somebody, when you've got somebody that you can trust, that has walked through this before, that you can, emotionally vomit on, or just who can understand that and walk through that with you. It's dynamically important. It's helpful. And so, yeah, I think this is a beautiful platform. We are in this together, and yeah, everything beautiful is on the other side of the fear.
Yes, absolutely. And I couldn't agree more. And one of the things that is a charge for us is really that mentorship, and that being there and holding space for you, and knowing that you have somewhere to go, you have support, and you have um, you can call for help. We're here. That's what SheisMe is all about. um, and it doesn't matter if it's domestic violence. It doesn't matter if it's grief. It doesn't matter uh, what that situation is. If you need someone, we're here for you. We have a global network of women who have all come together to support one another and to support those in need. So I just want to put that out there, that if you have something that you just need someone, contact us and we will make it happen. So, Jennifer, thank you for being so brave and for sharing your story with us. We appreciate you, and we just are so happy that you were able to join us.
Absolutely. Thank you. It was wonderful to be here. I appreciate the opportunity, and God bless you.
Thank you. We'll be back at 9 o'clock, and we are going to welcome Chessie Esu. And Chessie has an amazing story as well. We all have amazing stories. That's what this platform is all about. So Chessie will be here at 9 a.m. I also wanted to give a little plug to the SheisMe at Sea cruise. It's happening May 2nd through 6th. please visit SheisMeAtSea.com and find out about our leadership cruise. We have 30 women. We're going to be hands-on, face-to-face, doing amazing things. We also have an annual awards gala, and our awards nominations are open until the end of January. So if you know a phenomenal woman that needs recognition, please go to She's Me at Sea. You'll see the awards page. Go check out what awards we have for recognizing phenomenal women who may be doing some amazing work and they aren't just getting the recognition that they deserve. We want to recognize them. We want to lift them up. We want to raise their voice. So go there, SheisMeAtSea/awards, or you can just go to SheisMeAtSea.com, check out the awards page. We have 10 awards that we're giving out every year. And this year, the awards gala is going to be on the ship. And the theme is crowns and gowns. So we're going to be dressed up. We're going to wear crowns. It's going to be phenomenal. I can't even, there's so much going on the ship. We've got speakers, we've got workshops, we've got panels, we've got a book signing event with authors. So you can actually meet the author, sign the book, and all of us are going to be on the ship together, and we're all going to be eating meals together. And there's an excursion as well on the last evening. We'll be in Victoria, British Columbia, and it's just going to be one of these just amazing events that is not to be missed. Leadership, the women who are changing the world right now are all joining us. So I want to invite you to that. We will be back at 9 o'clock, and we'll welcome Chessie. So we'll see you. Hi, everyone. We are back, and we are so pleased to be joined by Chessie Esu. She is the founder of Multicultural Family Hub, and she's going to talk to us about compost and courage and owning her flower farm and all of the things that she's doing. It's an amazing story. So enjoy. Thanks, Chessie.
So in early 2021, I got bit by the flower bug. Many of you might have experienced this as well. I became obsessed with flowers. I ordered 100 different varieties and was going to trial them all. I was going to stay home and tend to this newfound beauty that was absolutely filling my soul. These are some of my first arrangements, and I was so sparked and delighted by the joy that they brought. And then in August of 2021 was the Dixie Fire. It is one of the largest fires in California history, and it burned over 1 million acres. It burned my hometown of Greenville, California to the ground. We lost all of our childhood memories, my childhood memories, my kids' school, and it changed our community forever. We were evacuated for over 40 days in 4 different locations. I am talking traveling around with dairy goats and kids and a lot of sadness. And it was such a heavy, heavy summer. We were lucky in that we didn't lose our home. And the whole time we were evacuated, and I know this sounds so silly, but the whole time we were evacuated, I could not stop thinking about my flowers. The flowers that I was trialing, I was so worried about them. I was like, are they still going to be there when we get home? When we finally returned after many, many days, I was astonished to find that my flowers were still alive. Not only were they alive, they were flourishing. So one of my neighbors who didn't evacuate because they were cattle ranchers and had to stay and tend to the cattle, She told me I couldn't let your flowers die. She had spent the whole evacuation time. There was no electricity. So she was hand filling up drums of water and hand watering my flowers, because in that moment of intensity, there was something about the flowers, something about the beauty that she couldn't let die. I was so moved by this, and it made me realize that, yes, there was something about the flowers. That also was the moment that I knew that I had to stop hiding and being afraid of failure. And the day came when the risk to remain in a tight bud was more painful than the risk that it took to blossom. This quote perfectly encapsulated my experience post-fire. My whole life, I had been so afraid of failure. And when I learned about my flowers being saved and felt the power of beauty, I knew that I had to do something. The mural shown in this slide is called Beautifully Broken, and an artist painted it on the rubble in Greenville, California, and it stood until it was cleared away. And it was another confirmation to me that beauty is powerful and healing. In my current work with my partner, Andre, at Multicultural Family Hub, we help families find connection, create community, and most assuredly, embrace complexity. I know from deep firsthand experience that often women are buried under the cultural expectations of motherhood, that we are asked to sacrifice ourselves for our families. We are told to lose ourselves and do it all for the kids. In losing ourselves, we lose our creative power as women. We model for our daughters that motherhood looks simultaneously like exhaustion, depletion, and perfection. We model losing ourselves and our creativity. I believe that when women tap into their own creativity, and as we cultivate self-compassion, we will have the power to heal toxic systems from the inside out. This is a good one. I was given the story from my culture that to be a good woman, I should never have any needs, that I should be perfect, that I should always get an A+, and I should never fail. Does this sound familiar to anyone else? That I should sacrifice and smile and not need any help ever. That I should have it all together and give, all with a smile. We are given a story by our family culture, by our community culture, and by our religious cultures about how it is to be a woman and a mother. So there is a current American overculture of motherhood that is a system that idealizes productivity, perfection, and self-sacrifice. It tells women that to be a good mother, we need to give endlessly of our time, energy, and identity, almost always at the expense of our own well-being. This narrative is shaped by capitalism, individualism, and white supremacy culture, which prize control, comparison, and achievement over connection, rest, and communal care. In this system, motherhood becomes a performance to be optimized rather than a relationship to be lived. Mothers are expected to do it all and look amazing doing it. Maybe not in that photo, but most of the time, right? We're supposed to look amazing doing all the hard things. We're supposed to raise emotionally intelligent children while somehow also ignoring our own emotional needs and find fulfillment in exhaustion and depletion rather than in rest and creativity. This American overculture, it isolates mothers from one another and cuts us off from our own creativity. You know the feeling of being exhausted and not having enough space or energy to tap into our own creativity. We are just hanging on, and we don't have the energy to create the very change that we need. I want you to take a moment and just reflect on what are some of the stories about what it means to be a good woman or a good mother that were given to you by your culture. In this photo, I have 3 kids under 3, including twins, which you can see in like the back to front situation. Even with support from my family, I was drowning in my own unchecked stories of motherhood. I want to say that again, in my own unchecked stories of what it means to be a good mom. Those stories playing out left me feeling raw, depleted, and quite frankly, angry. This is a picture that I drew when I was 7. Bless my mother for keeping it. I realized that in this state of frustration that I was feeling with those kids on my back, that this was not how I wanted to live, and especially not what I wanted to model for my daughter. I started asking myself the question, and it sounds simple, but to a lot of women, we understand it is super profound. What do I need? I realized I didn't even have the muscle to recognize what I needed because I had been trained as a little girl to do what other people wanted. I wanted to achieve, to get the A, to make other people feel comfortable, other people feel happy, but I didn't know how to tap into what I needed. So I traveled backwards, and one of the things that came up for me was flowers. When I was little, I was obsessed with my mom's garden catalogs and would always circle the red roses. And this was in the 80s, so it was a moment where the Mr. Lincoln red rose and baby's breath were all the rage. So don't judge for the red roses. But I was obsessed with flowers. And like I said, this is a painting that I did when I was 7. It was always bright and flowers. And so when I traveled back to flowers, I traveled back to myself and started to answer a little bit of that question of, what might I need? In traveling back to flowers, after the Dixie Fire and seeing the power that beauty could bring, my fear of failure was finally burned away. I applied for a scholarship at Florette's Flower Farming School and was one of 17 out of 6,500 people chosen to get a scholarship to our flower farming school. And that was exactly where I needed to be. I started growing thousands of seedlings in our home, exactly where I was, under bright lights in the middle of winter, surrounded by kids with a messy bun. And I will be forever grateful to Erin Benzenkine and her team at Florette for the gift of her flower farming school and learning not only how to build a flower farm, but also how to build my own self-trust and value. Over the next 3 years, I would learn an incredible amount about myself, entrepreneurship, creativity, and value. Even though the fire burned away my initial fear, we've all got a lot of thoughts. And one of my fears that I still had was, what will people think? Is creating a flower farm and doing something beautiful, is this trivial in the face of so much loss? Would pursuing the flowers be too selfish? After a devastating fire, are flowers what people need? This is my head chatter. I know you guys have head chatter like this, right? This is what was going through my mind. For the first time in a long time, even though I had all that intense head chatter, I trusted that deep internal tug and kept laying down all the what ifs and moved forward. And guess what? None of it was true. So the first year of our flower farm, we we offered sponsored bouquet subscriptions. So people could buy a bouquet subscription for someone who had lost their home, and we would deliver those bouquets weekly over the course of the summer. This was a really cool way for people who wanted to do something to not only support people who had lost their homes, but support something beautiful and a new small business. So the truth was, the healing that happened was two ways. When my kids delivered those first 2 bouquets, there were so many tears and so much appreciation. One of the stories that came forward from someone that had lost their home and received bouquets that year was the beauty on her table from those bouquets were what kept her going. She had lost her home, her business, was later in life, and just was like, I do not have the energy to keep going and keep doing this. I am exhausted. How do I rebuild? And then she would look at her flowers. This is from her story. And that would give her the encouragement that she needed to keep going. So the beauty mattered, and it was impacting other people's lives as well as my own. I had only ever experienced helping as a linear one-way pour, where I would do something for someone else and pour my energy out and just be depleted and not feel something in return. But in creating this flower farm, I was being filled up as well. I was learning to tell people what was valuable. I was learning to share myself, put it out there, my own creativity. And I learned when we share our creativity with the world, we set this cycle in motion, and its energy nourishes others and then comes full circle to replenish us. And as we start to share our creativity with the world, in my case, it was a flower farm. And one of the best pieces of advice that I got was, you will kill so many plants. I got this from a fellow flower farmer, and it is so true. And this is one of the phrases that I use in my journey of creativity all the time. So here's what this means. Creating something and bringing it into the world is messy, and there is going to be failure and trial and error. That thing that I was so afraid of, failure, that is part of the process. The journey of creating a flower farm is not just frolicking in the flower fields. Being a farmer is hard. You do not control the weather. You do not control the pests. I don't control how hot it is. If it's super hot, you have to run out there and harvest all the flowers at the same time. Every single flower has a different time that it likes to be harvested at. So you have to pay super close attention. If it's really cold, you have to cover them, right? There's all these little details. And in the process, you're not gonna hit it every time. Doing it takes reps, and you are going to kill so many plants in the process of creating something beautiful. So my first year, I was so excited. One of the first bouquets that we offered had tulips, these gorgeous double tulips. So in that first photo are tulip bulbs. You line them all up like in egg crates. It's called an egg crate style, where they're all really close together. So I did the thing, and we have really bad gophers. If you don't know, gophers are these little rodents, and they love tulips, specifically tulip bulbs. And so I was like, I'm going to protect these tulip bulbs from the gophers. So from below the bed, I put gopher wire. I covered the top with frost cloth. They were all tucked in. I was so proud of myself and my little tulips. There was over 1,000 of them this first year, which felt like a ton. So I had them all tucked in. And then come spring, they start to come up, and 1/3 of them are missing. You guys, the gophers got in between the gopher wire, and they ate all of them. Like, not all of them, but they ate 1/3 of them, which was massive. And I was so sad, but I remembered, this is part of it. You will kill so many plants. Guess what? Doesn't stop in year 1, year 2. all these gorgeous, fluffy ranunculus corms. They look like little tiny octopuses. I planted them all, tucked them all in. This time, another little rodent, voles. It ate every single last one of them. Thousands of dollars gone. Part of the creative journey. Year 3 is I plant all these tulip bulbs in crates. I'm like, no, I got them this time, you guys. I got them. I plant them in crates underneath the soil. I'm like, there is no way anything is getting to these tulip bulbs. We came back from a vacation. I checked them in the middle of winter and they are gone, legit and gone, all the bulbs. Picture 3, apparently gophers can chew through 1/2-inch plastic. And you know what? This is all part of it. You will kill so many plants in this journey to something beautiful. And guess what? It doesn't mean anything about you. This is part of the process. Part of the process in creativity is the failure. And in farming, like I said, we don't control anything. This is a picture of me in May with snow over all of my flowers. In that moment, I could have started criticizing myself and said, you shouldn't have planted all their flowers. Now they're going to die. You should have covered everything, right? No. Part of our greatest critic and the greatest block to bringing our beautiful creativity in the world is ourself. So you need to remember, you're going to kill so many plants and it doesn't mean anything about you. This is part of the process of bringing your creative thing into the world. And when you bring your creative thing into the world and it doesn't mean anything about you, that is self-compassion. You not beating yourself up about it snowing, about gophers eating your tulip bulbs. That is the self-compassion that I'm talking about, that becomes this beautiful loop that's going to help fill you up and pour out. So I also believe that choosing creativity will unravel toxic systems. The longer that I worked with flowers, the more true this became to me. There is a way in which we create and foster beauty that nourishes the entire system. In a toxic system, we take, we deplete, we harm people, we harm the environment. In a creative system, we are collaborative and we are replenished. Let me give you an example from soil science. So soil science is my background and I'm kind of a big nerd. So in soil science, the way that I learned it, right, is there are all these different separate individual things that make up the soil. There are nutrients, right? There is nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium. There are micronutrients. There's boron, zinc, magnesium, right? There's all these little tiny parts that make up the soil. And soil science looks at them individually. So we test the soil and we're like, oh, we're low in nitrogen, so let's add that. But you guys, in the more recent history, we are starting to look at soil science from the soil food web. And this is the really cool part. So we are not looking at soil science as all these individual things to add, but as a whole system. And so the soil food web teaches us that everything that a flower needs to grow is already in the soil. It just needs the network and the community to access it. So we need to foster the life in the soil so that flowers can get what they need. We need to foster the microbes and the fungus and all the connections so that the flower can get what it needs to grow. It takes a network of symbiotic relationships to get the flowers what they need. In this way of thinking, we consider how to foster life for a whole system rather than just one part. In toxic systems, we solve problems by looking at the parts, right, and not the whole. We go after short-term growth and we solve problems by looking at the parts and not the whole. We go after short-term growth when we're constantly adding single nutrients, which over time can actually overaccumulate and cause more problems. In the long term, if we are disconnected from the source, mining a finite source versus tapping into the richness of a network where there is enough for everyone, and it is our connections that lead to abundance. The beauty of natural systems is the connections. Flowers opened my eyes to the power of healthy soil as a living network, where giving and receiving are a part of the fabric of life. As women, we are socialized to give, to pour out in a linear fashion, sacrifice it all for our children, our partners, our parents, to smile while doing it and keeping them all happy. Don't rock the boat. But guess what, you guys? Flowers cannot bloom if we sacrifice nutrients. The plants might grow, but they won't bloom. And you know what happens if they can't bloom? They can't make seeds. There are enough resources if we choose to cultivate the whole system and nourish one another. We need to be brave enough to tap into our creativity and say, is there another way? One that will fill us up so we can bloom brilliantly, so we can create the seeds of change. In a system that strips our energy and takes it all away and takes all of our caregiving tasks for granted, we need to create a new system that fills everyone up, women, the ones we love, and our planet, in a system that supports the network. And guess what? Women are really, really good at this. I love this incredible study from 2024 from the Journal of Applied Psychology, which highlights how women have an advantage thanks to a more subtle creative thinking, one that prioritizes the community over the individual. So was quoted in this study, creativity is not simply about coming up with bold new ideas, but about developing useful ones that target the needs of an audience. And women are excellent at doing this. The creativity of women specifically prioritizes community and usefulness. So we're so good at solving these big problems that toxic systems have created because we prioritize community and usefulness. One of my favorite examples of this, because I am an avid salsa dancer, is there is a women-led leadership company that uses tango to teach leadership. When you are in a partner dance, you have a leader and a follower. So this woman decided to use that relationship to teach leadership on an executive level. When you have that embodied experience of being a leader, and realizing that your follower is not moving the way that you would like because you're not leading appropriately, that is not an experience that you will ever forget. One of the male leaders that attended this workshop said, I will never lead my team the same way because I realized that I was not giving them the appropriate instructions to move in the right direction. Women are brilliant in the way that we solve problems. We often think about creativity from more of an artistic lens, whether that's the flowers or the dance or the painting. But we also talked about prioritizing community and usefulness. So one of my favorite examples is the woman who created the circular saw. In the 1800s, Tabitha Babbitt saw men using this linear two-way pole saw that was pulling back and forth, saw that was super inefficient. She came from a community of builders, and she was inspired by her spinning wheel to be like, well, I think we could do this differently. And so she was the one who created the circular saw. She saw a problem in her community and she fixed it in a way that was way more efficient. So if you're a DIYer or in construction, we have her to thank for doing things in a way that's useful and benefiting her community. This quote, that beauty will save the world. I had this quote hanging in my goat shed for years. Now, that might not seem like a place where you would have this quote, beauty will save the world. So I had this hanging in my goat shed. I had milking goats in a time period where I had 3 little kids and rarely had a moment to myself. And if you know dairy goats, you have to milk them every single day. So every single morning, I would go out into my milk shed and have this quiet moment with my milk goat. And I had a lot of time to reflect about this quote, and it made me contemplate beauty often. And just as the flowers post-fire made me pause, I think that beauty is born out of creativity, care, and attention. And when we create something beautiful, we infuse it with our creativity and we give it our full attention and our care. This rings true for me whether we're growing flowers, milking a goat, leading a workshop on leadership and tango, or inventing practical uses for solar energy. And when I say that beauty will save the world, I mean it is us bringing our unique creativity, care, and attention that creates the healing. So what I want to leave you with, and one of my main takeaways from this flower farming journey, is that creativity is not a luxury, it's a lifeline. Creating beauty is not something frivolous and extra. It is healing, grounding, and an essential piece of what it means to be human. If women dare to follow our creative roots and move towards creating the beauty that is inside each one of us, we will rock systems, we will heal the earth, and we will become an unstoppable force for the change. So what I ask is that you summon the courage to create what is inside of you, to question your story about what it means to be good, what it means to be a good mother, what it means to be a good woman. I want you to be brave and to have self-compassion, because you will kill so many plants in your journey to creating the thing that you were meant to. And not settle for a system for you that asks you to pour out and not be filled in return. If we can summon the courage to create, we will unravel toxic systems while prioritizing ourselves, our communities, and modeling something different for our children, and specifically for our daughters. Thank you so much for joining me here today, and I hope that you summon the courage to create.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you. That was amazing. What a story.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a privilege to be able to share it. It was it was a big one, and I am so passionate about helping women step into their own creativity and letting go of that stories that we were given that might not serve us anymore or serve the systems that we want to fix.
Do you find that because I'm an artist, and for the longest time I wouldn't put my art out there because I had a fear, or raised in a environment where perfection was needed, and I was so afraid of not being perfect and that I would be judged, and so on and so forth. And so that perfection idea really stopped me for a very long time. So can you talk about that for a second?
I resonate with that so deeply. And I think specifically for women, I feel like perfection can be such a huge hang up. And for me, I think a lot of it unfortunately stemmed from like a school journey where we are taught that like you are supposed to get an A, and even the letter F, like fail, is bad. And so not only are we culturized as women to please, to do what other people want, but in our school system, we're asked to achieve and to not fail. And so I think there's language around that is just woven into the fabric of our society, and the messages specifically we're given as women. But one of the things I found really powerful, especially in an entrepreneurial journey with creating this flower farm, is having to speak value and knowing that and learning from other entrepreneurs that oh, wait, what? Just failing is part of the process, and that's the only way to do it. That was revolutionary for me. And also one of my favorite phrases is just start with C+ work. Again, going back to that school piece, you have to put it out there. It's more important to put it out there and to start than it is to put it out there perfect. So start with C+ work. And I felt like that was a phrase that when I would get stuck on something, I'd be like, nope, C+, it's good enough. It's gotta get out there. Rather than
I used to, and I had that as well in my corporate career. Just, it would take me so long to get something out because it had to be perfect.
Right.
And then I learned from a mentor, just get it out there. Just get it out there, and you can make changes later. You can correct it later. And this is what I think I said to everybody in our rehearsals was, if something happens while we're on screen, it's okay, because it's just the way life is, and there's no such thing as perfection. And it's just, and one of the things I teach in some of the art classes that I've taught over the years is you can't do it wrong, right? There's no wrong way to create. There's no wrong way. So if you paint something on a canvas and you don't like it, guess what? You can throw white paint over it and start all over again. That's so easy. And it's the same. If your flowers die, you can plant some more. Yeah, you can plant some more. It's okay. Or if a gopher eats them or whatever.
So many gophers.
And you can use that as a metaphor. Oh yeah, we have gophers and voles and moles and everything all over the place here. But you can just do it again, and it's okay.
Absolutely. And one of the things I also want to speak to is I think women do receive more criticism as well. And I also want to say that is real. And so the feeling like you need to be perfect, that is so valid. And we are criticized more often.
Mm-hmm.
And because I am all about holding two things at the same time, and we just have to start and put it out there. Right. And so even though we might be criticized more and we might be nitpicked more, if we don't put it out there, it's not going to happen.
Well, you're going to be criticized anyway.
Right. There is that too.
Right.
Or for me, so the self-criticism that's the most painful is, it is, like I said, there's that moment where it becomes so painful where you're like, oh, I have to put this out. This thing is stuck, and I wouldn't be moving from authenticity if it weren't out in the world.
Right. And something we talked about yesterday, I think, with one of the workshop people was, and I can't remember who it is now because we had so many amazing conversations, but when we have that negative self-talk and then we put something out there, and it takes us so much to put something out there, and then we get criticism, it's almost validating our negative self-talk, right? Yeah,
absolutely.
So that then sets us back a little bit, right? Like, oh no, well, am I worthy enough to put something else out there? And the answer is yes, you're worthy, whether or not no matter what anyone thinks about you, and regardless of what is, your creation is you coming to life, whatever it is. So you can't do it wrong. You can't get it wrong. What somebody else's opinion is of it is not any of your business.
I think that's where the self-compassion comes in is, you will kill so many plants. and it doesn't mean anything about me, right? That criticism, it doesn't mean anything about me, right? You put it out, you did your job, and like you said, it's none of your business what their opinion is. And to have that self-compassion, this is part of the process. The criticism is part of the process. It is good enough. It is exactly where it needs to be. And I think it is important just to practice the positive self-talk, because man, we are so good at all the other stuff. And often I will stop and take a breath and be like, wow, okay, take a minute. This doesn't mean anything about me. Here we go. And you kind of have to break the cycle to keep moving forward.
Right. And the importance of catching that negative self-talk and changing that narrative in your brain. Yesterday, one of the workshop facilitators asked a question: how many of the thoughts that you think every day repeat? So the thoughts you're thinking today, how many of them repeat tomorrow? What's the percentage?
It's crazy high.
It's 70%.
Yeah.
70%. So if whatever we can do to change that and get those percentages down, and catch yourself in saying, like, even little things like, I don't know, you drop a plate in the kitchen and it breaks and you're like, oh, I'm so stupid. You're not stupid. It just fell. I mean, honestly, what's a broken plate? Oh, well, you have more plates. It's okay. Like, you're not stupid because you dropped something. Those kinds of things, we need to catch ourselves.
I think it's interesting too in thinking about those repeating thoughts, that like if 70% of them are the same, and I want to live more into creativity, I want to have different thoughts too, right? Like, yeah. I want to replace that 70% with something new, and in terms of bringing in creativity, to catch those and be like, oh no, that's old. Like we could get rid of that one. Like let's have some new energy coming here.
Right. And creativity is the most effective way to clear any blocks you have, to change that narrative, to give yourself some new ideas. Because when you're using your creative right brain, you're actually sort of allowing all of that stuff to come in that you've been blocking with that logical left brain, right? So when you're using that, you're creating something, whether it's a flower arrangement or a painting or writing a poem or whatever it is that is your creative outlet of choice. When you are creating, you are literally plugged in, right? You are plugged in. So a lot of people tell me, I can't meditate. When we talk about meditation, I can't meditate. Well, when you're creating, you're actually meditating. You're actually in that zone. You're actually plugged in. So anything you can do, if you can't sit still for 5 minutes, which is really hard for me as well. If you can't sit still for 5 minutes, but you can paint something, or you can draw something, or you can write in your journal, or you can arrange flowers or plant or sit in the garden or something like that, you are plugged in and you are doing the same amount of meditation as you would be if you were sitting quietly, because your mind is somewhere else. Your mind is plugged into your task.
And this is what you're speaking to, like, when you're plugged in, also, like, that's where we're going to solve the problems, right? That's where we're going to have the new ideas, where we're like, oh, before we were thinking about it like this, and I'm always trying to get from linear pouring out to how do we think about it in a different way? How do we think about it in the whole picture system? Mm-hmm. When we tap into that creativity, if we don't, we can't get there.
Right.
You're saying when we're in that creative act, that's where we solve the big problems, because otherwise we're just stuck in the same loop, and we've been stuck in the same loop for a long time with similar characters. And so I think when women bring that creative power, we will have the new ideas that are like, hey, we could make it a circle rather than a line. So,
right. Absolutely. Chessie, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate
you so much, Lisa.
and your story and your journey, and thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
We will be back. I'll be back here at 10. I'm going to give you my keynote. I'm going to tell you all about what's coming up in 2026 for She Is Me. So we'll be back. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. We're back. And I just want to give you my thoughts and tell you about what's going on with She Is Me. But first, I have a little something I want to share with you, and it's called The Era of the Unapologetic Woman. So when I started She Is Me, I didn't set out to build a brand. I built a lifeline, a space for truth, because like so many women, I knew what it felt like to be silenced, to lead in rooms that didn't see me, and to survive things that should have broken me. And still, be expected to smile through it all. But what happens when women stop performing strength and start embodying it? When we stop chasing permission and start building our own tables? That question is where She Is Me began. And the answer became a movement. There was a moment in my life when everything I thought I knew about strength fell apart. After years of surviving violence, including a night that nearly ended my life, I learned that leadership isn't about being unbreakable. It's about being willing to rebuild again and again, in full view of the world. Pain became my teacher. Truth became my revolution. And from that, She Is Me was born. Not as a company, but as a collective heartbeat. Because we don't heal alone. We don't rise alone. And when we tell the truth about what we've been through, we make it possible for others to breathe again. When we launched She Is Me in 2021, we weren't trying to fit into anyone's mold. There wasn't any. We weren't asking for space in a system that was never designed for us. We chose something different. We withdrew our consent from the rooms that dimmed us. We refused the rules that required our silence. And we began to build together. Spaces where women could show up as they are. Spaces where storytelling meets strategy. Where healing and leadership coexist. Where no woman has to choose between power and softness. 600 women in 63 countries and one truth. Because when women tell the truth, the world changes shape. What we're building isn't another event or an organization. It's a new model of leadership. Leadership that doesn't compete for visibility. It creates visibility for everyone. Leadership that doesn't ask, who will invite me? But declares, we will gather and the world will feel it. So I want to ask you something. Where in your life have you been performing strength instead of living it? Where have you been waiting for permission to lead, to speak, to begin again? You already know the answer because somewhere deep inside of you, there's a voice that's been whispering. It's the voice that says, no more shrinking, no more silence, no more carrying what was never yours to hold. It's the voice that says, withdraw your consent from what harms you. Stand with the women who stand with you. Build what you wish existed, because we're done with the old paradigm, the one that rewards burnout, punishes emotion, and silences the truth. We're choosing another way. We organize in circles, small, strong, and sovereign. We practice care as strategy and courage as discipline. We turn private pain into public power. We rise, we refuse, This is the era of the unapologetic woman, the one who leads through truth, heals through connection, and builds through love. This is what we mean when we say, she is me. Because every woman's story belongs to all of us. Your story heals someone else. Your truth lights the path for another woman. And your leadership doesn't begin when you're perfect. It begins when you're willing to show up as you are. So today, I'm not asking you to be louder. I'm asking you to be truer, because the world doesn't need quiet women anymore. It needs real ones. Women who know how to say, I do not comply with what diminishes me. Women who gather, protect, and create, and call that work leadership. Women who rise, who roar, who lead with fire and compassion, who understand that when one woman rises, we all rise. This is leadership reborn. Not power over others, but the courage to rise together. And if you've been waiting for a sign, this is it. Withdraw your consent from what harms you. Offer your voice where it heals. Build the future in the company of sisters. Your time is now. You are the voice. You are the movement. You are She Is Me. I want to thank you all for being here. It is amazing to know that this is our 6th year and that we have women from all over the world who are not only speaking, but are here participating in this conference and learning what She Is Me is all about. So now I would like to go over what is happening in 2026. 2025, our theme was Stronger Together. 2026, our theme is Rise and Reign. So we have got so many things going on. I can't wait to share them with you. It is just phenomenal. So if you don't know the story about She Is Me, we began in 2020, and there was a handful of women that we shared our vision to create this space. And what has started as a small gathering has is now a global sisterhood. And we're reaching women in more than 60 countries. And I could not be more proud of the community and the women who are supporting this movement and who are participating. So not only are we an organization, but we represent resilience, authenticity, and the courage to be seen and heard. And our entire reason for being is to raise women's voices around the world. We're here to empower, to connect, to transform, and to break free from what limits us and rise together. Because like I said, when one woman rises, we all do. So a fun fact, the She Is Me, and the reason why we use it as sort of one word is because it's replacing the word shame. We flipped it because shame actually loses its power when we rename it and transform it. We are not our trauma. We are the women who rose from it. So every time you say She Is Me, just remember that you're reclaiming your story, because we shouldn't feel shame about what has happened to us. Those people who have harmed us or have cheated us or lied to us or changed us and molded us in a way that wasn't us are the ones who should feel shame, not us. So we're done with shame. So She Is Me represents a replacement for shame. So who am I? I'm Lisa Jimenez. I am a mother, a wife, a dog mom, a singer, an artist, a 40-year corporate executive, and I'm also biracial. I was recently recognized in Forbes Founder as one of the 5 women who are the change we need right now. And that was the honor of my lifetime. And I started SheisMe because I couldn't find a place to tell my story. I didn't want to just blast it out on the internet because the internet can be a cruel place. And everywhere I looked to secure a speaking spot, nobody really wanted to hear about domestic violence. And that is something that I wanted to share because I wanted to transform my life. And I wanted to get that out. And I wanted to not hold it and hold those secrets anymore. And because I couldn't find a place, I created it. I invited 25, 26 women to join me. They all said yes. And SheisMe was born. So I'm just so excited to bring to you how we've evolved. We've had many events over the last few years, but we've finally created this amazing ecosystem, and there is a place for every single woman at SheisMe. So we're all about raising voices, elevating your voice, and we have our ecosystem consists of igniting your voice, which is speaking on those stages, amplifying your voice, being featured in our new magazine and news network, preserving your voice, our publishing arm, carrying your voice, our Voices Carry podcast, and then multiplying your voice is leading as a facilitator and teaching other women to use their voice, speak up and speak out. And then we have some amazing other events like our SheisMe at Sea cruise, our yearly conference, our retreats, and our monthly summits. So we're going to get into all of that so you can find out what's going on. So SheisMe Speaks, one of our newest and most amazing products. We are doing many of these over the next year. We're doing Melbourne, we're doing Boston, we are doing Austin, Texas, Seattle, and some other cities. Will update you on everything and the dates and how you can attend. But we're also looking for speakers, we're looking for vendors. So the model for SheisMe Speaks, it's a 2-day event, and we have speakers on day 1, we have workshops on day 2, but we also have vendors that support the event. So we are involving as many women as we can to make the biggest impact, and for as many women to get the visibility that we want them to have. So it's all about women supporting women. And we also have really fun things on Saturday nights, like silent disco, private dinners, and things like that. So 2 ways to get involved. Well, more than that, but you can become a SheisMe Global Facilitator through our programs, which means you would be in charge of an area and you can facilitate those programs at your schedule, on your schedule. You go through our training program. We help you the entire way. We not only give you that training and support, but we support you on the back end, your technology, your marketing, and just coaching and everything that you need to do to be successful. So we have that facilitator training, but we also have a way for you to co-create an event with us. If you're looking at just a one-off event, you can contact us. We'll help you organize and show up, help you deliver this amazing event. And if you're interested in that, just contact SheisMe Conference, and we're gonna help you do that. A lot of the information is going to be coming out about this, so please make sure you get on the mailing list. Make sure you follow us, because we've got a couple of places that you can interact with us. But SheisMe Conference is a place where you can reach out because we are in the conference. I want to make sure that everybody knows where that is. So if you've ever been called to lead, SheisMe Speaks is a really great vehicle because you can host these events worldwide. And if you are interested in networking and bringing women together and learning and empowering and inspiring, this is the perfect vehicle. So think of a TEDx event on one day. TEDx only gives you, 10 minutes or something, and we're giving you much more time to be up on stage and present. But you can also, if you are a workshop facilitator, you can speak on Saturday, and you can do a workshop on Sunday. And then we have vendors, and it's just an amazing event, amazing weekend for women. So the other thing we have going on in 2026 are monthly summits, and these are one-day virtual events. And I'm going to go through them now pretty quickly, but starting in January, our focus is women's small business. We have From Passion to Profit. That is a summit. And then we have a panel, The Entrepreneur's Journey, Scaling Smarter, Not Harder. So each one of these is the actual summit, and then underneath it, the panel. And the panel will be at the end of the day. So we'll have speakers throughout the day and then the panel to wrap up the day. So these will be posted on the website. So you'll know we're doing call for speakers now. We have an entire plan themed. Our themes for the year coincide with kind of what might be going on the calendar, but also we have coordinated not only our summits, but our anthologies, our other events, our panels. Everything revolves around a theme for that month. So March, we've got coaching. If you're a coach, if you want to be a coach. April, we've got creative life. If you're an artist, speak to other women who might want to become artists. We have, it's Women's History Month, so we're going to have a women's history event. May, we've got motherhood. We've got the AAPI women leading the charge. So we're going to bring in, because we always want everyone represented. So we're going to bring in as many women as we can around that panel and that theme. June, we've got sustainability, we've got pride, we've got Women's Veterans Day, and then we've got Caribbean Women Rising. Again, like I said, our themes are around what's happening in those months. And July, we've got women living with disease. We've got a STEM event. August, women, sex, empower. And this is a raw conversation about everything involving sex, whether it's trafficking, whether it's, menopause and sex, whether it's sexual abuse. It could be anything around sex, but these are raw, open conversations. We have divorce. We have reproductive health in September. We have Latinx Women Rising. September is Latin American Heritage Month. October, we have, prior to the next year's conference, we'll have a Domestic Violence Day. November, Illuminaries is what we call those light workers. And then we have a Native women's event, or an Indigenous women's event, First Peoples event. December, grief and renewal, something that we have a hard time with in December. So we're going to talk it out. We're going to have a panel, and all of these are taking place every month. We're doing call for speakers, so we need not only speakers for the summit, but speakers to sit on those panels. We also have something called pop-up panels, and these happen when there is something that is popular in the news, something that comes up that's sparking conversation that we need to talk about. We had a pop-up panel last year about the bear, right? Would you rather be in the woods with a bear or, with a man? This whole bear conversation. We had a pop-up panel about that. We had a pop-up panel about losing reproductive rights. And so these come to us from participants, from people out there in the world who think that something needs to be talked about. So if you have an idea that we aren't covering and you really think it needs a conversation, it needs to be talked about, contact us. We will create a pop-up panel, which means it's not on our schedule. We'll add it and we'll do all the work to get the speakers and create the panel and everything else. But it's something that we would like you all to bring to us. SheisMe magazine. This is launching. Woohoo! It's launching before the end of the month. We have covers sold through January 1st. It's a bi-monthly magazine. We also have the quote-unquote news network, which is the website, and we need contributors. So if you have ever wanted to write for a newspaper or a magazine or just be involved, this is something for women by women. And we're asking, you can submit anything you'd like. You could submit your artwork, you could submit your poetry, you could submit editorial, an opinion piece. You can submit a feature article about yourself. You can buy a cover and submit a feature so that you can, maybe you have a book coming out next year in July and you want to secure a July cover. You can do that. Not only do we have the website, but the flip book comes out twice a month as well. And the flip magazine, there's advertising that you can buy as well. You can partner or sponsor with us. There's a lot going on with SheisMe magazine. And this is the first issue. You'll see it very, very soon. And it doesn't matter where you're from, who you are. If you'd like to contribute, we would love to have you. The anthology series, we are starting to publish anthologies because we want to raise women's voices in every way possible. So not only do we want you to stand up on stage, we want you to be online, we want you to write for the magazine, we want you to tell your story. And so let's talk about the calendar for the first quarter. We have She Builds, talking about entrepreneurs, small business. If you have built a movement, a business, a community, and you want to tell your story, please join us for the She Builds anthology. She Heals, if you're wellness, recovery, healing, if you're a practitioner, we want to know your story. If you've healed from something, we want to know your story. So this is something that you can do to get your voice heard. And if you're not comfortable on screen, you're not comfortable talking out loud, telling the world in your voice, with your face, this is a perfect way to get your story told. Black women's voices, we're honoring the voices and stories of Black women for Black History Month in February. And we're really looking for strength, power, and legacy stories. So if you would like to contribute to that, the deadlines are there. She Rages. This is all about sacred rage. It's all about, what have you done with that rage? What have you done with your power and your resilience? So tell us your story. What has just made you so mad that you've taken that power and transformed it into something? And then She Creates, and that's going to come out in April. And it's all about living the artistic life. So if you are an artist, singer, poet, any creative vocation, we would love to hear your story, how you got there, your challenges, so on and so forth. And if you're joining us on the She Is Me at Sea cruise, and you're not a speaker or a workshop facilitator, but you have a book or an anthology, you can participate in the author's book signing event that happens, I think, on the third day. And we will all be there with our books, signing our books, talking to people, getting to know you. And this would be a really great way to have a book with you if you're coming on the cruise, is to participate in the anthology. The podcast. So I started the podcast quite a while ago where I was interviewing people, and I just wasn't motivated enough to make the time because I had so many other things going on. But I took a trip, and sorry, I don't know if you can hear my dog snoring in the background, but I took a trip and saw an old friend, and we were sitting with our husbands talking politics, and both of them said, you two should do a podcast. And I said, well, I've got one kind of in the works. It's not consistent, but why don't you just join me? So that's Kimberly Monday. She's joined me. We've been doing weekly podcasts. Those are all getting posted, and you'll see a bunch of those soon. But what we are looking for are people who would like to come and share their stories. So the SheisMeConference.com/podcast is where you can go and fill out the form and become a guest on our podcast. Now let's talk about our leadership programs. This is something that's new this year, and these are all facilitator certifications. Now, one of the reasons why we created this leadership program is because we want to support women in being entrepreneurs. And we figured out a way for you to become an entrepreneur, have the support that you need, have the mentorship that you need, have the back end support that you need, like the training, the marketing, the systems, the technology, all of those things, so that you can do the thing that you love to do the most, whether it's creating women's circles, planning girls' trips, retreats. We have, I think, 14 different retreats that will train you on the She Is Me Speaks events, or becoming a studio owner, which I'll get into a little bit later. But one of the things that we realized is with things like MLMs and other franchises and things that were happening out there, is that you bought into it, you took maybe a training, and then you're sort of on your own. No mentorship, no support, nothing like that. So we sat down and thought about, okay, what is it that we needed when we were becoming business owners? What is it that we needed more than anything else? And what we needed was to know, number one, what we didn't know, right? I didn't know I needed 15 different platforms and products just to make my marketing, to send out an email, to build a funnel, to manage my mailing list, so on and so forth. We didn't know how to build a website. We didn't know how to nurture our clients. There were a lot of things that we didn't know. We didn't know anything about taxes. We didn't know anything about, how to file certain things. And we didn't have anyone to go to when we got stuck. We kind of had to figure it out for ourselves. So what we've done is created these leadership programs, which puts you into entrepreneurship under the She Is Me Global brand. We train you, we support you 100%, mentoring. We're here when you need us. We're here to support you. We do your marketing, we build your systems, we build your technology. We do everything we can to help you succeed because we want you to succeed. We want you to be able to support your children and not have to put them in daycare. We want you to be able to work from home and take your kids to the doctor and not miss work. We want you to be able to have a weekend away and make some money, enough money that you don't have to work a 9-to-5 job. So all of those things we have created in our leadership programs. So we want you to succeed. You can go to SheisMe Global. You can find this, this grid. I know it's really, really small, but I put it here just to tell you, this grid tells you what the responsibilities are, what training's provided, blah, 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 based on the facilitator type. And we also have a little quiz that you can take that will tell you which one is the best for you. Okay, now let's talk about SheisMe at Sea. This is a huge event that's happening next year. It was going to happen this year in October. The problem was our ship went into dry dock and needed support or needed refurbishing and repairs and all of those things. A little bit more, it needed more than they thought it was going to need in the first place. So the ship was supposed to be out of dry dock on the 3rd. We are sailing on the 11th. All is well. And then we find out, nope, never mind. It's going to be in dry dock till the end of November. And I still don't know if that's the right date. But anyway, we had to reschedule. So now we're sailing in May 2nd through the 6th. We're sailing from Los Angeles to Vancouver. This is a leadership cruise. We have 30 women leaders who are changing the world as we speak. And these women, you're going to get to meet them face to face, sit down, have dinner, have drinks, play, dance, sing, enjoy, make new friends, make lifelong friends, and connect with these women. And something I said the other day, and it's a saying about hanging around the people that you want to be like or that you aspire to. And so this, I think, is a perfect opportunity if you're looking to become a leader, or if you're a leader and you need a support of other leaders because you kind of feel like you're out there on your own. This is the place to be, because not only will be the 30 women who are facilitating the speaking and the workshops, but there'll be approximately 200 other women who are leaders, who are going to be joining us, learning, contributing, and communing. Like, we're just going to be there in community. So one of the things we did, we created a SheisMe at Sea card deck, and that deck is going to be available on board. You can pre-order it now if you'd like, but it's going to be on board, and our VIPs will get a deck in their goodie bag. One of the other things that we're doing that is going to be absolutely phenomenal is our SheisMe Awards. We have 10 awards that we give out every year. You can go to sheismeatsea.com/awards, or you can go to there's a little awards page here. And you can see all of the awards that we are giving out, and we are looking for nominations. So if there's a woman that you know who's doing just phenomenal work out there, nominate her for an award, because if she gets picked, she gets her cruise, her travel, everything paid for, and she will join us on this ship, win her award, or be given her award at the awards gala, which will be one of the nights on the ship. The puzzle piece is a theme for the cruise, meaning that we are all part of a puzzle and we are not complete without each other. And this is a picture of the exact award. It's this beautiful glass tower with this chromed puzzle piece at the top. So this is the exact award, and we will be on Princess Cruises. So I hope you all can join us. And right now we have a deal that you can pay $100 down and pay monthly. Your final payment is due on April 1st. So you have time. And it's under $1,000 for the regular ticket, and I think it's $14.99 for the VIP ticket, which includes some special swag bag and some special cocktail VIP party and a special dinner and a few front row seating in all of the events and all of the speaking and workshops and everything that you go to. So check that out and join us, because it's going to be absolutely amazing. SheisMe is kicking off in Australia in March. So we will not only be having a SheisMe Speaks event in Melbourne, and this is where it's going to be happening. It's called the Abbotsford Convent. It's an old convent, which is now meeting space. And we've got this beautiful room and this outdoor courtyard where our vendors will be. And then we've got the Rise in Fire retreat. And I created this original artwork for this event. And it's going to be at Moama on the Murray in New South Wales. That's going to be in April. I think we have room for about 60 women. If you're interested, if you're in Australia and you're interested, that is the 24th through the 26th in Moama on the Murray, which is, I think, a national park. So we will be there, and VIPs get their own rooms, a special dinner with the facilitators, a signed artwork, and a bunch of other things. So check out SheisMeGlobal.com Australia. You'll see the link right here. This is our temporary website, because we are launching a brand new website for global. So we'll talk about that in a second. SheisMe Health. SheisMe Health launched in April. Some of you know, 2 years ago, I was so incapacitated that I had to cancel the conference because I did not have the strength, energy, or wherewithal to produce the conference. I was in so much pain, and my inflammation was so high that even my brain was inflamed. I was having trouble speaking. I couldn't speak a complete sentence. I couldn't walk up a set of stairs. And I was, on a scale of 1 to 10, lived on a daily basis at about an 8. And that was a good day. And one of the things that I will always thank my lucky stars for is meeting Dr. Christy King, because she has helped me through my healing process. Obviously, I can talk now. I'm 50 pounds lighter. I can walk up, I can run up the stairs now. And we decided, as I went through this process and we talked more and more about how women's healthcare is broken in this country, we decided to launch our own health clinic. So Dr. Christy King is a board certified physician. We're currently licensed in 14 states, but we have a couple of different programs. So it starts with a discovery call with her. We have a Hormones 101 program, which is sort of a 5-day masterclass for balancing your hormones. We have a 30-day program, a 3-month program, and a 6-month program. So check out SheisMe Health. We are talking about root cause medicine, because if you've ever had a misdiagnosis, if you've ever been gaslighted, if you've ever been not diagnosed, for me, it was 12 years of living in pain before I was actually diagnosed with anything, because everyone thought I was crazy, lying, and fat. And none of those things were true, other than, yes, I had gained weight, but it was because of the underlying conditions. So Dr. Christy King has literally saved my life. And I don't say this lightly, because I've never been a depressed person. I've never been like, oh, what if I wasn't here? But when I met her, I cried through the entire first call, because I had the realization shortly before that I didn't know how I was going to make it through the next 30 days, much less the next 30 years. I had no idea. Every day, I didn't know how much longer I was going to be able to take it. Luckily, I met her and we've created something really, really beautiful. And we are helping women in 14 states right now. But if you don't see your state there, let us know and we will try to do what we can to get her license in that state. It's not that big of a process, but these are the states we're starting with. So if you have a need and you are interested, just let us know. The new website is coming out. We're going to talk about our leadership programs. We're going to talk about our ecosystem. And I talked about that a little bit at the beginning, like the voice ignited, amplified, preserved, carried, multiplied. We're talking about amplifying voices around the globe and doing it in so many different ways. And you'll find out more and more and more about the ecosystem, what we're doing, how you can get involved. And I've talked about a lot of things in the last 40 minutes, but join the mailing list and you'll find out more about that. Partnerships, what we're doing, expanding empowerment for women globally. We have a wonderful partnership with the I Know Why She Stayed initiative. Domestic violence is not only being hit, sometimes it looks like financial abuse. And I Know Why She Stayed is working to ensure that every woman has access to the tools and support and education needed to reclaim her freedom and build an independent life. We are actually having tonight, our panel is about financial freedom, and we're going to be talking about all of this stuff that I Know Why She Stayed does, but we're working with them to build programs to get women out of financial abuse and into entrepreneurship. The Rise Women's Alliance, we are in the process of building at the moment, and this brings together support, safe spaces, healing resources, so not only to help women recover, but to help women find those resources that they need when they are in situations where they need help and they don't know where to go. This is going to be also available through the app, which will launch next year. We started building it. We thought we could launch it, and then we added a bunch of stuff, so it's going to take a little bit, but it's coming. And then finally, the SheisMe 7th Annual Conference next year, October 19th through 25th. So if you're interested in speaking, call for speakers, I think, will open April 1st, but anytime you want to apply, go to SheisMeConference.com/application. We take applications all year long. We just do a push call for speakers April through June 15th, and then we announce speakers on July 1st. So if you would like to be part of this amazing event next year, that's how you get involved. I just told you about this. And that's it. So thank you all so much. Thank you for listening. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting SheisMe. Thank you for participating in the conference and for helping all of these women feel supported and lifted, and for just supporting our mission, because every woman's voice deserves to be heard. So thank you. We are going to be back here. Let me see who's after me. Deanne, awesome. Deanne is going to be a cover girl for SheisMe magazine coming up before the end of the year. So we will welcome her back at the top of the hour. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll see you soon. Hi, everyone. We are back, and we are day one of the 6th Annual SheisMe Global Conference. Thank you so much for joining us. We are so honored to welcome Deanne Awesome. She is the founder and CEO of Thrive Well Partners. She is also one of our feature articles in the SheisMe magazine before the end of the year and a cover. So look out for her before January 1st. We're not quite sure what month we're doing that yet, but she's going to be there. So look out for her. Deanne, thank you so much for being here. And take it away.
Excellent. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're joining from today. Please know that I am so, so grateful that you made the choice to be right here. As Lisa said, I'm Deanne Awesome. I am both delighted and honored to have been selected as a speaker for this year's SheisMe Conference. There are truly so many amazing women involved in this event, change makers, connectors, creators of possibility. So again, just a big thank you for allowing me to have this platform here with you today. And today I'll be sharing a little bit more about my story, my journey that I've been on, some of the aha moments that I've realized along the way, and how I am trying to use that wisdom to help others today through the work that I am doing. So my hope is that you just maybe see one little nugget or take something that is useful for you from my story, given the time that you are spending here with me today. So let's get into it. And I want to start with an image. You might have seen this before, a delicate bowl, cracked, fractured, maybe even in pieces. So in kintsugi, which is the Japanese art of golden repair, that bowl is not discarded. Those cracks are not hidden. In fact, they're filled with gold and they become part of the story. So the break itself becomes the art. And so one thing that I've come to realize is people are much the same way. Our cracks, our breaks, our transitions, they're not signs of failure. They are signs of becoming. And again, that's what today is all about. It's not about perfection. It's about becoming. It's not about fixing. It's about integrating. It's not even about staying whole despite the break, but really growing more luminous, more golden because of it. And I'm sure, like many of you, I've had my fair share of breaks, both personally and professionally. And I've learned that resilience isn't built in the easy seasons. It really is forged in those moments where we might least expect it, when life hands us some change, some loss and transition, possibly even all at once. So I grew up in a very rural Ohio town. For anyone in our global audience who may not be overly familiar with the US, Ohio is also called the heartland of America because it sits towards the upper left of the country, right around where our heart lives in our bodies. I was adopted as an infant by two truly amazing human beings that I was lucky enough to call my parents. I was raised Catholic school, Catholic church, Bible study, the whole thing. And so I like to say that I was surrounded by big faith and small town rules. Now, every Monday through Friday growing up, I sat at my grandmother's dinner table with my extended family, up to about 15, sometimes more of us. And along with the amazing food that she prepared, which she started so early in the morning and everyone needed to be seated by 5:30 p.m. sharp, along with the amazing food that she served, there was also a healthy serving of rules that came along. Primarily Catholic rules, which included clear lines between right and wrong. So my grandmother's dinner table really was more of a classroom than any academic setting that I found myself in. And it was there that I learned about love, about family, and about those lines between right and wrong. It's also where I started asking some questions that sometimes made people shift a little uncomfortably in their seats. Why this rule? Why not that one? Why can't girls do what boys do? Why is kindness taught but not always practiced? So I was insatiably curious as a child, and really not much has changed. So there are plenty of good rules that made a lot of sense. Be kind, work hard, say thank you. And then there were the others, sometimes the unspoken kind that really shaped how I saw myself as a girl. Things like be quiet, don't take up too much space, be good, be grateful. So those rules served me for a while. They made me capable, polite, successful even, but they also kept me a little bit small. They taught me really to measure my worth through approval instead of alignment. And so as I got older, I learned something essential. Some rules help us grow roots, but others can keep us from growing our wings. And the stories that are handed to us as a child can sometimes prevent us from writing our own. Now, I want to pause here just for a moment and give you some actual time to think and reflect. And I want you to think about what's one rule that you were taught as a kid that still shapes how you live today. And if you are listening to the recording, you can press pause for as long as you need to. I'm going to give you a few seconds here. What's one rule that you were taught as a kid that still shapes how you are living today? Now, growing up, I was the kid typically running around with muddy shoes, scraped up knees and elbows. I was even missing some teeth for a while from racing up a flight of stairs and falling down. I was the kid climbing the trees and falling out of those trees, much like the one I've got shown here, causing broken bones. I was also usually the one telling the bullies to back off. So in general, I was really up for anything. And if it was rough and tumble outside and with the boys, I typically didn't fit with a lot of these girl rules that I was given as a child. So I didn't know it then, but that was courage starting to show up early. Now, looking back, I realize I wasn't rebelling for rebellion's sake, even though I'm sure it felt that way to my parents at times. But what I know now is that I was practicing bravery and authenticity. So as I said, I was adopted, which sparked my lifelong curiosity about belonging. Where do I fit? Who am I really? And I had friends growing up who would ask me, well, who are your real parents? As if my mom and dad were these imaginary figures. But even as a young child, that word real felt like a question mark tattooed on my identity. And as I said, I was always a bit of a tomboy, curious about everything, often in trouble. The principal's office at my Catholic school was run by a nun. I was taught by nuns, but the principal's name was Sister Lorraine. Now, she was about 4'10" tall in heels, but her presence really was that of a giant. My mother also worked at the school, so after I would leave the principal's office, my mother was usually called in to hear what her daughter had done this time. Now, mind you, it typically consisted of rolling up my uniform sleeves or pushing my knee socks down to my ankles. So we're talking about really serious offenses here. But at the time, those were the rules, and I wasn't abiding by them. Other times I ended up in her office for standing my ground on behalf of myself or others. And I was never really afraid to stand up for what I felt was right in my gut. So I learned very early on, courage can sometimes mean being the only one who speaks up. So like most of us growing up, I tried to fit in. I attempted dance class, as many young girls do, but I was asked to leave for being a little too disruptive. I wanted to play baseball, but I was told that was a boys' sport. So I opted for softball, later volleyball instead. So for me, again, sports was another great classroom where I learned important life lessons around commitment, accountability, teamwork, and more. So the spark of who I am never left me, even though it took me a little while to explore that and figure it out. But it just got redirected. And again, like many of us, I wanted to belong. So I did try to fit in. I think trying to fit in and find this sense of belonging is universal. Whether whatever part of the world that you might find yourself in, whatever your culture, whatever language you speak, we all crave belonging because it truly is innate in our humanity. But here's the difference. Fitting in is about changing yourself to be accepted, whereas belonging is about being accepted because you stay yourself. And that realization, at least for me, was one of the first places that freedom really began. Growing up, I dated boys, a lot of them. My family would literally say goodbye to any boy I brought to a family function right then and there because they were certain he wouldn't be at the next one. Despite my embarrassment in that moment, they were usually right. I didn't think that joke was funny at the time, but then again, I did recycle boyfriends a bit like soda cans. So they were fair in saying what they were saying. Now, what I know now after a lot of deep self-work is that underneath all of that, I was searching for belonging. I was trying to play by rules that everyone else seemed to understand, even when I knew they weren't mine. So I was looking for things in all the wrong places because I was following someone else's map and I was misdirected. But authenticity has that very persistent way of knocking on the door until you actually decide to answer it. So for me, some of the hardest rules to untangle growing up were the religious ones. Again, I grew up Catholic. I was taught about God. I was taught that he loved me. But it was also very clear that being gay was wrong. I had a really hard time reconciling those things. And the longer that I lived by others' beliefs, the quieter my own truth became. So I would sit in these wooden pews every Tuesday, Friday, and Sunday and wonder, how can I be both broken and loved at the same time? How can my existence be called a gift and a sin simultaneously? So that cognitive dissonance really was quite exhausting. And the hiding was even worse. And eventually, the silence wasn't survivable any longer. So I want to pause again here and just invite you to reflect and jot this down. If you have a pen and paper, if you're listening to the recording, go ahead and pause after the question. But I'd like you to think about where in your life have you followed someone else's rules, even when your heart knew better? When in your life have you followed someone else's rules, even when your heart knew better? I ended up getting married at age 21 to a man I did not love. I liked him enough. I figured I could grow to love him as much as he loved me. Looking back on that, it was a terribly shallow and selfish decision, but it aligned with the blueprint that I had been given. And it just felt like the next stop on the journey after I graduated college. So somehow we ended up staying together for nearly a decade. And that was probably because I traveled for work Monday through Friday, nearly that entire time. But then at age 31, while I was attending a global leadership development program, I met someone. And in that moment, my world finally snapped into focus. For me, that was the first time I wasn't fighting to be seen. I was actually seen. I wasn't performing belonging. I was experiencing it. And that kind of truth asks for your whole self in return. I will say coming out was not easy. I lost relationships. I disappointed people I loved. I had to rebuild my understanding of faith, of family, of what it meant to be a good person. But that courage to choose love, to come out, to choose my happiness and live my authentic life became my training ground for every single leap that came after that. You see, when you decide to break one big rule that has been keeping you small, you realize that rules really are just agreements, and agreements can be renegotiated. So meeting that person, who's now my wife, was one of my kintsugi moments. Breaking open so something truer and more beautiful could eventually emerge. And we built a life together, a family together. And honestly, in 31 years of my life at that point when we met, I had never imagined myself as a mom until that relationship. Not despite the rules that we broke, but because we were brave enough to break them. And that changed everything truly about how I started showing up in the world. So let's fast forward. I was building a very successful career in the professional services industry. I was very high performing, leading large scale transformation projects for thousands of people across the globe. So on the surface, everything looked together and right. But inside, I was slowly burning out emotionally, physically, spiritually. So I knew I had to do some things differently, but change is not comfortable. Our brains are both our best friends and our worst enemies because our physiology, we are hardwired to detect and prevent threat. And any change, big or small, is viewed as a threat because of the potential to put us on a new path. So taking any leap, anytime we try to create a change, big or small, it can be very scary. But that's where resilience is born. That's where growth happens, not after the leap, but during it. And then came some life breaks that I hadn't planned for. I lost my dad 10 years ago from heart disease. My mom died 4 years ago from ovarian cancer. And then my aunt, who was like a second mother to me, passed away last year from dementia and Alzheimer's disease. Each of those intense losses cracked something open in me that achievement could never fill. And it really helped shift my perspective significantly around what is truly most important in this life. And then a year ago, I took another leap and left my 25 plus year career in professional services to start my own company, ThriveWell Partners. Now that felt like jumping from a massive cliff, but I did discover my wings on the way down. And here's the truth. I'm not broken. I'm just becoming. We are always in this state of becoming. And I know I'm not alone here. I'm sure many of you are navigating things in your life, whether it's loss, whether it's success, whatever that means for you. And we need to find those spaces like we have here with SheisMe to come together and share our stories. Again, it's why I'm so grateful to be here with you today and have this opportunity. I want to give you just a couple of data points here because according to the World Health Organization, women are nearly twice as likely as men to experience anxiety or depression. And that's often because of the invisible emotional labor that we carry around with us. There was also a study in 2023, a Deloitte study that found 43% of women feel burned out. I have to imagine that number is higher now. And 46% feel that we must always be on to succeed. We hold so much as women, the caregiving, our careers, relationships, expectations, and yet we keep showing up. We keep preparing ourselves with gold in those moments when we feel ourselves breaking. So what I would say is if you feel burned out, if you are navigating loss, if you are in your own season of breaking, please know you are not alone. We are rarely ever alone in how we are feeling and what we are navigating. In fact, you're in very good company because you, in this space, are among sisters who really understand. Over the years, I have learned that resilience really isn't about bouncing back. It's about expanding forward with greater capacity, greater wisdom, and greater grace. And so when my world feels a bit uncertain, when the ground beneath my feet keeps shifting, I like to look at myself in the mirror and ask a few questions. Specifically, what is it that I actually control? What are my non-negotiables? Where do I need to draw boundaries, and where do I need to stay flexible? So in a way, resilience for me became less about strength and more about surrender. I know that might sound a little odd, but it's knowing that change is constant, and how I show up and respond is always my choice. So I also started to treat myself with the same compassion and empathy that I had always given to others, the same grace that I extend to my friends, to my colleagues, to strangers. I finally started turning that inward, and that also really changed everything for me. I want to give you another data point. So the American Psychological Association notes that people who practice self-compassion are 33% more likely to recover from adversity effectively. And a global study shows that women with strong social connections are actually 50% more likely to thrive through change. So we don't become resilient in isolation. We build resilience in community. We build resilience through shared stories, through empathy, through reminding each other that we can do hard things. We're building our resilience right now together as part of this amazing conference. But that's why these trusting spaces to share our truth like this really matter. That's why organizations like SheisMe matter, because when we can witness each other's becoming, we give ourselves permission to transform too. So what have I really learned through all of this breaking and becoming? I've learned that grief and growth often arrive hand in hand. And I've learned that the most powerful transformations happen when we stop asking questions like, what's wrong with me? And start asking questions like, what is trying to emerge through me? We're not broken, we're becoming. And here's what I want you to hear. You are not broken, you are becoming. So whatever chapter you're in, whether it feels like an ending or a beginning or some confusing middle, you are not behind, you are not alone, you're not late, you're exactly where you need to be to become who you were meant to be. Now, if you have a pen and paper nearby, I'd love for you to jot this down. Or if you don't, that's okay too. You can just simply hold this in your heart, hold this in your mind. But I want you to ask yourself 3 questions. The first question, what am I ready to release? It could be a story, a rule, a belief that no longer serves me. The second question, what am I ready to claim? Even if that means breaking something else open to rebuild it in a stronger way, what am I ready to reclaim? And then the third question is, what's one small action that I can take this week to move toward my becoming? So what am I ready to release? What am I ready to claim? And what's one small action I can take this week to move toward my becoming? I'm going to give you a few seconds to jot that down. Here's another truth I want to mention. We are never just one thing. We are not one role. We are not one title. We are not one chapter. We are layered. We're complex. We're resilient. And like Kitsugi, the art isn't hiding in the cracks. It's honoring them as proof of how far we've come. So if you think about what's one rule that you've outgrown, maybe it's something like, I have to be strong all the time. Or I can't start over now, or I should have figured this out by now, or I'm too old, too tired, too far behind, whatever the narrative is that's running on loop in your mind. Let's rewrite that. Let's rewrite that together, in fact. So again, take another moment and think about what would you write instead. We need to reframe and use more of that positive mindset, because one thing I always say is we always find what we're looking for. If we look for the positive, we'll find the positive. If we look for the negative, we'll find the negative. So as you think about rewriting a rule that you've outgrown, maybe a reframe on some that I just offered to you are things like, I can be strong and ask for help. It's never too late to begin again. Or I'm learning at exactly the right pace. Or my timeline is my own, not anybody else's, and not up for comparison. So your story truly is yours to write, and then rewrite, and then rewrite again if you need to. So the most powerful rule I think that I ever broke was the one that said I couldn't be truly myself. That I had to choose between being authentic and being accepted, between being true and being loved, between being me and being successful. Those were false choices. And by the way, authenticity is not about being perfect. It's about being aligned. Success is not about being perfect. It can actually be pretty messy, yet pretty darn beautiful, painting our own individual portraits of success, because it is about being aligned in a way that feels right for us. And that alignment really starts when we stop living someone else's version of right and start honoring our own. So to do that, we have to check in with ourselves. We have to ask, is what I'm doing on the outside matching what I am feeling on the inside? And when those two things sync up, even if it's messy, even if it's imperfect, which it will be, that's where you will find your power. So we build resilience, as I've mentioned throughout, not alone, but together and in community, in sisterhood, in truth. So when you show up authentically, by the way, you give other women permission to do the same. Your courage is contagious in a good way. And your becoming, your own becoming, becomes an invitation for others in their journey as well. So my work today through ThriveWell Partners is about more than finding balance. Balance is actually a term I quite dislike because it assumes that life is like this perfectly level scale and everything is even all the time. We know that is not true. Everything is up and down. So for me, it's more about integration or harmony. I help leaders, teams, organizations harmonize, integrate how they live, how they lead, and how they work so that they can thrive, not just survive. How I do that really is through executive and leadership coaching, facilitated workshops, retreats, keynote talks, panel discussions, and really what my goal and hope to do there is to create these spaces for real conversation, spaces where people can reconnect with purpose. They can tackle burnout and disengagement and build resilience, where they can shift their mindsets again from striving or surviving to very sustainable thriving. So everything I do, I try to blend science and soul, evidence-based tools from things like positive psychology, mindfulness, leadership development, and I blend that with real-world experience, helping people who are navigating transition and transformation. Why do I do this? Because once I discovered what it truly felt like to live and lead in alignment, I couldn't unknow it. And I also couldn't keep it to myself. So when you rewrite your rules, remember, you are giving permission for others to do the same. Your story might just become part of someone else's survival guide. Your breaking becomes someone else's breakthrough. And the courage that you show, resting when you need it, setting a boundary when you need it, choosing yourself when you need it. By the way, self-care is not selfish. When we do these things and we decide to begin again in some large or small way, this sends a ripple of possibility truly far beyond what you can see. And that is the power of thriving well. Let's talk about success. Success is not a title. It's not somebody else's definition. It is a truth. It's your truth. It's waking up each morning knowing that the life you are living is worth the price you're paying to live it. So let's talk about success here again for just a moment. For so long, I had defined success by external measures: titles, income, approval, performance, productivity. The list goes on. Those aren't bad things, by the way. They're not bad things, but they're also not the whole story. So again, success is not a title, it's truth. It is about waking up and saying, the life I'm living is worth the price that I'm paying to live it. Not asking yourself questions like, am I impressive enough? But questions like, am I at peace? Am I satisfied? Not, am I doing enough? But am I being true to who I am? Am I doing my best with what I have, where I'm at in this moment? Because you and only you get to write your own rules now. So that is always your choice. The rules you were given as a girl, maybe like the rules I was given as a girl, the ones that have kept you small, quiet, grateful, good. It's always good to be grateful. Let's keep that rule. But a lot of these other rules that we were given as girls have expired. And so you get to write new ones. Rules like, my rest is productive. My boundaries are sacred. My becoming matters more than my doing. And my story is still being written. These are the rules that have changed that you get to rewrite. So what I would say is, wherever you are in your story, whether you're in a season of building, whether you're in a season of breaking, whether you're in a season of becoming, please remember you always have choice. You always have choice. You can choose grace over guilt. You can choose rest over rushing. You can choose yourself. Again, not as an act of selfishness, but as an act of strength. There is a reason when we are on that airplane and the emergency briefing comes on, we are told to put our oxygen mask on ourselves before helping others. Self-care is not selfish. The life you're living, is it worth the price that you're paying to live it? And if your answer to that question is not yet, then today is your invitation to begin again. Because again, we're not defined by what broke us or what's cracked us or what is cracking us, but we choose to build from the pieces. That's what can help define us and who we are and our truth and our success. Because again, when we stand firmly in our choice, when we lead, love, live with intention, we don't just become whole, we actually become golden. So here is the most important rule that I would like you to remember from today, and that is to be you. Remember, through everything, there truly is only one you. Please embrace your authenticity. Please celebrate your gifts. Please share those gifts freely with the world, because there is only one you, and you are enough. So I would like to just say a big thank you. Thank you for being part of this conversation. Thank you for showing up today. I know time is precious and you made a choice to be here, sharing your time with me. I don't take that for granted. So thank you. Thank you for choosing to become again and again and again. And thank you again to Lisa, everyone at SheisMe, for creating this space where we can do this sacred work together. I would absolutely love to reconnect and to reconnect with some of you, to connect for the first time, maybe with many of you. So I am just leaving some contact details for myself up here. And again, thank you for your time, your energy, your attention today. And Lisa, if you're there, I'll go back to you.
I'm here. I'm here. Thank you so much for sharing your story. What a wonderful story. We have so many similarities. I mean, Catholic and, you can't do this and you can't do that. I wanted to be president of the United States when I was a kid. And even when I was like 3 and 4, we had a picture of President Kennedy in the house. And everyone always spoke so highly of him and every good thing that he had done. And I said, I want to do that. Like, I want to make an impact like he made it. Like, even when I was small, like I want to be, I want that energy, I want that. So I'm going to be president. And of course, no, you can't be president. Girls can't be president. Okay. And then we landed on the moon. I want to be an astronaut because I'm going to go to the moon. Right? No, girls can't be astronauts. Okay. But yeah. So.
Well, we can rewrite those, Lisa. There's still time.
Oh, I know. Right? There's still time. I could still do both.
You can.
The other thing, sports. Let's talk about sports because there's a really great statistic about women CEOs and women who played sports, team sports, right?
Yeah.
And the majority of women CEOs played team sports. And I did. I played team sports till I was in my 40s. So
there really is something along with my grandmother's dinner table, as I said, sports gave me so many life lessons, right? How to handle conflict, how to be courageous, how to be there for others, how to lose, how to fail.
How to lose with grace, how to work in a team. And that is something that so many people, as you go through corporate life, don't get, right? How to work in a team and how I had a really great team years ago. I worked for a big financial services corporation, but the team that I worked with for a good 6 or 7 years, everybody knew their role. Everybody knew what needed to happen when. We'd sort of stand in the hall and, our boss would say, we need this done. And everyone just kind of dispersed and did their part because we knew our role. He trusted us and, things just worked. And I don't think I've found that since, but that was something that I had when I played sports. You knew your role, you knew your part was, you depended on that other person to perform their role. They knew it, you just kind of knew what was happening and when was happening. So that, I think, is something that we need to strive to achieve in so many systems and processes that we have.
Agree.
Yeah,
it was amazing. And women lifting women, as the tagline is, we are always stronger together when we work together and lift each other up as we are all rising. So
absolutely. And that is something that we've been taught, is to compete with each other and to put each other down and to not support each other, which we're changing that narrative in SheisMe and so many other places. But we cannot survive on our own. We have to have each other. We have to depend on each other. And we're stronger together, as we say. This year was our theme, Stronger Together. So remember that. Remember to ask for help, and remember that we're all here to help you, especially in this community. We want to see you succeed. We want to lift you up. We want you to rise up and be the best version of yourself that you can be. So, Deanne, thank you so much for your talk. It was very inspirational, and we can't wait to see you on the SheisMe cover. And I know we'll see you again soon.
I'm so grateful for what you have created and for this space that we all have to live into. So thank you for having me, and keep up the absolutely great work.
Thank you so much. We are going to be back with Samina Bari in at the top of the hour. So just in 20 minutes. We'll see you soon. Thanks, everyone. Hi, everyone. We are back, and we have a treat for you. Samina Bari is here with us. She is the founder of Samina Bari Advisors, and she is going to tell us her amazing story and also tell us what she does and how she can help you. So, Samina, take it away.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I'm delighted to be here with you. So, yes, you know my name, and you see the title of my talk today. It's called I Can, I Will, and I Did, Living Your Life on Your Own Terms. But who am I? So, as Lisa mentioned, I am an advisor in the biopharmaceutical industry following 35 years in that field. I am a board member. I'm a private and a venture investor. I am an author. I am a podcast host, and I am a speaker. I'm delighted to be here with you today to talk about the content, which is primarily in my book, I Can, I Will, and I Did, which is my memoir. So you've heard what I do. Let me tell you who I am. I am a first generation child of Pakistani and Indian Muslim parents. And so I was raised in a culture that taught me the difference between men and women. And as you see in my book, there's a saying that I put out there, that there's a saying that girls are made of sugar and spice and everything nice. And I'd say that girls are made up of everything that men are made of. It's just that culture tells us differently. And that's certainly the environment that I was raised in. My father had faced incredible discrimination when he came here in the 1950s as a young doctor from Pakistan. My mother came over through marriage and held on firmly to her traditional beliefs that women should just be educated and then married off, and should not have ambition and should not dream bigger. But because I was here in a Western world, I knew something wasn't right. And the tension between my being raised in an Islamic household versus my everyday reality, which was in a Western world, was very strong. And so I felt that pull to be more like others, the others who I was peers with, than I did with my mother's way of keeping me down. And personally, as I felt it, in the box of a patriarchal society that she wanted me to submit, which is what Islam means. She wanted me to obey, and she wanted me to be very obedient and submissive. And so my whole life, I was told by my mother, you can't. You can't be like the other girls. You can't do what others do. We are different. You won't. You'll never succeed. You won't do anything of any meaning. And you shouldn't, because why would you even try? You're only a girl. You're not as good as a boy. Yes, these are the things my mother actually told me. So I would like to talk to you today about what happens when you hear that negative talk track in your head from childhood and flip it on its script. And every time she told me I can't, I would say to myself, I can. Every time she said to me, I won't, I said, I will. And every time she told me I shouldn't, I did. Now, we're all faced with those choices in life, whether through society or through our family's cultures, where we're expected to be someone that we know we're not inside. And yet we all have the power to be angry about it and to feel something about it. Some people decide to go with it and they live a life unfulfilled. But I woke up and realized that I was a bit of a rebel. And I wouldn't settle for that. I wouldn't settle for less. I wanted a life that I created that was full of ambition and joy and things that were filled with my dreams. And so I defied my mother and my father at a very young age. And I chose small acts of defiance to continue to embolden me and reinforce the positive in myself rather than be dragged into the negative that my mother would have me live in. So let's start with that. When you're told you can't do something, you can either decide you can't do something because you follow the rules, or you can decide to follow the rules and be deeply unhappy. I chose neither. I played somewhat nicely, but I lived my life with small acts of defiance. So I used that anger inside of me, that dissatisfaction, to really tell myself a different narrative. And when we look at what I can is, what I can do, and I did, was I took the criticism that I received every day of my entire life from childhood through young adulthood to create a self-belief system. So every I can't became an I can, and I'll show you. So I ask you to reflect on what messages you've been told about what you can or cannot do, and who told them to you. So much of it is what society expects of us, and in some instances, society and culture combined. That was what I was faced with. Whose voice is in your head that shapes your belief? And when did you first realize that you had the power to change that? Now, I won't say it's easy, and not everyone is born with that self-belief. But if you're able to tap into that dissatisfaction and that anger originally, it can be your fuel. It can be turning that script on its head in your head so that you don't become beaten down and don't believe in yourself. Because here's the thing, because you may feel that others don't believe in you has nothing to do with how you believe in yourself. And you must be your own cheerleader in life. And that's what I learned at a very young age. If I was told I couldn't do things, I had to counter that voice, and that was for my own survival. Because what I realized is I wanted something more, and I had to look beyond the immediate criticisms to create the life that I wanted on my own terms. So small acts of rebellion were really very important to me. Not dressing the way I was expected to dress, missing curfews at night. Now, they may seem like belligerence or, just pettiness, but they were little ways of claiming my freedom, my independent thought, and my self-belief. And believe it or not, that gives you little doses of courage throughout the way to keep going. And confidence like that creates more confidence. And really the tension that I described, tension that I faced in my household every single day, was what shaped me. Because what I came to realize very, very early on is I was never going to be the daughter my mother wanted. And I had to also realize that I had a life to live beyond my mother, that one day my mother would be gone and I would be left to live with the decisions that I had made. Did I want a life of regret, or did I want the life of my choosing on my terms? And so that North Star, essentially a long-term plan for myself, was what drove me. I continued to look towards the end goal, and I willed it and manifested it to happen through every little action and step I took. So I would sit in my room as a teenager and I would dream of a big world and a big life where I was a boss. I would dream of a handsome, green-eyed man with dimples who I would have children with one day. I dreamt of working in a big city surrounded by powerful people and one day being my own boss. I dreamt of fitting in and being in complete control of my future. And I let nothing stop me. And it helped me balance out that critical voice that taunted me really on a daily basis, that kept on telling me what I couldn't, shouldn't, or wouldn't do. And it became the fire that fueled me throughout my formative years. And so when you're able to do that, you're able to trust yourself more because you've now taken control of yourself. So your gut becomes your barometer. How you feel is your guide. Believing in yourself is what saves you from the negative chatter in your life. And every no became a proof point for yes. Those are the acts of rebellion, the things you say to yourself that can really turn your world around and make you believe in yourself, believe in who you are, trust yourself, and manifest the life that you want, and drown out the negative talk and understand for yourself that yes, you may disappoint people, but their disappointment will wane. You have to live with the decisions you make, and you don't want to look back at your life as one of regret. So those are always the tenets I have lived by. I have always trusted my gut, and it has never failed me. You all have that. We all have that. But sometimes we let others talk us out of it, or we don't believe in ourselves or our gut enough because of societal pressures or cultural pressures. But we're all born with this human instinct, and it's there for a reason. And let's face it, no one knows you in your heart better than you. So no one outside of you and your heart should be setting a course of direction for your life. And when we think about all of the amazing things we can do, it emboldens us and it encourages us and it continues to feed us and reward us. And those are so many of the things that I found when I was able to not let the negative self-talk get in my way. I found my voice. I found my purpose. I found my dream. I anchored my future to it, and everything I did was very singularly focused on advancing me in the life that I wanted on my terms. And so when it comes to what I was able to action that against, I was able to actually accomplish things. So I believe in myself, and now I will go out and I will do these things. And will is a very, very powerful word, because will is our intention, but will is I have done it. I am doing it. I believe in myself, and I am creating that forward momentum. And so all of the things that I taught myself and I learned throughout my childhood allowed me to grow into the young person I was meant to be. I was able to defy my parents' expectations. I went to college and studied a journalism degree when my parents expected me to be a doctor. I lived on my own in a dormitory that was co-ed, which was mind-blowing for my parents. I bought a house on my own and lived outside of the house, my parents' house, when it was not acceptable for a young woman of a Muslim background to do so. I got a job in New York City and worked alongside men and women who were very focused and driven. And in fact, I was like the other people my mother told me I would never be part of. So I lived that life despite what I was told, because I envisioned it and I believed in myself, and I never let my mother's negative talk affect me in that way. I used that anger to fuel what I wanted to do. So all of the things I accomplished in my life, I was able to proudly say I did it myself, because what I'd also come to realize as a young adult was I was living two identities. I was living an identity for my mother in which she saw me in a certain way and was unhappy with what she saw. But I was living a life that I wanted. And so we never reconciled them. And I was okay with that. And I think that's also a trick when you're in an oppressive or a submissive situation. Don't let it dampen your fire, because you can still be who you want to be. People may not see you that way, but again, they'll get over it, and you have to live with your life. So the I will was really a testament to the struggle from growing up. In addition to doing all of those amazing things, I traveled the world alone as a young business person. I explored new countries, new cities. I had amazing experiences. I worked with the very people my mother said I would never be as good as, middle-aged white men, really. And even in those years of my early 20s, when I would work very, very hard, she would still say to me, I don't know why you work so hard. You're never going to be as good as a man. Yes, that made me angry, but it did not invalidate my belief in myself. And so when you put that belief into action, it really does create a new sense of you. And when I throw up these questions here, you know, I had often called myself a black sheep. And I actually liked that because to me, a black sheep is better than being sheep. I don't want to follow what everyone expects of me. I want to stand out. Whether that black is good or bad, it's different. And that's who I was. What happens when you quiet that voice and doubt and listen to your own? You can do more if you cheer yourself on and not let that negative self-talk erode at your spirit of belief and confidence in yourself. And that's certainly what I was able to do through my formative years of adulthood. And where in your life, I ask you, are you being asked to speak up or show how you can be present more often? Because those are the moments and opportunities that allow us to feed and validate the decision making that we've taken on for ourselves. In me and for me, that was finding my people, finding the people in my life who were true friends, who didn't judge me, who didn't question me, who didn't criticize me, who didn't tell my secrets, but who supported me. And that is a very big part of life that when you're in your 20s and 30s, you don't realize. But as life has its ups and downs, trusted friendships and finding your people, your chosen family, as I call them, is one of the most precious gifts you can give yourself, both now and your future self, because those people, along with you, prop you up and are your cheerleaders. And they are the ones who can support you when you don't get support in other places. And those are the people who can be truthful with you in a kind way that only they can be, that doesn't hurt your feelings, but gives you confidence and conviction and constructive criticism so that you can be a better version of you. And I'm so excited to have found my friends over 30 years ago. Again, in that early 20 age that I was in, living in New York City, I found my friends then, and I'm still friends with them. And we've been through so many life moments together that they'll always be there. And when you have that group of people to support you, now you have wind behind your back. Now it's not just you and your self-belief, but you've got others who are validating their belief in you to accomplish great things. One of the most amazing things that I was able to do as part of my transformation and my lived experience was understand my worth. I had done it all myself, and I worked in a very male-dominated business environment. And what I realized is that being polite and kind of taking on a traditional female role in a male industry wouldn't work for me. And again, I had ambition that some called aggressive. And let me tell you, it wasn't aggressive. It was just not seen in women at the time. And so what I learned was I was not going to ask permission first. I was going to be every bit as competent and confident as my male peers. So what I have always done is taken my seat at the table without waiting to be asked. And a case in point is the belief in yourself. What if showing up before it feels ready is exactly what readiness looks like? There's never a moment in time that you feel 1,000% confident. Everyone gets nervous. So do I. But what if you trust yourself? I was at a company a while ago where I was the third hired female on an executive committee. And I went to my first board meeting where all of the male and female board members were seated at the table. And all of the male executives who were my peers were seated at the table. And my two female peers were seated on the outside against the wall. I walked up to the table and I took my seat at that table. And I was the only female on that executive committee who sat at the table every single meeting. And I spoke when I wasn't asked a question because I was contributing. And I offered counsel and guidance, and it was heated. And that is, again, one of those acts of defiance, perhaps an act of privilege that I took for myself because I knew I would be waiting forever if I was waiting to be asked. Another great example of it is I was being yelled at many years ago by a male client who had a habit of calling up the other women I worked with and would yell at them. Because I knew I wouldn't accept it, I simply gently told him that I thought he needed to calm down, and I silently hung up the phone mid-yell. Well, as predicted, he called me back a few minutes later laughing, and he said that no one had ever done that before, and it was quite effective because it calmed him down. And that's a trick I've used a few other times, mostly with men, because it also sends a powerful message that you cannot talk to me that way. The way that some men talk to women and the way other women talk to women, frankly, is unacceptable. But you have to believe in your value and your self-worth enough to not want to take it. And again, as I said earlier, confidence begets more confidence. The more you get it, the more you do it, the more you work through your discomfort doing these things, the more second nature it becomes. And that is probably the biggest gift you can give yourself. I hear so many stories of women who suffer from imposter syndrome. That's not something that they're born with. That's something that society has put them into. It's created a construct that women shouldn't believe in themselves, that women shouldn't be ambitious, that women shouldn't speak up, that women should say sorry. So I do try to coach women to stop feeling that way. There is no one that is telling them they're an imposter. It's themselves. So again, if we can change that negative self-talk track in our heads, that's where the power comes in. Here's another small example that I suggest you try. Something I've noticed, and I think it's been documented, is that women tend to say, I'm sorry. And men, you'll never hear a man say, I'm sorry. And that includes in the workplace. So I thought I would use that to experiment that with myself at a company. And I stopped apologizing. I stopped saying sorry for anything, even if there was a misalignment. And what I noticed after doing it for about a week was the dynamic between the men and I completely shifted. And it became much more leveled. And let me tell you that it's an empowering feeling to not say, I'm sorry. I think we're just taught to do that. And so it becomes part of our daily routine and our language. But what happens if you stop saying it? Because you know what? You're not sorry. There's nothing wrong that you did. We are acting in a construct that wasn't made for us. And by saying sorry, it's again asking permission for a role that you shouldn't have to ask permission for. And when you stop apologizing for taking up space or for not living up to someone's expectations, it's absolutely freeing. And that will also give you that boost in determination and conviction and power that you need. And all throughout my life, I lived with my mother's voice. And I I drowned it out. And all of these acts of accomplishment and feats that I was so proud of helped drown it out more and more. So that the fuel that I was using before, which was anger, became confidence. My confidence became my new fuel in that stage of life. And that's what we have to remember. We always have choices. Do we choose to let others shape and mold us, or do we choose to stand up for ourselves? And those are choice points throughout the continuum of life. And it's how we show up and the decisions we make and the consequences we know we have to live with that help us make those choices. And for me, I was not going to be a dutiful Islamic daughter. I was not religious. I'm not religious now. I was able to even find my green-eyed, dimpled husband during those days. And I made my dreams come true regardless of what my parents thought. And so I did. I did create the life that I had hoped to create. I was a successful pharmaceutical executive, a biotech executive. I was on fire with all of that. I helped structure and facilitate massive M&A deals worth $40 billion. I had moved my family to the West Coast, so we had been relocated to very successful and lucrative roles, and we were living a great life. I had married the man of my dreams. My parents, I guess I had waited them out too long. They didn't object, but I made that all happen. And life doesn't always go our way. I didn't have children right away. My husband and I went through a lot of struggle to have our children, and we finally had our children. I had my career. My husband had his career. We had a beautiful house, dogs. I have accomplished everything I had. And it was a moment in life that I'm very proud of. So when I looked at all of the actions I took and the transformation of who I was and what I could have become to where I did go, it really was a testament to my fight and to the friends I built and developed along the way, and the husband who supported me in the way I should have been supported. And so I ask you to take a look back. What pain have you been able to turn into a strength? Because again, those are those decision points. I could very easily have allowed my mother's negative voice to push me down, and I could have not dared to dream, and I could have complied with all of her wishes, and I could have been married and not accomplished anything. But I likely would have suffered with tremendous depression and anxiety and such discontentment with life. What barriers did you once think were immovable or unsurmountable, and how could you move past them? These are all of the questions that I've asked myself. And it's never too late. And that's the one thing I do want to say, because life is a continuum. There are points along the way that don't define our future success. There are certainly things that can help us get there, but it's never too late to make a change. So if you're stuck, if you're there now, I just ask you to reflect on what you can do differently. How can you rewrite your script? How can you rewrite your story? Because I set out many, many years ago with a North Star. So I was a long-term planner. And I looked back at what I had accomplished against the odds of everything my mother told me I couldn't, wouldn't, and shouldn't. And I have accomplished them all. And so that is the power of you and me. And tuning out all of the naysayers and tuning out all the societal constructs and listening to your heart and listening to your soul and making the choices you make for you. You will know the consequences. You will know the benefits, but you'll also know the regrets you will face later in life if you don't do something or if you do something. And I think we all want the same thing. We all want to look back at our lives and have as few regrets as any. And that's where I am in my life right now, because I did what I set out to do on my terms. So a few things that I have said to myself is, I'm always where I need to be. I am a mother. I am an executive. I am busy. You are all busy. We are not superwomen, and I don't understand where that phrase came from, because it's taken from Superman. But we can only do what we can do. The important thing is we are where we need to be in the moment we need to be there. We don't have to be everyone to everything to everyone. And I've been very good at creating limits for myself and boundaries for myself. And that's a really important part of fueling your own success, understanding your own boundaries, respecting them, and demanding others respect them. And sometimes, allies are different than the ones we expect. I spoke earlier about my friends being a source of encouragement. But what I found along the way is that throughout my corporate career, the female bosses that I had were not my allies. And you would think that they would be, but many of them were mean girls. And what I realized was it wasn't about me. It was about them and their own insecurities. The biggest allies I had throughout my corporate career happened to be the middle-aged white men that my mother had warned me I was never as good as, or I'd never be as good as. And many of them were my sponsors and my mentors, because they too had daughters. And they also understood the importance of having male allyship to advance in a male-dominated world. And look at everything in your life as an accomplishment, no matter how small. Because simple decisions you make, simple statements that you stand up for yourself, hanging up the phone on someone who's rude with you, not taking someone else's negativity, setting boundaries with friends and family, cutting off toxic relationships, those are all acts of defiance, but acts of self-protection, acts of self-belief, and acts of self-love. And those are all of the things that you need to be strong for yourself, for your future, to accomplish your dreams and your aspirations in the face of a million no's, I can'ts, or you can'ts, and you shouldn'ts. Because we get them, I got them from my mother, and I got them from the society and the culture she was with. And that was my framework for growing up. But it's around us everywhere. It's around us in society. It's around us in politics. It's around us in, the supermarket and everywhere we go. It is just the way the world is right now. And unfortunately, things haven't changed that much since I was a child in terms of that power dynamic, but it is. And it starts with you. It starts with that self-belief. It starts with believing in yourself and what you can do. And it also extends to acts of kindness to others, to other women, and help lifting us up, which is why I'm delighted to be part of this conference, because we are stronger together. We can learn from each other. We can help each other, and we can rise together. Now, I laid out a fairly linear pathway of my life and what I was able to accomplish. But there are some things beyond our control. I had it all. I had overcome, and I had lived a beautiful, perfect life for me. I had the career I wanted, the happiness I wanted, the freedom from my mother that I'd wanted. I lost my parents many years ago. I have a husband and pets and travel and dogs and wonderful, wonderful experiences. But life had other plans. In April of 2023, my beautiful husband was in a terrible accident, and was killed. And everything I knew about myself crumbled. And I was broken and lost, and parenting two young children through grief on top of my grief. And I let life break me, because there are times that you just have to go with what's happening. You can't fight everything all the time. And so I did that. And I really took to bed for 6 months, a year, and needed people's help to help me get back to being a mother and a parent and a person. And then I made a decision that I needed to live the best I could to set an example for my children. And so I picked myself up the floor and I published a memoir that I had been writing for many years. And I rewrote my final chapter. And I included what happened with my husband. And when the grief finally lifted about 6 or 8 months ago, I wrote a second book. And it is a book about how to support spouses when they lose their spouse. Because even though these were the worst moments of my life, there's always something to learn. There's always something to do with that experience. And so resilience takes time, takes practice. It's not always perfect, but it's probably the most important muscle you will need to survive a life that you can't always control. And so the people you put into your lives and welcome into your lives, and who welcome them into yours, into theirs, and the choices we make and the decisions we make all have long-term consequences. But it's what we do with everything. It's the choices we make after the most profound losses, after the biggest challenges, that help us move forward with as much grace and passion and purpose as we can. And so, yes, I can, I will, and I did defy everything that my mother had tried to beat into me. And then life had other plans. But the choice is always yours to do what you think is right for you. So if you have a fire in your belly that you are dissatisfied with, or you feel something is wrong, let that be your fuel. Don't let sadness or depression or hopelessness or helplessness enter the equation. Trust your own gut, because it really is the best internal barometer you have, and it's there for a reason. It is connected to you for you. Be your loudest and proudest cheerleader. Again, because if you aren't, you can't fuel yourself to allow others to see how great you are, to help add them onto your cheerleading squad. Find your people. That's probably the most important piece of advice I can give, because nurturing your community in the best of times helps everyone stand taller in the worst of times. And build a circle of people who lift you and keep them close. Build people, find people early in life, nurture them, become family. I like to call them chosen family, because they are the people in my life who choose to love me and my children. They are the ones who even today fill the gaps of what my husband's loss has left in my life. And remember, everything is a decision. Choose to live without regrets. My regret, of course, is that my husband died, but I couldn't do anything about that. For everything that I chose on my own terms, I don't regret that. And I think that's the best life you can live. But you have to be able to see your future self and talk to your future self and think and envision how you want it to play out. Because you are your best advocate, and the next time someone tells you you can't do something, just take a deep breath. Believe in yourself, because that's where your fire and your fuel begins. Thank you so much for joining me today. I want to just thank you all for listening and for believing in yourselves. And hopefully I've given you some little bit of wisdom that you can take on your way and help fuel the best life you can for yourself.
Thank you, Samina. That was beautiful and so touching. And after spending 40 years in corporate, I can definitely relate to some of your stories. In fact, I wrote down, I have a story. I worked for one of the largest tech companies in the world and was handling an acquisition, and went into one of the meetings with the company we were acquiring, and no other women in the room. So I sat down in the middle of the table, long table. I sat down in the middle so I could be in front of the screen, because I always want to be close so I can see. And they started presenting because I was making decisions, and they had to impress me. And they put up their org chart and started walking through their org chart. And they were finished, and they said, "Does anybody have any questions?" And I raised my hand, and I said, "Why aren't there any women on your org chart?" And the entire room went silent. Nobody said a thing for about 20 seconds. And I just waited. I didn't beg for an answer. I just stopped and waited. And somebody else got up from their company, got up from the table, switched the slide, and kept talking. Didn't address my question.
Wow.
Didn't say anything about it.
Oh, that's
So
awful.
it was awful, right? So one of the things that I did when I got back and put into one of the contracts is that we needed to see a certain amount of people, women on the senior management level, before we would even consider acquiring the company. And they made the change. But at the time, it was really shocking to sit there and sit through a half an hour of them telling me every single person in the senior management team, and not one woman.
Yeah, no, I believe it. And that's why when I did have female bosses, it was so disappointing that they were so awful to me, and that they weren't my supporters, because you would think with so few women in a corporate work environment, you would band together, you would support one another. But unfortunately, there's such a scarcity mindset. And I took that to heart and realized that it wasn't me. I had done nothing wrong, and there was nothing wrong. It was their problem. And,
Right.
and that's why, I focus now on women supporting women, because it was the support I didn't get. And
That's exactly what
every woman needs in their career, in their life.
Right. And that's exactly what we talk about here is, what were those things that we didn't get when we were coming up through the ranks? We didn't get mentorship. We didn't get, that support system that we so desperately needed. And yes, there were a few, like you said, middle-aged white men who were kind of like, "I see you, I recognize the work that you're doing, and I'm supporting you." And I'm so grateful for those people. They're few and far between, but
They are.
yeah. But the women, usually the women in that were supposed to support you, even just because you're a team member, it wasn't happening, and often felt that you might be outdoing them or competing with them or something, instead of, I was always taught as a manager to hire people who can do your job, right? Hire people that you trust that could do your job, because you need people on your team that are capable.
Correct.
And not worrying about whether they're going to take your job or not. If you're a good manager, then you've got this really great high functioning team, and you don't have to worry about it, and your training is minimized, and all of those things. So yeah, it's interesting. And because I have so many women friends in corporate America and at this high level, we have these conversations often. So one of the things about SheisMe and about the leadership and about what we're doing to mentor and bring women into entrepreneurship, especially women who are leaving corporate and want to be able to use what they know about business and teamwork and management and all of those things, but don't necessarily want to go back into that corporate machine. We really want to work with women who are in that position, because I think those women are the leaders that we're looking for. Those leaders,
Yes,
those
I
women
agree.
yeah.
I applaud that. And I think there is just more awareness of that mindset and that, the way women used to be in corporate
Mhm.
America. And certainly, I think it does depend on industry. There are, I can't imagine being an investment banker still or, a venture firm as the only woman. Those are very different industries. But by and large, those were not the industries I was in. But by and large, I think there is a little bit more recognition, but I'm really so pleased to see the upspringing of all of these efforts meant to empower, embolden, and connect women to support other
Mhm.
women. And we were talking earlier. In addition to She Is Me, I'm on the board of How Women Lead, which is another amazing organization meant to connect women. And I'm a venture partner in How Women Invest, which is a women-run fund that supports only women-founded companies.
Right.
So there's so many different ways women can show up for each other and create this new business ecosystem, which is what we so
Mhm.
desperately need.
Desperately. And you're going to be sitting on the panel tonight. So we're going to be talking about women and money and creating these new systems and a lot of statistics about women and getting funding and I just saw a statistic while you were talking. 51% of all businesses are owned by women, but generate only 10% of the revenue.
I'm going to have to look into that source. I
Yeah,
have other statistics too. I have statistics that show that
yeah,
women run businesses consistently outperform male run businesses.
yeah. That's interesting. So yeah, we're gonna have to bring
Yeah,
those numbers tonight.
absolutely.
Um, Especially, I want to talk tonight too about the amount of women's businesses that get funded, because that's something that I think has been very heavily weighted towards male-run businesses. And so, yeah, I think that's really important to discuss. But we've got a lot to cover later, and it's going to be a wonderful panel. So thank you for serving on the panel, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much, Lisa.
You're welcome. All right, we'll be back at the top of the hour, and we're going to be with Catherine Tapper. So stay tuned. Hi, everyone. We're back with Dr. K. Tapp. Hi, Doctor.
Hi, Lisa. So good to be here.
Dr. K. Tapp is the founder of Glow Coaching, and we are so honored to have her here today. So I'm going to get out of the way and let her tell you her story.
What if the very thing you've been putting last, your wellness, is the exact thing that unlocks your next level of leadership? When we think about the word leadership, we often think about how we lead other people, but we forget the important fact that in order to lead others well, we must first lead ourselves from within with intention. During our time together, I'm going to challenge how you think about leadership, not as something you do, but as something you embody. You leave with a new lens, a simple practice, and a shift that might just change how you lead from this moment forward. Today, I'm not going to talk to you about team building, increased communication, or how you can increase your productivity. This is a time of introspection for you. High achieving women, we're taught to push, to perform, to prove our worth, but at what cost? I want to have a heart-to-heart with you without any slides. Yes, you will gain a new perspective today, but I want this time to be more about introspection. Taking account of how you are currently leading your life and the first steps to start leading differently. I want you to begin to think about leadership from a wellness-centered perspective. And we're going to be using the LEAD framework. But before we dive into the framework, I think it's important to differentiate between health and wellness. We use them interchangeably. Yes, they are connected, but they're not the same. So first of all, health is the state of being free from illness or injury. It's the overall condition of a person's mind and body. And the definition from the World Health Organization is that it is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease. So that is health. Wellness, on the other hand, is an active process. It's a process of becoming aware of, as well as making decisions toward a more successful existence. It is a dynamic and a holistic concept that emphasizes lifestyle changes, preventive care, and personal growth to enhance your quality of life. So therefore, wellness is self-directed. It is ever evolving. It is proactive rather than reactive. So just in summary, health is the state and condition of where you're in. Wellness is an active process. All right. Not too long ago, I was living in the same cycle that so many high-achieving women find themselves in. On the outside, I was accomplished, a Mayo Clinic trained, board-certified physician, checking every box of what success should look like. But behind the scenes, a different story. I was running on empty. The stress, the pressure to perform, and the endless giving to everyone else left me depleted. It left me disconnected from myself and even from my own health. Eventually, I faced not just professional burnout, but also a personal health crisis that made me realize that something had to change. You see, at that time, I had been diagnosed with end-stage renal disease for about 20 years. I had had a kidney transplant that was not very successful, and it was around this time that it was time for me to return to dialysis. And it was at this turning point, it forced me to pause and to reevaluate the true wellness, what true wellness and leadership meant to me. I realized that success without alignment is not success at all. And I made the bold choice. Really, I had to be forced into this situation where I now had to honor my body, reclaim my energy, and integrate holistic practices into how I live and lead today. So instead of pushing harder, I learned how to align my health, my purpose, and my leadership so I could thrive from the inside out. And what I had realized is as this shift was taking place within my health, as I was returning back to dialysis, there was also a shift that was taking place in my career as well. Because on dialysis, it drains your energy. And I knew that I would no longer be able to work in the clinical space as a primary care physician. And I love taking care of my patients. And what I realized is that light bulb moment. Oh, I'm actually coaching my patients. I'm not one to write prescriptions right away. I want to get to the root cause of what's going on with them, whether it is physically, emotionally, mentally, and even spiritually. And so I knew that at this time there was going to be a shift taking place in my career. And that is how I began this journey of coaching. And so today, what I do is I help high achieving, purpose-driven women leaders to do the same through my signature framework, using a holistic approach, by empowering them to create calm, confidence, and clarity within their lives, letting go of the hustling harder, but instead leading from a sense of wholeness and alignment. Because when you align your wellness with your leadership, you don't just perform better. Guess what? You live better, and you lead with impact, authenticity, and ease. So it's time to let go of the performance identity, the people pleasing, the perfectionism. Any of that resonate with you? The way that you can let go of these things is through the power of the pause. So right now, I want you to reclaim all of you, not just the productive you. So who are you without your title, without your achievements? Ask yourself, what do you need to let go of? And what do you want to welcome in? Because burnout isn't the end. It's a signal. Because in order to lead differently, you have to let go of the baggage. That baggage could be self-doubt, anxiety, the perfectionism I spoke about before, the fear, the unforgiveness, the proving of your worth. Letting go of all of that. If you truly desire to lead and create a life of ease, calm, and clarity, creating that space for you. So the first in the lead framework is the L in letting go. Again, letting go of the perfectionism, letting go of the people pleasing, letting go of the performance identity, letting go of the proving. It is definitely a journey to go from proving yourself to someone else to proving to yourself who you are by embracing your self-worth. And so that is the second point. The E in the lead framework is to embrace your worth. What I've realized is that many women desire more for themselves, but deep down, they don't believe that they are worthy to receive more. I see this over and over again. There is this root of a lack of self-worth that stems typically from an emotional injury that they have carried since childhood. This emotional injury could show up as abandonment. It could show up as neglect. It could show up as the loss of a loved one that was near and dear to them. And so there is this link I have seen that there is between the lack of self-worth and the emotional injury, leaving people to experience a cycle or a pattern over and over again. And they keep asking themselves, why does this keep happening to me? What is really going on here? Whether it is in their finances, their relationships, the career, or the purpose-driven work that they're doing. It's because they are emotionally unfit. So I've been learning about this emotional fitness, because we think about physical fitness all the time. We see it everywhere we go because that's something that we can see with our eyes. But the emotional fitness, it hides behind the physique. It hides behind the physical. So it's much harder to identify as well as to deal with. And that's one of the reasons why I have really transitioned from just working and helping people on their physical health and wellness, because that emotional piece is missing. And being an emotional fitness coach is where we extract data from when you were a child. What was the emotional pain that has caused you now to relive things over and over again? The pattern that you are trying to figure out, why does this keep happening to me? And getting unstuck from that and really extracting what is the gift or gifts that I am to give from this pain that was caused during childhood. So it's really interesting to be in this space of helping women in this way as they become successful leaders. Because what's important to realize is that you're not defined by what happened in your past. You are not defined by your past circumstances. You learn and you grow from them, but it doesn't define who you are right here and right now. And as an emotional fitness coach, guiding women on the journey to let go of the shame, let go of the guilt, and step into their true essence, embracing their self-worth, they realize and they connect with the fact that they were born with greatness. I have this reminder here, and it's the quote from Rumi, that you were born with greatness. You were. So it's time to understand your worth on a deeper level and step into your power. It's not about what has happened to you, but how you can grow through the situation and rise to your true essence. It's time that we take responsibility for how we want to move forward and live our lives. Your success is a measurement of your inner strength. I remember feeling like I was reliving the same New Year's over and over again. I kept feeling as if there was something that was missing. I was feeling stuck. I loved taking care of my patients, but I was experiencing the burnout. And I realized, you know what? I do not want to feel the same way next year this time. I deserved more than the burnout. I deserved more than feeling stuck with where I was. And so I had to look at my life in a different way. And I welcome you to look at your life in a holistic way. When we hear the word holistic, sometimes we think of herbals. People have their own definition of what holistic is. But I want you to think of holistic as a whole person approach, the whole of who you are, not just your physical wellness, but there are 8 dimensions of wellness that I want to introduce to you today. So yes, you have your physical wellness, you have your mental and your spiritual wellness, your occupational, your financial wellness, your intellectual wellness, your environmental wellness, your relational wellness. All of these things are a part of you with you at the center. So connecting the pieces of the puzzle together is important. Too often we separate our work life from our physical health, our mental health, our spiritual health. We're intellectual beings. We know that they're connected, but are we connecting those pieces of the puzzle together? So you are the only one that can lead your life by knowing who you are, by trusting yourself more, by embracing your self-worth, and stepping into your power as that emotionally fit woman that you are. So what does success mean to you? Forget about what society says success should be. The shoulds. Let the shoulds go. What does success mean to you? For me, success means that I am leading a life of alignment in all of these 8 dimensions of wellness. It's about excelling in alignment. We're letting go of the perfectionism. Remember, we spoke about that before. But it's about being on that journey of alignment. And what happens? You live a life of peace, of ease, of calm. And I'm here to tell you that you can live that way, because whatever I speak about, whatever I coach about, whatever I train about, it's because I'm a living example of that. So in order to do that, to lead with more of an alignment journey as an aligned leader, you have to become aware of where you currently are. And looking at that in a holistic way, those 8 dimensions of wellness that I was speaking about. Have you ever heard the term, when it rains, it pours? When one thing seems to happen, there's so many different things that are happening at the same time. Again, wondering, what is really going on here? Why is this all happening to me? But maybe that's not the question to ask. So I'll give you an example of when it rains, it pours. I migrated to the US from Jamaica to start college. So I was around 18 years of age. And I always knew I wanted to become a physician. And so I was in pursuit of that career as I migrated to the US. And it was in my second year of college when I became very, very sick. I was previously healthy, hardly needed to go to the doctor unless it was checkups, but this time it was different. And I was feeling sick for weeks and weeks on end, continued to feel sick after going to the nurse. And I ended up with a diagnosis of end-stage renal disease. So being a 19-year-old, new country, on this journey of becoming a physician, and in my lap was now this diagnosis of end-stage renal disease. And one of the things I had to learn really early, what I had to become aware of, which is the third point, is that I had to accept what was happening. I had to look at things in a holistic way of what is really happening here. I had to be honest with myself about where I needed help. And was I willing to receive help from others to help me on this journey within my health? I realized and I was aware, I'm not on this earth alone. I'm not supposed to be doing this alone. That's why I have my friends, my family, my college community, my mom, everybody. But it's really being aware of, yes, this was happening to me, but there was a deeper meaning below the surface. So I want you to visualize an iceberg, okay? And think about something that's going on in your life right now that is challenging for you. And I want you to think about that iceberg, and what is on the surface of the water, that is the chaos, the challenge, the problem that is happening in your life right now. For me, that was the diagnosis that was given to me. But what I was also aware of is that what was on top of the surface of the iceberg wasn't the full picture. There was much more that was going on below the surface. The iceberg was much bigger below the surface. And so I asked myself, there's a reason why I'm going through this situation. not just focusing on the problem, not just focusing on what's on top of the iceberg, but really being open to the answer about what is the message in the mess. I realized that there was so much more for me to learn within myself on this journey with this diagnosis. It wasn't just about the diagnosis. It was about me going through this, not just physically, but mentally, emotionally, physically, financially, spiritually, all of those 8 dimensions that I spoke about before, and learning that this is a growing opportunity for me to evolve and to share the experience with other people and what I've learned and continue to learn from the experience in a holistic way. So I want you to know, if there's anything that you're going to take away from this lead framework, is that know that there is something deeper going on at the root. And when you're not distracted by just the problem alone, but you're open to what the answer is going on at the root, or the iceberg below the surface, you will receive the answer. Now, there's a lot more depth to this topic, of course, that I don't have time to cover today, but I've been inspired earlier this year, to put together a free guide that allows you to take account of the inner aspects of your life, to become more aware, to gain clarity of where you currently are and who you want to become. It's called the Alignment Audit. And you'll get an opportunity to gain access to it a little bit later on in the talk today. But it's where you're able to pause, the power of the pause, and really reflect on the different aspects of your life and how you're truly feeling. Do you feel in alignment? Is there work to be done? And what is that next step that you can take? So in this moment, I want you to ask yourself a few questions. Number 1, are you operating from a space of high functioning disconnection? What does that mean? On the outside, you are doing what you have to do, what you need to do, what you think you need to do, but there's a piece missing inside of you. You don't know what that is, but you're just going, and you're forgetting to just be. Second question, what is success for you without fulfillment? So it goes back to the question about, what does success mean to you? Now, your success should align with your core values. And your core values should align with your vision. Do you see how all of that connects together? So what is success without fulfillment? What is the point? Third question. Is the burnout masked as drive? Is it masked as motivation? It goes back to our second point, E, embrace your worth. When you know that you are worthy, you don't burn yourself out, because there is another way for you to lead with alignment. So in order to lead a more aligned life, for me, I had to be firm in the decisions that I made moving forward. And you should too. So we have to decide. And in order to decide, we have to be clear. So again, going back to the success, being clear on what your core values are, making sure that your core values connect with your vision. And when you have clarity of your values and your vision, then you're able to make decisions moving forward towards that vision. because you have that clarity. The decision fatigue is real. It is so real when we are burnt out, when we have so much to do. We don't pause to think about, why am I doing the thing that I'm doing? Do I have to do that thing? It's so important to ask yourself the question, is this aligned with my values, or am I doing this to prove something? So again, in order to lead a more aligned life, you have to be firm in the decisions that you make in order to move forward. And that comes with clarity of mind. So the fourth point is in the framework, in the lead framework, is D. Decide. Decide. Decide that there's more in life. Decide that there's more in life and it shouldn't be at the expense of your health and well-being. Realize that you are worthy to experience life in the fullest, in the most maximal capacity. I still remember the day I finished my residency at the Mayo Clinic. And it wasn't the typical celebration because my journey wasn't typical. During residency, I was going through dialysis, later got the transplant, but there were many, many complications in between. And those complications left me 6 months behind. And yet somehow, with all of that was going on, I became chief resident. But at my farewell, one of my colleagues handed me a small stuffed Wonder Woman doll. It was a kind gesture, a way to say, you're strong. You made it despite everything that was going on. But when I looked at that toy, I felt something deeper, because in that moment, being a Wonder Woman didn't feel like something I wanted to celebrate. It felt like a role that cost me my peace. Fast forward to recently, I found that same toy buried in a box. And this time, instead of tossing it aside, I decided to just place it right here on my desk, propped up against my computer screen. Because now she reminds me not of how hard I fought, but of how deeply I've learned to care for myself. That Wonder Woman used to symbolize pushing through pain, showing strength at all costs, leading others while silently neglecting myself. But now she symbolizes something different. It's resiliency that is rooted in restoration, not depletion. This is what wellness leadership means to me. It's the courage to lead others well, because I've learned and I've decided to lead myself well first. I no longer live in fight mode. I live in flow, serving others without losing myself in the process. We all have a Wonder Woman story. The world celebrates our strength, our ability to juggle it all, to rise no matter what. But what if being a Wonder Woman didn't mean fighting battles? Instead, it meant choosing peace. What if strength looked like softness, looked like self-awareness, looked like stillness? you can rewrite your story. You can redefine what it means to be powerful, successful, and wholesome. Today, my Wonder Woman isn't the one who pushes through. No, no, no. She's the one who pauses, who breathes, and leads from alignment. I speak on multiple platforms and create transformative experiences to really help high-achieving women move from that chaos to the calm, to cultivate ease and connection, and to confidently lead their personal and professional lives. Doing so with authenticity and alignment. Why and how? Because they've truly connected with their essence from within. So find something. It could be a physical object that speaks to your soul. Something that serves as a visual anchor to remind you of the woman you are becoming. It could be a photo, it could be a bracelet, a quote, or even like me, a small Wonder Woman doll. And let that symbol remind you that you can be ambitious and aligned. You can be successful with ease. You can lead with power and peace. Because being a well woman is the ultimate act of leadership. And as we wrap up, I want to remind you to let go of what no longer serves you, the people pleasing, the perfectionism. Embrace your worth by being and becoming emotionally fit. Awareness. Become aware of where you are now and who you want to become. And D, decide to move forward in your greatness. Because when you lead from within, you create an environment where people feel safe, seen, and inspired. Not because of what you do, but because of who you are. And that changes everything. I'm Dr. Kay Tapp. I am a Mayo Clinic trained physician, wellness leadership coach, and emotional fitness coach. I have over 10 years of experience in the health and wellness industry, and I help high-achieving women like you to let go of the overwork and burnout, to lead with more calm, confidence, and alignment. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with what if power was peace? What if power looked like peace? We are, I believe, so indoctrinated with the we have to fight every battle to get ahead, right? It's something that we've been taught. It's the man's world. It's the man's way. Fight, war, battles, all of that terminology.
Mm-hmm.
And what if leadership looked like peace and ease and community and caring and just helping each other, right? I think you're exactly saying what's been in my head for so long, and I thank you so much for just bringing that to everybody's attention, because I think it's important that we, as women, as leaders, is that we are going in that direction, and realizing that that is our power, that is our strength, to create this peace around the world, to create this nurturing environment for everybody where, the greatest women leaders that you know aren't out there screaming and fighting, and you know what I mean? They're the ones who make you feel safe. They're the ones who make you feel protected and cared for. So
Absolutely. Absolutely. The leading from within is so important. Just as you mentioned, right? The leaders we look up to, they're emotionally well from what we can see.
right.
That is there, right?
No, but most have done the work, right? They wouldn't have gotten to where they are without have done the work or doing the work. Yeah, it's so important, so important. And thank you very much for coming and sharing your message with us and your story. What an incredible story! And I'm a Wonder Woman fan as well. I have her all over the place as a little reminder. I think probably because she was probably one of the first woman warriors that was represented, right? In our worlds that we were aware of, that she was strong and she had a superpower, and she sort of was at the same level as all the supermen, you know, that were out there, and it was like, wow. So yes, women can do it. So she's really a figure, but you've accomplished a great deal in your life and you've been through a lot. And thank you so much for coming and sharing your story. I know that sharing stories isn't always easy, but there's so many people that need to hear your story and that need to be represented. So thank you so much.
Thank you too for having me. What you're doing here with SheisMe Global and putting on this conference, it's definitely needed for us women to come together collectively to empower ourselves, right? Where two or more are gathered, there's more of an impact.
Exactly. And that's what it's all about, is making that impact and impacting as many women as possible through our shared voices and our community. So thank you for being part of that. I really appreciate it.
I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Well, stay with us. We'll be back at the top of the hour, and Desange will be back. Will be with us. So stay tuned. Hi, everyone. It's Lisa again. We had a little problem with our time zones here with our next speaker. So we're going to take a little break. We'll be back at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock, we have Janelle Anderson, and then we are going to have our panel. So we will see you at 3, and we'll come back at 3 o'clock, and then 4 o'clock for our panel on financial independence. So we'll see.
Struggling to find purpose in leadership? Meet the solution, SheisMe at Sea. This isn't a retreat, it's a reckoning. The SheisMe at Sea 2025 inaugural leadership retreat offers a unique opportunity to connect, collaborate, and create meaningful change. Here, every voice is celebrated and stories are catalysts for revolutionary shifts. Designed for passionate leaders, this experience dives into what it means to lead with integrity across all sectors. Expect to leave armed with effective strategies, ready to lead with purpose. Don't just lead, reshape the world. Secure a spot now and become the change maker the world needs.
Hi, everyone. We are back, and we were going to be joined by Janelle Anderson, but we are not now. So what I want to talk to you about is SheisMe at Sea. And a couple of things that are going on there is our author's book signing event, which we will have almost all of our leaders that are joining us are accomplished authors. They'll bring copies of their books, sign them for you, and we'll all be there with our books. And one afternoon we'll be sitting around one of the lounges, and you can meet everyone and buy their books and whatever else they have there. It's going to be amazing. The other thing that we have is the SheisMe annual awards. This is an amazing event. It's going to be a gala. It's going to be knock your socks off fun. But I want to go over the awards and the awards that we're giving out and what we're looking for, because we want to give these awards to just extraordinary women. And I want to talk about what awards we're giving out and how you can nominate somebody. So the first award is called Empowering Leader Award, but the her, empowering is spelled with her in the middle. Empowering Leader Award recognizes a woman who embodies leadership through uplifting and inspiring those around her. The award is for someone who encourages growth, fosters innovation, and leads with integrity and compassion, empowering others to find their own strength and potential. The nominee criteria for this: demonstrates outstanding leadership that promotes empowerment and inclusivity, inspires others to achieve their goals, helping them realize their full potential, and fosters an environment where diverse voices are heard and valued. So consider nominating someone who has had visible impact in leadership, whether in the workplace, community, social initiatives, and has a track record of empowering those around her. So we really want someone who you think deserves this award for just empowering everyone and lifting everyone up around her. Okay. Next, Community Builder Award. The Community Builder Award honors a woman who actively brings people together, creating strong supportive networks within her community, and someone who prioritizes collaboration and works tirelessly to foster connections that strengthen the bonds of her community. Demonstrates a commitment to creating and nurturing inclusive communities, encourages collaboration and builds bridges between individuals or groups, and consistently supports and uplifts other women in her community. Obviously, it's about community builder. So if you know somebody who has built a community or is a leader in their community and they're just not, you think that they deserve more recognition than they're getting, nominate them. The best thing about this is not only are they going to be honored, they're going to have a photo shoot, they're going to have a write-up in the magazine, they're going to have all kinds of PR. They're going to be on the ship with all the other award winners. Their travel and their cruise is paid for. And give me a second. I have Janelle is trying to get in here, so let me send her the link. It's a live show, ladies and gentlemen, or ladies, I should say. Okay, there we go. So they're going to be with all the other winners, and there's going to be just an amazing community. There she is. So I'll finish this tomorrow. Let's talk to Janelle. Hi, Janelle.
Hi, I don't know what's going on with my background here. Let's see.
I don't know either.
Oh, how weird. Well, it's glittery, isn't it?
It's sparkly.
I don't have a background on. I don't know what to do about it.
It's maybe your lighting.
I don't know.
Your camera. I don't know. Do you have a different camera? Can you switch cameras?
Let's see here. Hold on. Let me just.
There you go. There you go.
Oh, am I good?
It stopped. Oh,
Oh,
no.
it's trying to put the virtual background up, but I am not using it. So it didn't work the other day. I'm sorry. Hi, everybody. I am. I couldn't find my link. I mean, stuff's happening today. Oh, maybe it's under the settings. That's what it is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Visual, audio, visual. Let me take the screen off. Take that off. There we go.
Here it is. Yay!
Yay!
Well, I was filling in. I was letting people know about the awards for this year and what's coming up. But I'm going to get out of your way and I'm going to let you have your time, okay?
Okay. Thank you so much, Lisa. Awesome. It's great to be here with everyone. Again, sorry I'm a little late. Better late than never, they always say. I am Janelle Anderson. I'm known as the Virtual Events Visionary. I work with coaches. I help them to build thriving businesses by hosting their own virtual events, workshops, summits, things like that, and speak and learn to tell their stories so that they can attract to them the people that they're meant to serve and help. So what I want to share with you today is more on the personal side of what I do, and I think it would probably be more resonant with you all because not all of you are possibly coaches. So with this being, SheisMe Conference, and we are talking about women and us taking our power back and all that great stuff, I wanted to share with you a personal story that I think will really resonate with a lot of you. So the name of my talk is Silenced No More, The Unstoppable Power of Your Voice. So I want to start with a question. Have you ever wanted to speak up, but something inside you stopped you? Maybe it was fear, maybe shame, or maybe that quiet whisper that said, who am I to say this? Or who am I to speak up in this meeting? Or who would want to hear what I have to say? I know that feeling all too well. For so many years, for decades, silenced ruled my life. I didn't want to speak up and share my truth. I didn't let people in to know the real me. And so I want to share that story with you. But more importantly, I want to show you how your voice, your story, maybe there's something you're holding on to that you're afraid to share or you're holding back on. But I want to share with you that no matter what that is, no matter how long your voice has been silenced or you've held back, you can become unstoppable. And I'm going to share with you a 4-step or 4-phase process that really brought me out of that place onto what I call the center stage of my life, where I discovered my message and my story and my purpose and all the things that I'm doing today. And it started really when I was 19 years old. I woke up in the middle of the night with a man on top of me. I couldn't move. I couldn't even make out what was happening before everything went blank again or black again. Like I blacked out. And I woke up the next morning just feeling groggy, confused. My eyes caught the stain of blood on my sheets. And then I realized reality hit me. I had just lost my virginity to this man I didn't even know. In a way I didn't choose. We had just met at a bar the night before, me and my roommate. And I didn't remember anything after that. But instead of thinking I was drugged or raped, my first thought was, this is my fault. How could I let this happen to me? There must be something wrong with me, which is very common with survivors of assault like that. I didn't know it at the time, but shame just settled over me like a heavy cloak. I was 19 years old, and something inside me began to shut down. I shrank back. I became small. Felt like I was ruined. And then 4 years later, I find myself sitting on a bar stool in a Las Vegas casino. My boyfriend was standing at the door watching me. And then a paunchy, balding man, way older than me, sat down the stool next to me and asked the question that would change my life. He said, "Are you working?" With a sinking heart and every part of me screaming no, I turned to him and said the word that sealed my fate. Yes. That was my first day as a prostitute. Only the truth was I was being trafficked by my boyfriend. I didn't know that. I thought I was just making a terrible choice because I wanted to hold on to him. And I was in that desperate, vulnerable state from what had happened to me years before that I'd never processed. I was so desperate to be loved. It wasn't what I wanted. I didn't want to do this. It wasn't my choice. It's what I thought I had to do in order to keep his so-called love. But he had primed me. He had manipulated me. He had emotionally controlled me to do what he wanted. And it wasn't until more than 30 years later that I learned that boyfriending is common in the trafficking industry. Almost 40% of trafficking survivors are lured into it through a romantic relationship, just like me. And it happens all around us. I didn't know that. I thought it was my fault. I thought I was ruined. I thought I was a bad person, unworthy. Over the next 3 years, I sat on hundreds of bar stools and had sex with hundreds of strange men who didn't see me as a person, only as a body that they could buy. That does something to a woman's soul. And when you go through that kind of trauma, you disappear. The real you retreats deep inside, hiding somewhere safe where nobody can touch you or hurt you. And then that became how I lived. That became how I showed up, even after I got out of that situation. And that's when my voice was silenced, in the sense that I didn't speak up for what I wanted. I didn't put myself out there. I didn't dare go after what I wanted. And I continued to be really manipulated easily, a people pleaser. And that silence really carried through the next 30 years. On the outside, I looked normal. I had jobs, I had responsibilities, family, friends, but inside, I lived in a cage of shame. My voice was locked away. There was no way I was going to tell people who I really am or what had really happened to me, because they might reject me. And so my sense of worth and value was buried away. Now, I did speak in the sense, like I taught workshops and retreats and things like that in my church. I was a school teacher, but I wasn't speaking my truth, my voice. I was wearing a mask of confidence, but it wasn't real, right? I was just playing a role outwardly. I looked like I had it all together, but inside I kept that deep story just locked away, scared that if I shared it, people wouldn't want to be my friends. I told a few close people, but that was it. And I was just terrified. If people really knew, they would judge me. They would reject me, ridicule me. Then one weekend at a women's retreat where I was teaching, something inside me just said, it's time. I had already been doing some of the healing work. And I just knew I needed to speak this out loud in a safe space, but I needed to get this out because it had such a hold on me. And until I spoke it out loud, it was going to continue to keep me playing small. So I got up the nerve that day. My heart was pounding. My knees were shaking. My hands sweating. My mouth went dry. But I spoke and I told the truth of my past. The story I had hid for so long. And afterward, it was truly miraculous, because I thought, they're probably never going to want to talk to me again. But instead, women came up to me one at a time, pouring out their heart to me and saying, oh gosh, thank you for sharing your story, because now I can share mine. And I realized, oh my gosh, by me sharing my story, I'm impacting so many others. It's not about me. It's about having an impact. By being the one who breaks the ice and says, okay, I'm going to tell this story and I'm going to get free of it. And for these women, some of them, it was the first time they'd ever spoken out loud those things they had held in silence. And because they were speaking it out in a safe place, they could find their healing. And that was my aha moment, that my voice had the power to unlock the voices of others. Man, I tell you, that weekend, it just opened up something inside me. I wasn't completely healed yet, but it was the beginning. And it took years for me to completely walk through this journey. I began working with counselors in my church, and later began to get in, work with coaches. And during this time, I started to really go back to those things that happened to me. I did not want to face the past, and I didn't want to speak it out loud, but I knew that I needed to. And as I did that, the walls began to just crack around me that I had built. And so together we began to unpack the stories I had told myself for years, but those stories were built on lies. I'm not worthy to be loved. I'm a bad person because I allowed these men to take advantage of me, abuse me, assault me. That was a story I believed. No one wants to hear what I have to say. Or I can't. I'll fail. I'll be rejected, discarded, ignored. Those were all the things I had believed for so long, and they kept me small, silent. But slowly, we traced those stories back to their roots and the moments that they first took hold. And then I began to call them what they really were: lies. They weren't true. And in their place, I started to speak the truth. I started to look for the truth of, who am I really? If I'm not this unworthy woman who let things happen to her, then who am I? And I began to see the truth of who I am. I'm created in the image of God. I'm a woman with inherent worth and value and strength and dignity. I have gifts to give. I have this greatness on the inside of me that had never been developed. And also I saw that my past, the things that happened to me, did not disqualify me. They did not dictate who I was. They did not define me. They were things that happened to me. And as I began to unpack all of this, confidence began to build. And I began to know who I really am. And beyond that, even more wonderful was that I began to love who I am. I began to let go of the shame of me, my younger self, and began to embrace her with compassion, with love, with forgiveness. I began to forgive myself and forgive the men too, and let it all go. And when that happened, courage began to rise. I began to, like I said, step out on the center stage of my life and be who I am and stop hiding back in the shadows. And my voice grew and emerged, and my message, the message I have for the world and my purpose, began to show up. And then I began my coaching journey, because I realized that helping others heal and grow and find their purpose and find their voice was burning inside of me. It was a gift that I could share with the world. And I also wrote my book, where I wrote down my story, which brought more healing. And I began to speak at conferences and on podcasts and summits. I launched my own podcast. I hosted my own events. I had a voice now. And every time I speak, another layer of fear falls away. Every story I tell just enforces the truth that our stories aren't meant to be hidden away, but they're meant to be shared. And it wasn't easy. There were moments that I wanted to quit, but the transformation changed everything. If you could see me, who I was before and who I am now, you would be like, oh my gosh, the people that knew me all those years and see me now, they always say, wow, the transformation. And it really came from me saying yes to myself and being willing to face those things and just strip them away and let the real me emerge. So I share this with you, not because my journey is special or that I want to share this story that's not fun to share. I always thought, like, I don't want to share that story because it's too heavy. People start to feel bad for me, and I don't want to do that. But I don't share it for that. I share it so that you could see what's possible for you too, if you're in a place where you're kind of hiding, where maybe there's a part of you that you don't want to show the world. And not to say that you have to get on a stage and tell the world, but to be able to tell somebody and work through anything, any traumas that you've been through. Unfortunately, the statistics are that 4 out of 5 women experience some sort of assault or harassment or something, right? That's why we're here at this conference, so that our voices can emerge, right? We can stand in our own power. And so I share my story to help other women find their voice and find their power, and to know that you can do it and you are worth it. And so I want to share with you the process that I walked through when I was writing my book. I realized there was like a process, and I had walked through stages. And as I formulated that, it's what I call now the STAR process, because my book is called Take Center Stage, Be the Star of Your Own Story. Because as I emerged from this, that's what I felt like. And so it's an acronym. So I'm going to walk you through the STAR process, because I think it's something that anybody can take and apply and walk through to bring not only healing, but also to bring you more confidence and more freedom and more power to step out and share your voice. And I also use STAR because stars are luminaries, aren't they? They shine their own light. They don't reflect somebody else's light. And that's who we are. We are stars. We shine our own light. So the S stands for stir up your soul. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, have you ever driven somewhere and then you got there and you're like, I don't even remember driving. I don't even remember how I got here. If you've ever had that experience, put yes in the chat, because it's very common, right? We're like on autopilot. We're just kind of going through the motions and all of a sudden we're there. But that's what we're doing in our lives, many of us. And that's what I was doing. I was just going through the motions. I was sleepwalking. I wasn't aware. I was hiding, right? And so suddenly you realize, oh my gosh, look at all the time that has gone by. When I began to have this experience, I was in my mid to late 50s. So from the time I was in my 20s to my 50s, I was sleepwalking. And I was just going through the motions and I wasn't aware. I just was reacting. And so I started asking myself these questions. What am I doing with my life? I mean, if 50 some years can go by that fast, the rest of it's going to go by fast. Am I fulfilling my calling? Am I having the impact I'm meant to have? And so I began to kind of wake up from a deep slumber. And sometimes you have to stir yourself up. You have to stir yourself awake. Mel Robbins said, the time is now. Stop hitting the snooze button on your life. And it's kind of like that. Like, I'm famous for hitting the snooze button, coming out of a deep sleep. Oh, I don't want to get up yet. And that's how I was living my life. But it's time to start stirring ourselves up and start to create this self-awareness about, what are you thinking about? What are you feeling right now? What are you saying? What are you believing? And so I began this series. I called it Spirit Nudges. I actually asked God, would you just tap me on the shoulder when I'm going into autopilot, so I could learn how to like create this awareness in the moment and not later think, oh, I wish I had done that. I wish I had responded that way. But could it happen in the moment? And so at the time I was running a skate center. My husband and I had a skate center with laser tag and roller skating and all that fun stuff. And I was in the middle of menopause. So I don't know how many of you are there, but I mean, right, like in the middle of it with all the stuff, the hot flashes, the moodiness, the crankiness. I was on edge. I was tired, and we're running the skate center. And our employees were mostly high school, college age kids, some of them with their first job. And I was managing the office, and they would come in there to count down the drawer at night. And I would get so irritated if they weren't counting the money exactly right. If all the bills weren't facing the same way as I was taught as a teller, and I would get on their case about it and be really super critical because of that. And so when I started asking for those nudges, right, those taps on the shoulder, I remember this one day where I started to feel that irritation because they weren't counting the money the right way. And all of a sudden it was almost like this quiet inner tap on the shoulder, like, oh, right now, this is one of those moments. And I was able to actually perceive it and stop and step back and ask myself, what is going on? What am I feeling right now? What am I feeling in my body? What am I feeling emotionally? Oh, I'm irritated. Oh, I can feel my jaw tightening up. What is causing that? What is really triggering me? And then I would stop and think, what am I thinking? What are the thoughts that are coming into my mind right now? I'm thinking that this has to be done this way. Well, what am I believing? What's my belief around this? That money has to be counted a certain way? Why? How true is that, right? And then I'd ask myself, how do I want to respond? This isn't the way I want to show up. I don't want to show up this way. And what really matters right now? Is it how the money's being counted, or is it these people sitting here in front of me? They're not task doers. They're people with worth and value. That changed me in so many ways. And I started doing that little wait and stepping back and taking myself through those questions over and over again. And what it began to do is made me realize that I was waking up. And in those moments, I had a choice to show up how I wanted to. I didn't have to show up the way I always had. I didn't have to show up in this pattern, right? In this behavior. I could actually choose to show up the way I wanted to. And beyond that, I don't have to keep living life the way I am. I could choose to do what fulfills me and brings me joy. And I can choose to say yes to me. And that actually led me to one of the most important decisions of my life, which was to deal with my trauma. I hadn't dealt with it yet. And I realized that when I said yes to me, to walk through my healing journey, to come to this place where I'm really me and I'm becoming who I'm meant to be, that's a gift I give to the world. Because imagine if we're all showing up in our power and our true selves, what a gift that is. And so put I say yes to me in the chat if you want to make that choice. And you can ask yourself this question: what part of you has been asleep, waiting for permission to feel again, to dream again, to live again? Maybe you're at this place where you're ready to say, you know what, I'm ready to wake up. I'm ready. I'm ready to do it. I'm ready to do this work. When I first was faced with that, I realized, you know what, I'm holding myself back because of the past trauma. I thought it was gone and buried. I didn't think it was affecting me, but there was a moment where I realized it is totally holding me back. I need to deal with it. And I made that choice. I woke myself up and I made the choice to say yes to me. It was scary, but so worth it. So that's the S and star, right? The beginning. And then that will lead you straight into the T, which is tell yourself the truth. Once you wake up and you start dealing with things that you've been ignoring or putting on the back burner or hiding away, it's time to tell yourself the truth. And this was really the hardest part, because that's where I had to go back and process through the things that happened to me that I had never told hardly anybody. And also uproot those lies that I was believing, that I'm not enough, I'm not worthy. Like really looking at, what do I believe about myself and how true is it? And then, you know, that whole process of confronting those lies and telling myself the truth, that I was actually manipulated. I was actually a victim. It wasn't my fault. These men took advantage of me. This happened to me, but it doesn't define me. And as I began to unpack that, the shame began to fall away. And this is where I finally acknowledged the trauma. I finally began to work through it. And in this step, the truth, tell yourself the truth step, there's a process of trusting your inner wisdom and forgiveness, and being willing to say out loud that lie and then call it a lie, and then look for what's really true about me and about the situation and about this whole thing that has been holding me back. And then another part of this was, even though all that happened to me was terrible and I would never want anyone to go through that, I would not want to go through it again. But even though it was hard and all the many things I've been through since that have been hard, there's gold in there. I am a different person. I had some of my characteristics and my strength and my perseverance and my resilience and who I am today, my inner wise woman, was formed in the middle of all of that. And so I want to honor that part of me and then begin to write my true story. What's really true about me? And I've gone through a whole lot of different discoveries about who am I? What are my strengths and my passions and my personality and my natural way of showing up and my gifts and my talents, and really embracing that with, hey, I'm amazing, actually. And being able to look at myself in the mirror and declare, like, you're totally awesome. I couldn't do that before, but to do it without feeling weird or like I'm bragging or boasting, but I am awesome. And so are you. And being able to truly love yourself in that way. What that does is it takes you into the A, which is true acceptance of yourself. And that puts you into action. When you really love yourself and you really see all the good things in you and you know what your calling is, what your gifts are, what you're meant to do in this world, the impact you're meant to make, and you choose to walk it out, action starts happening, right? If you're not sure of all that and you're still covered in shame or you're hiding away, like, you're not going to take action. I started taking action and speaking on stages. Like, I never thought I would ever do that. I wrote my book. I started a business at the age of 61. I mean, all of these things were actions that I put into place because now I was the star of my own story, because I loved myself and I knew who I am and I believe in who I am. And the comparison with others it was gone. Because if I'm truly who I am and loving who I am, then I can look at other people and be really happy that they're who they are. I can shine my light. They can shine their light. It doesn't diminish. We don't diminish each other. We support each other, right? So the R is the last part of this process. Release the river. Once you've stirred yourself up and you've looked at the truth and you've looked at the lies and you've released all of that and you've seen who you truly are and you've begun to take action in your life, you step into the world as your whole authentic self. And for me, releasing meant writing my book, speaking, telling my story, coaching, using my voice to help others heal. And for you, it might mean something completely different. Having an honest conversation, healing a relationship, pursuing a dream that you've buried. Releasing isn't about performance. It's about giving yourself the permission to be who you are in the fullest capacity that you can, to be fully you. And the reason I call it release the river is because you know how rivers move things, right? They change the environment. They carve out their path and they move things. They're always moving. I think of rivers as powerful. And so when you are releasing the fullness of who you are, it's like that river that's flowing out and it's changing things. You're having an impact. You're empowering others, right? You're moving blocks and obstacles out of the way. And that's where we can make the biggest impact in the world. And so, stop and ask yourself, like, where am I still holding myself back? What would it look like if I could release the fullness of who I am and stop hiding and start shining and speaking my truth and walking in my own power? The STAR process isn't really a one-time journey. It's something that you can go through again and again and again as you grow. It's self-reflection. It's self-awareness. It's being truthful. It's being honest with yourself. It's being vulnerable. It's being willing to change. It's being willing to step into hard places. It's trusting your intuition. It's trusting your inner wise wisdom, your inner wise woman. It's locking arms with other women and helping each other. And every time you walk through it, your light shines a little bit brighter. Because when you stir up your soul, you tell yourself the truth, you accept yourself and release the fullness of who you are, you don't just find your voice, you become the voice that sets others free. So walking through this process, it didn't just heal me, it revealed my purpose, my deepest pain and my deepest trial in my life that I'd hidden away for so long actually prepared me for my greatest calling, helping others use their voice to create transformation in the world. And coaching was one of the most powerful parts of my own healing. Helped me process my story, shift my mindset, build my confidence, rebuild my life, have a purpose, right? And so that's why I deeply believe in coaching. That's why I work with coaches, because coaching is a modality that changes lives. It changed mine. And so that's what ignited my passion to do what I do today, to help coaches build thriving, sustainable businesses and get themselves out there, speak on stages, share their expertise. Because I believe that the more successful coaches there are, the more transformed lives there will be. And many coaches struggle with the same things that I struggled with, like the thoughts of, I'm not ready yet. I can't do this. I don't have enough experience. I'm not good enough. Who would listen to me? And those fears just keep them small and hiding, and they're not putting themselves out there. And the people that they are meant to help are not getting the help that they are meant to get. So I love to help coaches step into that confidence, to own their message, speak with boldness, share their expertise, host their own events. And I teach them how to do that, to design powerful workshops and events, and how to build a business around that. Because that creates connection. It creates a place for their people to come and meet with them and connect with them. So we also build the back end, the structure, the strategy, their business, and together we turn their coaching dream into a thriving business that not only supports their life, but fuels their mission and multiplies their impact. And every time I watch a coach step onto her own stage and light up the room, I'm just reminded, when one woman finds her voice, countless others are set free. So when I look back on that young woman who sat on those stools in those casinos, who believed that she didn't matter, her voice didn't matter, I hardly can recognize her. She lived in fear, shame, silence. But today, I stand here free and confident. Not because life is easy, but because I finally chose to tell my truth to myself, first of all, and to heal and to step into who I am. And that's what I want for you. No matter what you've been through, no matter how long you've been silent maybe or holding back, it's never too late to find your voice and use it to change lives. Your voice carries power. It carries light, and it carries the ripple effect that can change the world. So maybe your next step isn't a stage yet. Maybe it's saying yes to just being seen or sharing your story to one person. But if you are a coach or someone who's just getting ready to get your message out there in a bigger way, to speak confidently, to become a powerful leader, I have a gift for you. It's a guidebook. It's called Workshops That Win Clients. And inside, you'll discover my framework to deliver workshops that attract the right people to you, whether you want to make an impact or whether you're building a business, and how to do that naturally in a way that leads to vulnerable transformations and authenticity and real connection. So that's a downloadable gift. And the link, I don't know if they're putting it on a page or if I'm dropping it, I don't know. But it's an ebook that you can download. It also has a free ticket to my 3-day event coming up in November, where I walk everybody through that process. We put together your workshop. So if you're wanting to get your voice out there and you love to do workshops, things like that, this could be for you. And it's really not just about hosting a workshop. It's about building a movement and saying, my voice is waiting to be heard. And the world is waiting for you. So thank you so much for having me. I hope this has been a blessing and has helped many of you. And I don't know if there's any questions. I can't see any kind of chat, but Lisa, if you're there, I think I'm early, aren't I?
You're early. It's okay. It's good. It's great. It's all as well. No questions, just some great comments on thank you for sharing your story and What a powerful story. Thank you so much for bringing your courage to our stage and sharing that story. I know, luckily, with this movement of us standing up and telling our truth and not sort of taking it any longer, this has become, your story has become more common, whereas it was something that we never talked about.
Yep.
But now we hear it more often. And I'm so grateful for you sharing your story and for others who share their story, because it brings awareness, and then we know how to stop it. We know how to, I mean, I know it's still happening, but I think with the awareness that's happening now, it's more recognizable. Women are waking up and saying this isn't normal, and we're not going to do this anymore.
When it happened to me, people were not talking about it. That's why I didn't realize it. When I realized that I had been trafficked, I mean, I literally was shocked. I sat there like, what?
Well, and we didn't really know what that meant, right? We had no idea that wasn't a term that we used. It wasn't something that we talked about.
No.
Same with, when I started this platform, it was because nobody was talking about domestic violence. Nobody was talking about it out loud. It was just something that happened to you, and you kept it quiet, and you never got divorced because you couldn't. And, and I said, no, we're going to talk about it, because people need to know that this is happening, and we need to be able to share our stories. And the same with you, like, it's, unfortunately, when you told your first story about the sexual assault, there's a lot of us who are just like, me too. That's, that's happened.
Yep.
And thank you again. I mean, it's such a powerful story, and I'm so glad that you got here.
I know.
Yeah. So
I think I just wanted to say, like, talking about it now takes the power away from it to hold you back.
Right.
It just, something breaks off of you.
Right. It takes the power away. And that was one thing that I, had a laundry list of things that I wanted to create this platform, and why I wanted, this movement to happen. Not only does it takes the power away from anybody else, from what has happened to you, from the perpetrator, from the shame, because, and I say this all the time, why are you shaming me? Shame on them.
Exactly.
Why are you shaming me?
Yeah.
I don't hold any shame about anything that's happened to me. I shame them. I'm like, shame on you. And so that's why we want to take the shame out of this, because there is no reason why you should feel shame.
And I don't anymore. And I was asked, I told this story the other day in another conference, and one of the questions was, how do you deal with people that look down on you or reject you or criticize you after you tell your story? And I was like, I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care anymore. That's on them. And that was just such, like, oh my gosh, I really, truly don't. I don't even know. I've never had anybody say anything. And if they stopped following me or talking to me because of it, it's like, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. Go away.
Go away. I don't care.
Go away. Yeah. There's no reason to, we had this conversation the other day I did with a friend, and we were talking, she talked to her husband, asking him how many women that did he think he knew that had been sexually assaulted.
Yeah.
And he said, none. And she said, no, every single woman I know has been sexually assaulted.
Right.
And he was completely shocked.
Yeah.
And I said, there are a lot of women who, especially when you tell your story online or you mention something about things online, there are women who are just like, will come on and blame you or shame you or something, and say, oh, that didn't happen and that doesn't happen. And I want to say that it probably has happened to them as well, but they are so ashamed and so there's no way they're going to ever reveal that and talk about it.
Yeah.
But I want whoever is listening to know, and if you have been assaulted, or you have been trafficked, or you have been abused in any way, tell someone, let it out. It is so healing, because holding it in is just making you sick. It is something that is poison to our every cell in our bodies, and we believe you. We are here. We believe you.
Yes.
And you can reach out to us here at SheisMe. We have a giant network globally that we can find someone near you that you can talk to, that can help you through this. So just know that you aren't alone.
Absolutely.
Janelle, thank you.
Thank you for having me, Lisa.
Yes, it was wonderful. Thank you so much. We will be back in about 15 minutes. We're going to have a financial freedom panel, so we'll see you then. Hi, everyone. We are back, and today is our first panel of the conference, and the panel is called Money as Freedom, Building Sovereignty in a System Built to Keep Us Small. Thank you all for joining me today on the panel. We're going to go around, starting with Samina, and introduce ourselves.
Hi, everyone. I'm Samina Barry. I'm currently a strategic advisor to CEOs and boards within the biopharmaceutical industry, where I help them on corporate positioning and investor strategy. This is after 35 years in the biotech industry, where I worked on investor strategy and relations. And the last decade of my operational career consisted of my involvement in $40 billion worth of M&A transactions. So I've made a lot of men, a lot of money, and I have now turned that experience into wisdom that I now use to serve as a venture and a private investor, a limited partner in a women's fund called How Women Lead, where we support women founders. I'm on the executive board of How Women Lead, How Women Invest, which is a women's leadership and empowerment group. I'm an author, I'm a podcast host, and I'm a board member of other organizations. I'm happy to be with you today.
Thank you. Danielle.
Hi, I'm Danielle Fournier. I am the CEO and founder of Modern Shaman. I'm a spiritual coach and a medicine woman in a modern world. I'm a retired newspaper publisher. I was one of the youngest female publishers, one of the youngest publishers in Washington State. I have advanced degrees in Native environmental philosophy. I used to argue with the government for fun on the behalf of tribes around water rights. I have over 300 awards in publishing, and I have helped a lot of women create careers. This year, I crossed 7 figures in my business, and I am so proud to be here and talk about money as empowerment.
Silke.
Hi, I'm Silke Harvey. I'm the founder of Female Leaders Rising, which is a global movement that empowers women to make more money and then share their wisdom and pass it on to other women to empower the next generation of women to make more money. So we are aiming to create a whole new movement where we share the wealth on this planet equally around and make sure that women get a lot more of it than we are getting at the moment. And we are in the founding stage, and I'm really happy to be here and to be with all these other great women and to talk about the really important topic about how women can be empowered through financial freedom. I'm very happy to be here today.
Thank you. Holly.
Hi, I'm Holly Hayes. I'm founder of the Up Level Academy. So I'm kind of like a taxi driver. I pick people up and I take them where they want to go. I'm very honored to be here today. I actually set an intention in July of this year that I would be asked to speak on a panel of experts about money, investing, and creating wealth. And look how quickly I manifested that. I'm a little bit controversial, I'd like to say, because I've actually very recently consciously unsubscribed from the system. I actually currently have no money in the bank. I have chosen to invest my wealth into decentralized systems and exit the matrix. I also sold my home. I sold my home prior to COVID, actually. And I recently bought a trailer or a caravan, depending on where you're joining us from. And I plan to travel around Australia and stop trading time for money.
Fantastic. Thank you all for being here. This session is designed to spark transformation, truth-telling, and forward motion. So we are ready and so excited that you all are here. So be bold, be raw, and be real. Our first question: how do historical restrictions on women's financial power still shape our opportunities and conditioning today?
I can go. One of the things we have to realize is the historical architecture of society was created by men for men. And women's roles have always been delegated to homemaker. And when we pair the economical and business external environment with societal and cultural expectations of women to not participate in that level of decision making, that continues to fuel that. And until we can break the system, and maybe not break the system, but create a parallel system, we'll continue to be stuck in that. And what we see is even now, women do not talk openly in society about the investments they've made and stocks they've traded. That's just not a topic of conversation, whereas men can have it quite easily. And so we really do need to shift the expectations that culture and society have put on women and let them step into their power, because women right now, at least in the United States, control 1/3 of private wealth. So there is enormous power and potential that is waiting to be unlocked. We just have to have women recognize the power that they hold.
Yeah, I actually couldn't agree more with what you just said. And as women, we really have no financial literacy. So we are just taught to budget and save. And then we have this deep conditioning that is generational. We inherit it from our ancestors. And it basically is we constantly ask ourselves, can I afford this? And we, of course, as women, want to put our family first and our children first, but we think that it has to be one or the other. We don't come from this abundant mindset that we can actually have it all.
Well, and I would like to weigh in, being from two different backgrounds. I'm a tribal woman who grew up in Western culture. So I grew up with women who ran households, but from a more masculine energy, right? And so I think for me, becoming the first woman publisher in my third generation family, I had some of those tools. Some of the things that help women anybody make money are unbecoming to a lady. Being forward, being confident, talking about money publicly. And we're so conditioned that we don't see how those things affect us, right? So we're not necessarily, sales can be really hard for women. And that is how you make money in a business. Sales as service, not the type of sales where we think of sales in that men's role, that very masculine thing. How do you learn it? While at the same time, men had the advantage of having us do this part in traditional relationships, do all that caregiving for the family while they were free to go pursue that breadwinning. And now as CEOs and entrepreneurs, we're still doing it all.
Yeah. And I would like to add about the practical side of this question, because up until the early 20th century, many countries in this world actually forbid women to have bank accounts. Women could not actually own their own bank accounts. And in some countries that carried on until after the Second World War, actually, as recently as that. And myself, I have lived in several countries in Europe, and I have come across restrictions that are continuing to this day. For example, when I was a young girl, I was 19, I went to Spain, and I spent a season there doing seasonal work, and I was not allowed to sign a contract without my father, my husband, or a brother signing for me. I was not allowed to even get my own money. My father had to collect my wages for me every month. So that's the first time I ever experienced that level of, financial restriction on women. Then, even in the UK, where I lived for over 30 years, everything seemed fine until the day my husband left me. And the bank turned around and said, because my husband is left as a single woman, I could not have a mortgage, and they would actually rescind the mortgage on the property because I'm a single woman now. And many people don't know that, but it still exists to this day, this prejudice. Also, I found out from my financial advisors that women in the UK have about 5 to 6 times less success in obtaining a mortgage when they're single than when they're married, because a husband is always expected to sign with you, co-signing. And even now in Bulgaria, where I live, there is a rule that anything you have bought as a marital asset whilst you are married to your husband, even if it's your own thing that you bought from your own money, you are not allowed to sell without his permission.
Wow.
Mm.
Which brings us to the next question. What does financial sovereignty mean to you personally? And how has that definition evolved through your journey?
I'd love that. Yeah, I have to say that I was not a person that was expected to succeed, and it was something I chose for myself. I grew up in a wealthy family, and people think, oh, that might have been easy. It wasn't. It wasn't, because I was told from very much groomed from a very young age, your job is to go out and like make like Bridgerton some kind of great match, right? And for me, I don't know where I would be if I hadn't decided to make my own money, because I am a wild person and I've done far more as an entrepreneur to change the world and help other people. And partly because of all the things that go into making money. It's not just the transactional part that people won't talk about. It's the personal growth. It's about the service. Most women, I find when I talk to, especially entrepreneurs, there's a part of service in their work where they want to include everybody. And that's how we change the world. And I think as we each individually do it, we bring everybody with us.
Yeah, absolutely. I could not agree more. And I grew up in very similar circumstances where what was expected of me was to get a great education so I would be a good match. And I had no financial literacy. I'm first generation. And I remember just thinking I needed to do it myself. And so I did. And I picked up what we had here, and I don't even know if they publish it still, but it used to be called Kiplinger's Personal Finance. And I
Yes.
self-taught. And I figured out how much to put into a 401k. I figured out all of the ways to do it. And I subscribed to it probably for, a good 15, 20 years. I engaged my own financial advisor, and I set goals for myself, but no one told me that. I just did this for myself. And as a result, even into marriage, I was the main breadwinner by several fold. So I was always in charge. My husband completely trusted that. And so I did all of the investments and rebalancing because simply, I just got better at it than he did, even though that's where he had trained. He trusted my instinct. But it is, making those decisions, the best interest of you, your family, and in a way that aligns with your values, I think is so very important. And that's why I do the work I do today with how women invest, because I'm deeply committed to supporting female founders, because women drive stronger business results more so than men. So our data around how much more lucrative and profitable women run businesses can be. But I also feel like I'd like to bring others with me. And so I also do series of discussions throughout the United States to bring women and wealth together into a subject that people can shed their discomfort, that they might not know anything, and really educate women and, kind of help allow them to step into their power.
Great.
Yeah. So,
Go ahead,
just
Holly.
yeah. Sorry, I just had something to say on the sovereignty piece. So, what that means to me is complete time freedom. Because if we look at what the average American or the average Australian does every day, we wake up, we go to work for 8 hours, we're trading our time for money that then sits in the bank and actually melts away. Because look at what is happening to our economies with inflation. And so I unsubscribed from being a time trader. And freedom to me is having that time. So I am putting my money to work now. As I said, I've recently moved my money out of the bank, taken back my sovereignty, moved it into a decentralized system, putting my money to work where it works for me. Well, I can be a mother because I'm never going to get that time back while my son is so young. So, I just invite people to, have a little think about, what's more important, because we can hustle and we can slog it out. And I've seen this happen, and I've seen people build massive amounts of wealth and empires and businesses. And then what? You get to an age when you retire and you have a couple of good years, and then people are getting sick. People are dying. They're not even getting to enjoy their retirement. I've seen that firsthand in my family. And so I just invite people to have a think about, trading time for money and maybe getting a little bit creative as to how you can put your money to work for you.
Good idea. Where do guilt and fear around earning, spending, and desiring wealth originate? And how can we begin to unlearn that?
I think it all starts really from our upbringing, because a lot of our beliefs come from the way we are brought up. I know it myself. I come from a working class family, and we have the typical thing going, money is evil. People with money are evil. Working class people will never amount to anything. Don't trust the rich. The full works. It all went on in my family. Especially my mother was very, very suspicious of anybody who had more than a paycheck to their name. And I think we really have to start at that root level, because this conditioning goes on a lot in the world to this day. And it's very, very hard once we become adult to actually shake out of that belief. So we have to do a lot of inner work. Well, I had to do a lot of inner work just to get to the level to say that I am an entrepreneur, because before you can even start your own business, there are all these things going on in the mind. You're not good enough. You don't have the qualifications. You don't have the certificates. You've not been to uni, girl. Who do you think you are? Or all this goes on in the mind because it's been put there right from a very early age. And I think it's very important that women today learn how to unravel all those inner blockages, how to do the inner work, how to do the shadow work. And there's a lot of help out there, thank goodness, on the internet, and there are coaches now. So I think that's one of the most important things for women nowadays, to do the inner work to shake off that old paradigm. I mean, it's so 20th century, to be honest.
Couldn't agree more with what you just said. And where does that conditioning come from, besides in the home, which I grew up very similar, working class family? Those beliefs are just passed down generation to generation, and you just absorb them whether you like it or not. But where does that actually come from? Let's ask the bigger question, and it's the system. The system is designed to keep us entrapped. You are celebrated for staying broke, and you are shamed for wanting more. So again, as women, I said this earlier, but we are told put the family first, and that creates scarcity, because anything that we want for ourselves to make ourselves better, or to even get educated, which is what we're talking about here, thank God for the internet. We can get all of these free resources and start to work on these inner beliefs and break down those beliefs. But we're really got to step out of that scarcity mindset. It keeps us entrapped.
I think it's really important to when we talk about where does some of this thinking come from, the roots really are, and I think this is a great parallel to now as a historian, that after the Black Death, there was an enlightenment and a search for knowledge. And as we tried to move away from nature, women became nature. Nature became nature. And it was taking religious principles. And I love a good church. I had a great church experience, but we have to realize we're living out some very, very old teaching where women are still supposed to be good. And that is where we're not supposed to want too much. And we love to take down women that are flashy. Like, you have to be good, but like, look at our rock stars. That's a great way of, we're like, oh, she's bad, she's good, she's this. You know, if it was a guy, we're like, well, you know.
Yeah, I agree. I think it does go back to around the time when you said, because I truly believe that women to this day still carry an ancestral wound from the burning times. Because we were persecuted for wanting money. We were persecuted for wanting more for ourselves.
Or being successful, right? Even if we were successful. Or leaders.
Or have knowledge. Have knowledge, have wisdom.
Have knowledge, yes. Absolutely. Can women truly be liberated with capitalism? Or do we need to reimagine the system entirely? I believe we need to reimagine many systems entirely. I am, in my world, I think that there are most of the systems now that are in place, whether it's banking and finance or health or, any of the things that are right now being talked about were built for men by men and benefit men only. Right. So, I don't know, was it Samina, were you and I talking about this earlier?
Yes.
About sort of reimagining the systems and creating systems for women by women that match our energy, that align with who we are and what we do and how we do it, and not fighting the system, but kind of going over here and doing our own thing, and creating these systems where we just sort of, like Holly said, get out of the matrix. We're just getting out and we're creating and operating on our own without permission. We're building things that are new, that work for us, and that we just don't participate anymore.
This was what we talked about earlier. It's just not working for us. And I think it's very frustrating to bang our head and say, why can't we make this traction? We're never going to make that traction because we're talking about centuries worth of institutionalism. And so what we were talking about was in venture capital. There are so many studies, and this is what I speak about, that only 2% of all venture funding in the United States goes to women-founded companies. And that's ridiculous because there are so many amazing companies founded by women. But there's systemic bias in the fundraising process, and it is all very well documented. So, part of a movement that I'm involved in is Women in Venture. So we are creating our own venture ecosystem in the United States. We have a number of wonderful women-led funds, and we're creating our own funnel of economic prosperity with our money that we've worked so hard for. We are taking control of that. We are using it to invest in other women who are coming up with great businesses, because until we invest in the businesses we want to see for tomorrow, we're not going to change that. And the way to do that is continuing to invest in more women, invest in creating a new system. And that's what, I love being a part of, because we're helping to uplift women who are bold, innovative, creative founders, and putting our money to work in businesses that are already backed by data and facts for their success. And we don't have to worry about that 2% number anymore, because we're just going to create our own ecosystem.
Right.
I think the thing about capitalism that's really important to understand is historically it has been about power differential and exploiting that power differential.
Mhm.
And we've seen how that's grown so grossly and has been historically for a very long time out of proportion, and it's not sustainable. And we're very aware with the conversations we're having about, what is power, and let's face it, money, I also think the lack of debt, not being highly leveraged, is power. There's freedom in, I've been incredibly broke, and there were some times I'm like, well, at least there's nothing to pay for, right? That's not the difference in poverty, but that is, my friends who are river rats will tell you the same thing. It's like, look, it's a very simple life where fulfillment doesn't come from consumerism. So we have to look to systems where people, I think, are happy first. And what are your community responsibilities? I was thinking about the potlatch up here in the Northwest. The wealthiest people take everything at Makahiki, right? Like this time of year, and disperse, because the strongest will again accumulate and provide as a group. That's a different way of starting to thinking about wealth amass and resources. How we look at that, we have to deconstruct from a very deep level, not just moving money, which is a little bit in the stage we're in of like, let's just get what they've got. We have to have a better system that really supports community and what I think women care about, which is connection in our families.
Absolutely. I think women look at their abundance very differently. There already is an element of us wanting to pay it forward and wanting to do good with it, so we can do good and we can do well at the same time. And I think what's really very striking is in the United States today, women control 1/3 of the private wealth in the United States. So we are currently in charge of $34 trillion. And by 2048, which is considered the great wealth transfer, women in the U.S. will be set to inherit 124 trillion. So that'll be 2/3 of the private wealth. Now, if we look at that as wealth equals power, well, we also have a responsibility to do good with it too. And we have to equip women to understand the great responsibility that comes with that amount of power and that you can unlock in yourself, and the good you can do for society, building businesses and supporting communities. And that's where we do need more of an education, because women, again, historically haven't been taught how to handle money. There is a fear or shame or discomfort around it. So I think there's an enormous opportunity that needs to be unlocked over the next several years, where we help more and more women understand how to manage their money, how to use it to, not just advance, but to create long-lasting systems into the future for tomorrow, for their children, for legacy, for other generations to come.
That's such a great point, because as we push more women into STEM, we're not pushing more women into learning about finances or
Right.
finance, going into finance. All the boys I know are like, oh yeah, finance, I'm going to do quant, like,
Yeah.
I don't hear very many women, but I know an amazing stockbroker. I was like, oh, that's an interesting job.
Yeah. And I agree with you, Danielle. Like, I was in STEM. I was in STEM very early. There weren't any other women at the time that, I was around, and I didn't know any women in finance. None. And still very few that are saying, yeah, when I grow up, I want to be, a trader, or I want to be in finance, or I want to, that's just not something that we taught or we teach our girls. And so I think it needs to start really young. I think we need to start with, saving, and like, what does that look like? What does spending, what does budgeting look like? One of the things my kids learned in school, and they went to a Montessori school, was how to make change. Just easy things with money, how to make change, how to budget, how to, how to say, okay, this is how much money I have, this is how much I can spend. Here's a list of things that I can spend my money on. What does that look like? Just simple little, what do you call it? Like tasks and normal things that we do with money on a daily basis, and we never even learned that, right? It was kind of like, especially depending on how you grew up. I grew up really poor, and it was like, if you did get money, it was almost like, oh, what can we buy now? That was the idea in our family. You got a little extra money. Okay, we're gonna go out for pizza. We're gonna do something amazing. Something fun that we wouldn't normally do. Instead of saying, you know what, we're fine. Let's put it away. Let's sock it away in case we need something later. No, it was just this idea that, oh, we've got it. We've got to figure out how to do something that other people get to do, was so special. It was never anything amazing, but teaching, starting really young and teaching our girls, right? I think that's really, really important. So let's talk about invisible ceilings or cultural narratives that keep women from scaling wealth or power. And invisible ceilings is like the whole glass ceiling, glass staircase talk. It just drives me absolutely insane. But let's talk about this.
So the first thing I'd like to address is that success, it's the idea that success has to look like burnout and sacrifice. The belief that you can't be a good mum and make millions at the same time. Yeah. That we're lucky as women if someone pays us what we're worth.
Absolutely. Yeah. You're lucky yeah, it's so true. So true. And still, are we paid what we're worth?
Do we ask for it though, Lisa? Women don't always ask for it, men do.
Yeah. I put up a post today that was advertising this. It says, am I okay charging this? Says no man ever. Women have pricing freak out like I've never seen. And because I do business coaching, and it's because what are they going to think of me? And part of it is we have to stop taking down our own when they're successful, and partly because how maybe they live with that, right? I don't know. I don't know that I have the answers to that question, but we have to be thoughtful about and what success looks like. I would say half of my clients or a third of my clients, success for them is not having to work. What is work? What is work? Because they're artists, they want to create, and they don't want financial. They're 8 hours of a day to be created to just survival. I don't think anybody does. But for some people, that's not what they're here for. They need to be well funded. We're not told that's a great thing though, to even want. How dare you not want to work?
I think, there's also a conversation that comes up every time I do one of my sessions. And, I ask how many people here work with a financial planner, and many of them are married. So many women raise their hand. And then, I ask, well, have you ever pulled money out and self-directed your own investments and kind of took the bull by the horns and had a conversation about, where is my money invested? What is it invested in? Are those funds aligned with my values or not? Or may I take money out? And I have to remind women that many of them are the primary breadwinners, but they don't make decisions about the money that they bring in. And so I think it's about that, apologetic mindset that women have around money, that now that they're married, they have to share it. Now that they have to make every single little decision with them. But, why can't you take out a little bit of money and do something that speaks to you, that you feel is the right thing to do? And, many women also don't remember that, when their financial advisor tells them, no, don't take this money out, well, they get paid on the assets under management. And so they're incented to have you not take money out. So it's providing women that permission not to have to apologize, permission to own the money and I recognize, to Holly's point, the value that they are worth, understanding their own worth, and trusting themselves to make some decisions on their own when they bring in a fair share of many household incomes.
Yeah. Well, also something that you said, which I think is so archaic, is that you have to put your money together, that you have to combine resources, right? When you get married, like you have to have a joint, all your money has to go in together. Like, are you insane? Like, why would you do that?
No, yeah,
It
absolutely.
is
Why would
actively
you do that when the
encouraged.
divorce rate is 1 in 3?
Right.
It is
So-
actually actively encouraged. Like I said earlier, that in the UK, it's extremely difficult for a woman to even get a mortgage if the husband isn't signing, and then you're expected to have a joint bank account that the mortgage gets paid out of. So the whole system is designed in such a way that it's encouraged to actually join your assets.
It's
And,
built to keep us down. It's built to
Yeah.
keep us without power. So,
And I think that goes back to, financial literacy and understanding this in the beginning, so you're able to make the right decisions later in life. I didn't combine my finances because I understood enough. But if you don't, and if you are, fall into the trap of, oh, this is what we do, that will happen if you don't understand what you're entitled to, what you're able to do.
Yeah.
And again, I think it all goes back to understanding your financial value system as well as your own personal value.
Yeah.
Right.
But also
breaking those patriarchal and religious, traditions that are just handed down, and that you learn that you're supposed to do things this way. And that's not easy, but it's something that I think, because we're having these conversations, we're bringing awareness to where, it's okay to make and have your own money and your own investments and spend on what you want and all those things. Like, you are your own person and you don't have to give everything away.
Well, and it brings up for me when I was talking about, like, where is it rooted in that we take a spiritual ceremony, right? I mean, for most people, it's a spiritual ceremony. We don't gain a lot of times by marriage. Women do not gain in marriage, and it is a legal precedent. It's a binding. Why is it part of our law system when it's a spiritual thing? It's not. It's a transaction. And when we realize some of the roots that we have inform our expectations, they're so ingrained that, like, now we're together, now we're this is the thing, this is how we sell insurance, by the way, like, to think about why we're doing what we're doing then gives us other opportunities to choose differently, of like, why is it like this? And if you look towards same-sex couples, the conversations can be very different, which is great. And sometimes they're not at all. That's how far ingrained some of our traditions are in our traditions and institutionalized sexism, racism.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I just touch on 2 points that I think are just important when we're talking about cultural narratives and the scaling part too? And both of you mentioned these 2 words. So number 1 is savings. Lisa, you mentioned savings. Saving is not enough anymore. Saving gets us nowhere. Our money is sitting in the bank and it is being eaten away by inflation. And I think a lot of women need to hear this message, that working hard and just saving, that worked for our ancestors and the generations that came before us. That's not going to work for us anymore. So the second thing I wanted to touch on was investing. Do we as women understand the fundamentals of investing? Buying low, selling high, and accumulating early. Where do we go to learn this? And I think also to recognize that the greatest transfer of wealth is actually happening now right underneath our noses, and we are going into the digital world. So when I'm talking about decentralized systems, I just want to make it really clear just to our viewers that might be thinking, what are you talking about? I am talking about crypto. I've got very involved in crypto, and I know when I say it, there's going to be people going, oh, dirty word, dirty scam, all these things. And I just invite people to go and do some research, because I have made a lot of money. I've been able to 3 times my money, and now I'm scaling that, which was the question here, was about scaling. I'm actually scaling that, and I'm getting educated because I understand the fundamentals now. So if anyone wants to touch on more of that, I'd love to hear from you.
Oh, I love that. I have some crypto too in my very diversified portfolio. And that's exactly the point. You know, when we think of men and how men accumulate their wealth, it's not by just throwing their money into a mutual fund and getting that pie chart that breaks down your risk tolerance and so much is in stocks, so much is in bonds. They don't do
I
that.
just
They
remember
go,
remembering the Fidelity
yes,
401k.
exactly.
Yeah.
It's an archaic tool, and yes, there is some level of balance there, but people make most of their money on investments, and men do that so frequently, and that's why they have those conversations. But that's also why I'm with the group that I'm with, because that's how we will start making money when we start removing the shame from women to to welcome them to talk about great deals, great investments, introduce them to founders, understand the fundamentals of a business, understand how to get into a fund, and take away also some of the fear of the unknown. When I say I'm a venture investor, people think you need $1 million as a base investment. You don't. And so it's those questions of fear and, embarrassment that, oh, I don't know this. I can't possibly ask. That continues that cycle of not getting involved. But the more we can educate, the more we can create an understanding, the more empowerment and connections we can create, the stronger all women become. Because, to Holly's point, you have to look at other ways, because the old ways don't do it, and that's not how people become wealthy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. For women who feel trapped behind, feel like, oh, now you're talking about investments, you're talking about I don't even know anything about that. If they're behind in their knowledge or disempowered financially, what are some of the first practical steps to reclaim agency and build momentum?
I would say that every woman has something, every human being on this planet is gifted with something from the creator that they can sell right now with a phone and a PayPal link. That is and if you can figure out how to do that, everything else gets easier.
And there's so much education right now online for every step in the continuum, like for beginners and very topic driven. So, it's not, there shouldn't be any shame in I'm behind, but bite it off in small bites and build on it. And it doesn't have to be that I've got to do something. But doing anything is a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I wanted to say something similar actually, and it's not that you're behind at all. It's just take action now, but actually do something. And this is something that I thought about very recently. Is that we do have access to all these tools. We can have a look on Instagram, and we can buy these courses, or we can download an ebook or whatever and learn. But then we actually get stuck in the learning loop. So we just think, oh, I need the next book, or I need the next course, or I need to go to the next thing. When are you going to take action? And it's really facing that fear. Use your intuition. This has been the best thing for me. Really discerning if there's people are selling at us all day, every day. That's the reality. You're on social media, you are getting sold at. But you need to use your discernment and see if the opportunity is right for you. Not everything is a scam. It's our conditioning. If we think, oh God, this is, of course, there's no get rich quick. There isn't. But not everything is a scam. And when I do say the word crypto, people think that is a scam. And we are still very early. So people thinking that they are late, only something like 1.8% of the population actually hold crypto. So you're not late at all for that. There is still a lot of room to make money in that space. But really discern and feel into, does this feel right for me? But take action on something. Because if you just keep being a student of life, you will miss the boat.
And there's so many women's investment groups and other organizations, free organizations you can draw upon and have these conversations, so that you feel less alone and on your own in making decisions if you're fearful. And I think here's the wonderful thing that we didn't have when we were growing up. I certainly know I didn't. We didn't have women supporting women the way we do today. We didn't have the internet. We were not all connected. Did not have that generosity mindset. And I think, we are living in unprecedented times in so many different ways, but one of the most significant is that we are connected together and we are sharing for the first time. We don't see each other as competition. We see each other as companions and ways to build a better future.
Mm-hmm. That's amazing. How can we circulate and retain wealth within women-led ecosystems instead of feeding the patriarchal systems? And I know we touched on that a little bit before about building systems, but how do we keep the wealth within these ecosystems that we're creating?
Mhm.
There are a lot of funds that focus on with female founders, and you have to have at least one female founder. And it's a matter of reinvesting. And so, if you make some money, you keep some money, you give some money, and then you reinvest some of the money. So it's just a matter of creating a bit of a discipline and keeping that consistent. Because you're right, we can't just make this money and then give it away, because that takes away our mission to drive a bigger, better, powerful system that creates some equity. But what I always like to use is the fact that women founders and CEOs tend to hire 6 times more women on their executive teams at equal pay. So that's also a reason to believe in why you should support women-led companies, because they are continuing to create the change we all want to see. And again, many of the funds are very disciplined in the fact that you could only be women investing it, because we're placing our bets on sure bet winners based on the data, on the returns that women deliver over male founded companies, and performance metrics are much stronger. So we don't want men to get into those funds. So these are exclusively women funds, and there are so many of them in the United States. There are a few hundred. Many years ago there were only 2 or 3, and now there are a few hundred. So look for those systems, look for those networks, look for those investing clubs, and make sure that they align with the ethos of supporting women, because that is how we will continue to propel the next generation forward.
Yeah, I'd like to just touch on that too, because when we move away from patriarchal systems and centralized systems, there actually is no middleman anymore. So you've got to realize that sometimes what you're investing in or where you're holding your money, there's still a CEO at the top that's getting really rich. So what about being in a system that is more fair? So I'm gonna mention this one now, and it's called a DAO. So that actually stands DAO. It actually stands for Decentralized Autonomous Organizations. And this is the way of the future, in my opinion, because there is no CEO at the top getting rich. It's community based, which is what we're talking about. We're all there to win, and when everyone wins, we all win. So this is the way forward, and there's so much education, and you get access to billionaires in here. You get access to millionaires. So if we are looking to, go into ecosystems where we can learn, we want it to be fair across the board. That's my opinion.
Absolutely. And there are donor advised funds that allow you to donate, and get a charitable contribution, but actually invest that money. And there are dedicated platforms for those funds, so that you can see the entire universe of funds and companies, and you can see what speaks to you, what looks like it would be appealing. And again, the point is it's accessible. And you can start small, but you can kind of feel comforted knowing that everything is fully vetted, so you're not making a risky financial bet with your eyes closed. You're looking at everything that's been vetted before.
Great advice. So how do we redefine success and enough in ways that honor rest, purpose, and liberation, which Holly has touched on, but not just accumulation, which is the patriarchal measurement of success, right? How do we redefine success enough in ways that honor rest, purpose, and liberation?
I think some conversations around contentment versus happiness, or what the markers, like for everybody to know what is enough, because the world will tell you what you should have, how big your house should be, what kind of car you should drive, where you should be living, the clothes you should be wearing, what you should be doing once you're successful, or what makes you successful. But if what makes you truly happy is being a kindergarten teacher, right? Knowing that and not letting anyone sway you off your purpose to give small people the opportunity for a beautiful life. It's not just financial, because we have seen and are seeing right now some of the wealthiest people in the planet are not happy.
Yeah. Actually, I wanted to touch on that because a thought popped into my mind as you were speaking, and we constantly move the markers, so it's always future based. And actually, this is something that I learnt from the Paris Hilton documentary, where she actually said in her documentary, she said, I always used to say, like, I'll be happy when I get to $100 million. And then she got to $100 million and she wasn't happy within herself. So then what's the next thing? I'll only be happy when I get $1 million. You constantly move the marker because you think that, that external amount, but you still feel different, which we touched on in the early beginning of this. It all comes from within, right? And it's breaking down those beliefs within. So one of the things I have done to redefine success, and I love what you said about, maybe, if kindergarten teacher is your purpose, and for me, my purpose is to help women to step into their dream life. But what I'm doing in the background is actually using this technology as we move into the digital age, and I'm actually letting and allowing, and I've put my money into AI trade bots that actually do work for me while I rest. I go outside and play with my son. I don't have to look at charts all day. I don't have to be in front of my screen. And I can create that wealth while I'm not burning out. And I can, if I was a kindergarten teacher, I could be doing that while my money's still working for me in the background and I get to play with the kids all day. That would be great.
Yeah, I think it's understanding what brings you joy. What do you want to do? And I think we need to again redefine what success looks like, because I always like to say, do what you love, success will follow. Success isn't tied to a dollar figure. It's tied to the contentment you receive. It's that you're able to sleep at night, that you're not stressed, that you're not traveling, that you're spending quality time with your family, that you're able to travel. I think, materialistic things do not bring happiness. I mean, there's that saying, money doesn't buy happiness. And that's exactly it. Just like no one externally, if you're not an unhappy person, you can't expect being in a new relationship to suddenly make you happy. That has to come from within, as does your definition of success for you.
Yeah, isn't there a statistic that says money only buys happiness to $85,000 a year?
And they just updated that too today. I saw that, and they said, "Oh, that's not the case," because it's not the case.
Well, in terms of it, like once we're really fed and not stressed, and that's where I think true freedom, like the internal freedom, comes from. I have choices. And I think it's so important that we're encouraged to, whatever level we want to pursue it to make our own money, whether you're in a relationship or not. So you can always pursue what makes you happy with not worrying about our lights are on, or am I going to make it, or doing things we don't want to do to get by.
Right. And, the pandemic really did do that to some extent, right? It stripped away the pressure and the constraints that we were previously operating in. And I, for one, I'm happy to be wearing sweatpants all day and being comfortable. Like, that is something I value. I love that I don't have to wear makeup all the time. But those are the things, if we can strip away those material things that we believed previously were equivalent to happiness or success, then we can strip back and really, think about what our intention is. What do we really want out of life?
I love the fact that this is actually a virtual conference, because I thought about just leaving my pajama bottoms on. And I was like, oh, this is taking me back to like COVID, when everyone was on Zoom all the time. And I'm like, bring back that. I love being in person with everyone, but we actually wouldn't be able to be here today with this diversity. And, we're all based in different places around the world. So I'm like, bring on more virtual events where I can be in my pajamas.
Right.
I do only calls on the phone. Today was my opportunity to get dressed up. I don't get dressed up anymore.
Yes.
Yeah, but see, like, we've also realigned our values, and like, what will we go for? What will we tolerate? What will we not? We wore heels. I don't think I could fit my feet into a pair of heels now.
Yeah,
I don't think I can do it now. And thank God, because I realized, I was just killing myself. Why? to look a part, to play a part,
Yes.
Oh,
to
yeah.
fit in. And now we don't have to do that.
Yeah.
When
No, we have so many opportunities.
Right.
And that is one of the
opportunity with money now too.
that's one of the big benefits of working with women is we don't have to do any of that, right? Because we don't care. We're like, fine, wear what you want. I don't care. I think it's great. So let's talk about collective action. So what role does collective action, such as mentorship, we talked about this today, co-ops, shared investing, play in building sustainable wealth for women? And I know we've kind of touched on it, but let's talk about what role the collective action plays.
Well, I think, just thematically, the conference is stronger together. I mean, I think that those are exactly the tools and the vehicles and the platforms that we need to come together to encourage one another, support one another. And if there are collective investments, obviously it's pooling of funds. It's the purchasing power of writing larger checks to companies and, building larger funds. Mentorship, I think, is so important because we're all seeing that we've all acknowledged that women don't possess today. Not all women possess the financial literacy and also confidence to do it on their own. But going in with others can be an incredible boon. It can be rewarding. And more importantly, it creates different relationships and networks that are valuable in ways that you can't even imagine once you start. And you look back and look at the women we're on the phone today, and I'm making notes. We're going to reach out and I'm going to talk to you all because we share similar values. We sit in different parts of the world, but the energy, the collective energy when you bring women together is so powerful.
Yeah. When one of us rises, we all rise, right?
Absolutely.
I think for me personally, and I want to share this for anyone who hasn't done mentoring, is that to have someone on your side, like this is for the people watching this, because I think we've all are coaches or mentor people, but it was the first time I really felt like women had my back. And my first, the first program that was really successful that I sold was a woman who took no prisoners, and I meant in the best way. She was so unabashedly wealthy. She was so positive, so direct of like, you're not asking for enough. And it changed my life. It took me from starving to really going for somebody, because I didn't get that from my family. I'm like, no shade to my family, but I didn't get that message. You can do this. You can totally do this. Why are you selling yourself short? And then having women around me to celebrate is so
Yes.
big. When you make it, they're like, hot car, love your clothes, love what you're doing. You made sales. I still to this day have a group. It's one of the most powerful things you can do, that you can celebrate when you make a sale, when you whatever you win at. If you can send out, and like I just did a thing and they're like, woo, instead of, that's nice, because that will come too.
Yeah,
that has come too.
But, or not saying anything, right? Not the people don't say anything,
which is just as worse.
Oh.
Yeah, mentors are like your personal board of advisors. If you and when you have a really good, strong group of women who are not threatened by you, who are not judgmental of you, who are truly supportive of you and you of them, it is transformative.
And I'd just like to mention the flip side of that, because I know I sat in this vibration for a while when I was down on my luck. And you're sitting around and you're watching it on everyone on social media winning, and it can feel triggering, and you can feel jealous and you can feel envy. But I'm going to tell you why, for anyone that might be watching this and thinking, well, I don't belong in this circle, or I'm not there yet. It's because you deeply desire it. And when you desire something, it starts showing up in your realm. So I'll give an example. During COVID, I really had this burning desire to travel to Greece. And every influencer I was seeing on social media, somehow during COVID, when people weren't traveling, they were traveling to Greece. And I'm like, why? I'm like, I feel so trapped here in Canada. I can't travel. I can't do anything. They're living the life over in Greece. And it's just not fair. And I was really deeply triggered by that. And then suddenly, 6 months later, I ended up going to Greece. And it was like such an example of like when you start seeing it, it's like when you start seeing everybody get engaged on Instagram, or everyone's having babies on Instagram, and you're like, why can't I have that? Everyone's hitting, seven figures in their business. Why can't I have that? It's the law of proximity, and it's going to draw you in. It's going to suck you up like a vacuum. Like if you're seeing that all around you, it's because the universe wants that for you too, and you deeply desire it. Just admit it to yourself. Start celebrating the women around you that are getting it, because you could be next. But doing that from an authentic place, not an inauthentic place like, oh, well, she told me I need to cheer, so well done, but really I'm deeply jealous. It's actually just acknowledging inside of you that, yeah, it's okay. You want that too, and you could be next.
So 10 years from now, what does true financial freedom for women look like? And what must we begin building now to make it real? 2035.
Yeah, well, it looks like starting by exiting the system today, mentally, emotionally, financially, making moves now, not waiting for the digital system to take over and then you being left behind, getting educated. But as I said, don't get stuck in the learning loop, actually take action. And what it looks like for women of the future, it actually looks like, we've touched on this, but we haven't actually maybe explicitly said it, but it looks like, teenage girls getting educated about investing, about crypto, about digital assets, because that's the world that we are moving into. Some of the things that are taught in school today are not going to be applicable for these girls when AI takes over a lot of those jobs. So it's getting educated on that now and starting today.
Absolutely. I actually advise a fabulous woman who is creating a platform for college-age girls who want to understand their financial, want to understand their financial outlook and understand that. So I 100% agree. There does have to be an adoption of crypto. I'm going to say too, because I'm in it also. But why is because for too long, men are ahead of the curve and they continue to build that wealth because they're more steeped into it. We have to stay up to date. So many businesses are saying, oh, the future is AI, the future is AI. And I keep on saying, well, the AI is already here. The future is here. You're
Yeah,
already
now.
late to the game, right? But there are these amazing, I've been looking at the AI, the stock selectors. I've been looking at, so I'll talk to you later. But it's doing that. It's also continuing to fund as many women-run businesses as possible, because what we are doing with our purchasing power, because women still have a tremendous purchasing power, is we will incentivize and economize the businesses we want to see. Women, when they come up with new businesses, they're incredibly thoughtful, necessary businesses. They're not the same old, same old. They are really meeting unmet needs in society, because we do see it. So look at creating those investment circles, investing your money there, diversifying and looking ahead to the future, and continuing to feed the women who are already making an impact, because they are the ones who will continue hiring more women at better salary, who will then become leaders in and of themselves, and it's a multiplier effect.
I think that that education also needs to include our inner landscapes of self-worth and understanding what we're bringing, right? What messages, and from a very young age. And I love that I see in sports, in arts, in every sector of the world, we have more people saying, I wanted to do, more women saying, I wanted to do this. And as we have more role models, supporting those role models, like even sports teams. I like sports team. I'm in show jumping, so I am in one Olympic sport where men and women compete equally. And I forgot how rare that is. You're just on a horse. Now there's a horse involved, but that's where we're going. That's the equality that we're talking about. It's going through. You have to know it's possible. You have to know it's possible for you from a very young age.
Mm-hmm. Silke? Oh, I think you're on mute.
No sound.
Technology.
There it is. Yep. Oh no, I still can't hear her.
I can't hear her.
No.
No, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. No, I'm sorry. We can't hear you. Okay, well, we're through our questions. Thank you so much. We're going to close with a quick closing reflection that I'm going to ask everybody, and if we could go around and just give us your opinion on this. If the world truly listened to women, what would change first?
I think if we realize that you are what you think, and what you think you're going to attract. So if you want to be wealthy, if you want people to treat you like you are wealthy, then you need to embody that. And that doesn't mean, sometimes when we talk about wealth and money, people think they need to have the flashy stuff, but it's actually, it's a vibration, it's a frequency that you sit on. And there's a lot of ways that you can actually do that in your everyday life to start bringing more of that into your realm. So if you desire a new car, go and test drive that new car. Walk in like you are going to buy that new car today. Touch the car, drive it. If you're building your business, I used to do this all the time when I was in Vancouver. I used to go to the most ritziest hotel and sit in the lobby. And, even if I probably couldn't afford to buy a meal there at that time when I was building my business, but I might just buy one drink and I would just sit there like I belong there. Even today, like I'm showing up like I belong here. I asked to be invited to circles like this, and I'm here because I made it happen. So, if you want people to listen to you, you need to embody it from within first.
I would have to say if I think the first thing would change would be the balance of power, because right now, as it is, at least in the United States, it's not good times, and the role of women is increasingly diminished, regardless of the amount of wealth we sit on. But I don't think anyone, and I mean the system, men, realize the amount of wealth we are sitting on. And again, that is why if we really activated understanding our role, responsibility, and the power we held in the wealth transfer, $134 trillion, if we really use that correctly, it would absolutely shift the power dynamic.
Absolutely.
I would say that the way that we look at resource, as from such a high level, in terms of things being renewable or finite, because we women, have been a huge resource that has been used, right? As we start to look at ourselves, we're resourceful from within, but how are we building our lives, the future, and money using resource in a different way? Because that's part of how you just walk around the game, is how do we find resources where we are that don't just change that power differential to being exactly what it is, just patriarchy but matriarchy, right? Like, is that any better? We have exploited humanity for 500 years or more. If we really want a different society, we have to look at resource in a different way, in terms of gatekeeping, in terms of power differential, in terms of culture, in terms of the environment, and our world in general. We need a fresh outlook.
I think if you look at the number of women leaders, like world leaders, right, in the world right now, and see where their countries are, across the board, they're doing so much better. And I think that if we were to truly, if the world was truly listening to women, I think the thing that would change first is peace. I think there would definitely be more peace in the world. And without this electricity of war, in many forms, just sort of hanging over us all the time, I think so many changes could happen. And you've seen it in when women leaders get put into power. The whole dynamic across the board changes, right? There are more jobs. People are let's just take Mexico, for example. They're building transportation systems. They're building cars, low cost cars for people. They're building, they gave women over 60 who never worked in their entire lives because of the way that the culture is, they gave them a sort of a retirement payment, right? They get payments every month where they never made any money whatsoever. Now, because their husbands are dead and they're old and they can't work, they get a check every month. And what does that do for the economy? What does that do for society? What does that do for their self-worth and just the entire energetic of the society and the civilization? I just think we need more of that. And one of the things that we're doing with SheisMe is really trying to speak up and speak out so that we are listened to. We're not forcing anyone, but we're making our voices heard. So trying to instill that change, trying to make that change happen. And I call it the storm surge, right? That's sort of my philosophy, is of creating these systems and creating this ecosystem with women, so that what a storm surge is, right? During a hurricane or something, the water comes in and rises, and you don't quite know when or how, and the next thing you know, you're underwater, right? So I want to call it the storm surge, and that's what we're creating, because I don't want to go out there and fight anybody about their systems and I lived it. I lived it for 40 years. I was an engineering student. I went into aerospace, and then I went into tech, and I spent 40 years in those rooms being the only woman and playing those games and fighting those systems. And I don't want to do it anymore, because we could never win. I could never win. I could never be right. I could never be best. I could never be top. I could never make the most money. There's nothing about those systems that supported me or rewarded me. So how do we create those systems? The only way is to go over here and do it ourselves, right? We talked about this. So let's get together, and everyone is listening, everyone on this call, and create that storm surge.
Yeah. It's the ripple effect, and to follow on from that, it's like you are the change that you want to see in the world. Mm-hmm. So how we take action is by making the change from us. It's the law of oneness. We are all one.
Right? Yeah. And then, with the storm surge, like once it's here, there's no going back. Like we're here. We're doing it. Mm-hmm. We don't have to play your game. We've got our own thing over here. We've got this going on, and it's working, and it's successful, and have fun.
Yep.
Does anyone have any closing thoughts?
I would just encourage everyone who's listening and viewing to take some action. If this was at all intriguing, and hopefully it is, even if you can't see yourself doing it now, take the time to learn something, one thing, take one small action, because you do have the power to be part of this change, and it could be transformative for you personally, as well as for us collectively.
Yes, I was going to say the exact same thing. Action breeds momentum, and you need to start today, actually doing something.
I also wanted to say, for anyone who's watching in Australia, Holly and I will be in Melbourne in March for SheisMe Speaks event, and then in New South Wales at Moama on the Murray for a retreat in April. So join us. Holly and I will be there and bringing some SheisMe amazingness to Australia. So thanks, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. Silke from Bulgaria, Danielle from Bend, Samina from the Bay Area, Holly from Melbourne, Australia, and me from Seattle. And such a diverse group, such an amazing group. Thank you so much for joining me today. And that's going to close out day 1 of the conference, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yay! Thanks, everyone. This was so much fun.
Yeah, thank you.